Part 1, Chapter 20 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 1, Chapter 20. Mercury Freezes. A few days of dry, calm weather favoured the operations of the hunters, but they did not venture far from the fort. The abundance of game rendered it unnecessary to do so, and Lieutenant Hobson could justly congratulate himself on having chosen so favourable a situation for the new settlement. A great number of furred animals of all kinds were taken in the traps, and Sabine and Marbre killed a good many Polar hares. Some 20 starving wolves were shot. Hunger rendered the latter animals aggressive, and bands of them gathered about the fort, filling the air with hoarse howls, and amongst the hummocks on the ice fields sometimes prowled huge bears, whose movements were watched with great interest. On the 25th December all excursions had again to be given up. The wind veered suddenly to the north, and the cold became exceedingly severe. It was impossible to remain out of doors without being frostbitten. The Fahrenheit thermometer fell to 18° below zero, and the gale roared like a volley of musketry. Hobson took care to provide the animals with food enough to last several weeks. Christmas Day, the day of home gatherings, so dear to the heart of all Englishmen, was kept with due solemnity. The colonists returned thanks to God for preserving them through so many perils, and the workmen, who had a holiday in honour of the day, afterwards assembled with their masters and the ladies round a well-filled board on which figured 2 huge Christmas puddings. In the evening a huge bowl of punch flamed in the centre of the table. The lamps were put out, and for a time the room was lighted only by the livid flames of the spirit, the familiar objects assuming strange fantastic forms. The spirits of the soldiers rose as they watched the flickering illumination, and their excitement was not lessened after imbibing some of the burning liquid. But now the flames began to pale. Bluish tongues still fitfully licked the plump sides of the national pudding for a few minutes, and then died away. Strange to say, although the lamps had not been relit, the room did not become dark on the extinction of the flames. A bright light was streaming through the window, which had passed unnoticed in the previous illumination. The revellers started to their feet, and looked at each other in astonishment. "A fire!" cried several. But unless the house itself were burning, there could not be a fire anywhere near Cape Bathurst. The Lieutenant rushed to the window, and at once understood the cause of the phenomenon. It was an eruption. Indeed, above the western cliffs beyond Walruses' Bay, the horizon was on fire. The summits of the igneous hills, some miles from Cape Bathurst, could not be seen, but the sheaf of flame shot up to a considerable height, lighting up the whole country in a weird unearthly manner. "It is more beautiful than the Aurora Borealis!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett. Thomas Black indignantly protested against this assertion. A terrestrial phenomenon more beautiful than a meteor! But no one was disposed to argue with him about it, for all hurried out, in spite of the bitter gale and biting cold, to watch the glorious spectacle of the flashing sheaf of flames standing out against the black background of the night sky. Had not the mouths and ears of the party been cased in furs, they would have been able to hear the rumbling noise of the eruption, and to tell each other of the impressions made upon them by this magnificent sight. But as it was, they could neither speak nor hear. They might be well content, however, with gazing upon such a glorious scene, a scene which once looked upon could never be forgotten. The glowing sheets of flames contrasted alike with the gloomy darkness of the heavens and the dazzling whiteness of the far-stretching carpet of snow, and produced effects of light and shade which no pen or pencil could adequately portray. The throbbing reverberations spread beyond the zenith, gradually quenching the light of all the stars. The white ground became dashed with golden tints, the hummocks on the ice field and the huge icebergs in the background reflecting the glimmering colours like so many glowing mirrors. The rays of light striking on the edges or surfaces of the ice became bent and diffracted, the angles and varying inclinations on which they fell fretting them into fringes of colour, and reflecting them back with changed and heightened beauty. It was like a fairy scene in which ice and snow combined to add éclat to a melee of rays in which luminous waves rushed upon each other, breaking into coloured ripples. But the excessive cold soon drove the admiring spectators back to their warm dwelling, and many a nose paid dearly for the feast enjoyed by the eyes. During the following days the cold became doubly severe. The mercurial thermometer was of course no longer of any use for marking degrees, and an alcohol thermometer had to be used. On the night of the 28th to the 29th December the column fell to 32° below zero. The stoves were piled up with fuel, but the temperature in the house could not be maintained above 20°. The bedrooms were exceedingly cold, and 10 feet from the stove in the large room its heat could not be felt at all. The little baby had the warmest corner, and its cradle was rocked in turn by those who came to the fire. Opening doors or windows was strictly forbidden, as the vapour in the rooms would immediately have been converted to snow, and in the passage the breathing of the inmates already produced that result. Every now and then dull reports were heard, which startled those unaccustomed to living in such high latitudes. They were caused by the cracking of the trunks of trees, of which the walls were composed, under the influence of the intense cold. The stock of rum and gin stowed away in the garret had to be brought down into the sitting room, as the alcohol was freezing and sinking to the bottom of the bottles. The spruce beer, made from a decoction of young fir branchlets, burst the barrels in which it was kept as it froze, whilst all the solid bodies resisted the introduction of heat as if they were petrified. Wood burnt very slowly, and Hobson was obliged to sacrifice some of the walrus oil to quicken its combustion. Fortunately the chimneys drew well, so that there was no disagreeable smell inside, although for a long distance outside the air was impregnated with the fetid odour of the smoke from Fort Hope, which a casual observer might therefore have pronounced an unhealthy building. One symptom we must notice was the great thirst from which every one suffered. To relieve it, different liquids had to be melted at the fire, for it would have been dangerous to eat ice. Another effect of the cold was intense drowsiness, which Hobson earnestly entreated his companions to resist. Some appeared unable to do so, but Mrs Barnett was invaluable in setting an example of constant activity. Always brave, she kept herself awake, and encouraged others by her kindness, brightness, and sympathy. Sometimes she read aloud accounts of travels, or sang some old familiar English song, in the chorus of which all joined. These joyous strains roused up the sleepers, whether they would or no, and their voices soon swelled with the chorus. The long days of imprisonment passed wearily by, and the Lieutenant, consulting the outside thermometer through the windows, announced that the cold was still on the increase. On the 31st December the mercury was all frozen hard in the cistern of the instrument, so that the temperature was 44° below freezing point. The next day, 1st January 1860, Lieutenant Hobson wished Mrs Barnett a happy New Year, and complimented her on the courage and good temper with which she endured the miseries of this northern winter. The astronomer was not forgotten in the universal interchange of good wishes amongst the members of the little colony, but his only thought on entering another year was, that it was the beginning of that in which the great eclipse was to take place. Fortunately the general health still remained good, and any symptoms of scurvy were promptly checked by the use of lime juice and lime lozenges. It would not do, however, to rejoice too soon. The winter had still to last 3 months. The sun would doubtless reappear above the horizon in due time, but there was no reason to think that the cold had reached its maximum intensity, especially as in most northern countries February is the month during which the temperature falls lowest. However that might be, there was no decrease in the severity of weather during the first days of the new year, and on the 8th January the alcohol thermometer placed outside the window of the passage marked 66° below zero. A few degrees more, and the minimum temperature at Fort Reliance in 1835 would be reached. Jasper Hobson grew more and more uneasy at the continued severity of the cold. He began to fear that the furred animals would have to seek a less rigorous climate further south, which would of course thwart all his plans for hunting in the early spring. Moreover, he sometimes heard subterranean rumblings, which were evidently connected with the volcanic eruption. The western horizon still glowed with the reflection of the burning lava, and it was evident that some great convulsion was going on in the bowels of the earth. Might not the close vicinity of an active volcano be dangerous to the new fort? Such was the question which the subterranean rumblings forced upon the mind of the Lieutenant, but he kept his vague apprehensions to himself. Of course, under these circumstances, no one dreamt of leaving the house. The animals were well provided for, and being accustomed to long fasts in the winter, required no attention from their masters, so that there was really no necessity for any exposure out of doors. It was difficult enough to endure the inside temperature, even with the help of a plentiful combustion of wood and oil, for, in spite of every precaution, damp crept into the ill ventilated rooms, and layers of ice, increasing in thickness every day, were formed upon the beams. The condensers were choked up, and one of them burst from the pressure of the ice. Lieutenant Hobson did not spare his fuel. He was, in fact, rather lavish of it in his anxiety to raise the temperature, which, when the fires got low, as of course sometimes happened, fell to 15° Fahrenheit. The men on guard, who relieved each other every hour, had strict orders to keep up the fires, and great was the dismay of the Lieutenant when Sergeant Long said to him one day— "We shall be out of wood soon." "Out of wood!" exclaimed Hobson. "I mean our stock is getting low, and we must lay in fresh stores soon." "Of course I know, though, that it will be at the risk of his life that any one goes out in this cold." "Yes," Hobson replied. "It was a mistake not to build the wooden shed close to the house, and to make no direct communication with it. I see that now it is too late. I ought not to have forgotten that we were going to winter beyond the 70th parallel. But what's done can't be undone. How long will the wood last?" "There is enough to feed the furnace and stove for another 2 or 3 days," replied the Sergeant. "Let us hope that by that time the severity of the cold may have decreased, and that we may venture across the court of the fort without danger." "I doubt it, sir," replied Long, shaking his head. "The atmosphere is very clear, the wind is still in the north, and I shall not be surprised if this temperature is maintained for another 15 days, until the new moon, in fact." "Well, my brave fellow," said the Lieutenant, "we won't die of cold if we can help it, and the day we have to brave the outside air." "We will brave it, sir," said Long. Hobson pressed his subordinate's hand, well knowing the poor fellow's devotion. We might fancy that Hobson and the Sergeant were exaggerating when they alluded to the fatal results from sudden exposure to the open air, but they spoke from experience, gained from long residence in the rigorous Polar regions. They had seen strong men fall fainting on the ice under similar circumstances. Their breath failed them, and they were taken up in a state of suffocation. Incredible as such facts may appear, they have been of frequent occurrence amongst those who have wintered in the extreme north. In their journey along the shores of Hudson's Bay in 1746, Moore and Smith saw many incidents of this kind. Some of their companions were killed, struck down by the cold, and there can be no doubt that sudden death may result from braving a temperature in which mercury freezes. Such was the distressing state of things at Fort Hope, when a new danger arose to aggravate the sufferings of the colonists. CHAPTER 21. Of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 1, Chapter 21. The Large Polar Bears. The only one of the 4 windows through which it was possible to look into the court of the fort was that opening at the end of the entrance passage. The outside shutters had not been closed, but before it could be seen through it had to be washed with boiling water, as the panes were covered with a thick coating of ice. This was done several times a day by the Lieutenant's orders, when the districts surrounding the fort were carefully examined, and the state of the sky and of the alcohol thermometer placed outside were accurately noted. On the 6th January, towards 11 o'clock in the morning, Kellet, whose turn it was to look out, suddenly called the Sergeant and pointed to some moving masses indistinctly visible in the gloom. Long, approaching the window, observed quietly, "They are bears." In fact, half a dozen of these formidable animals had succeeded in getting over the palisades, and, attracted by the smoke from the chimneys, were advancing upon the house. On hearing of the approach of the bears, Hobson at once ordered the window of the passage to be barricaded inside. It was the only unprotected opening in the house, and when it was secured it appeared impossible for the bears to effect an entrance. The window was, therefore, quickly closed up with bars, which the carpenter Mac Nab wedged firmly in, leaving a narrow slit through which to watch the movements of the unwelcome visitors. "Now," observed the head carpenter, "these gentlemen can't get in without our permission, and we can have time to hold a council of war." "Well, Lieutenant," exclaimed Mrs Barnett, "nothing has been wanting to our northern winter. After the cold come the bears." "Not after," replied the Lieutenant, "but, which is a serious matter, with the cold, and a cold so intense that we cannot venture outside. I really don't know how we shall get rid of those tiresome brutes." "I suppose they will soon get tired of prowling about," said the lady, "and return as they came." Hobson shook his head, as if he had his doubts. "You don't know these animals, madam. They are famished with hunger, and will not go until we make them." "Are you anxious, then?" "Yes and no," replied the Lieutenant. "I don't think the bears will get in, but neither do I see how we can get out, should it become necessary for us to do so." With these words Hobson turned to the window, and Mrs Barnett joined the other women who had gathered round the Sergeant, and were listening to what he had to say about the bears. He spoke like a man well up in his subject, for he had had many an encounter with these formidable carnivorous creatures, which are often met with even towards the south, where, however, they can be safely attacked, whilst here the siege would be a regular blockade, for the cold would quite prevent any attempt at a sortie. Throughout the whole day the movements of the bears were attentively watched. Every now and then one of them would lay his great head against the window pane, and an ominous growl was heard. The Lieutenant and Sergeant Long took counsel together, and it was agreed that if their enemies showed no sign of beating a retreat, they would drill a few loopholes in the walls of the house and fire at them. But it was decided to put off this desperate measure for a day or two, as it was desirable to avoid giving access to the outer air, the inside temperature being already far too low. The walrus oil to be burnt was frozen so hard that it had to be broken up with hatchets. The day passed without any incident. The bears went and came, prowling round the house, but attempting no direct attack. Watch was kept all night, and at 4 o'clock in the morning they seemed to have left the court. At any rate, they were nowhere to be seen. But about 7 o'clock Marbre went up to the loft to fetch some provisions, and on his return announced that the bears were walking about on the roof. Hobson, the sergeant, Mac Nab, and two or three soldiers seized their arms, and rushed to the ladder in the passage, which communicated with the loft by a trap door. The cold was, however, so intense in the loft that the men could not hold the barrels of their guns, and their breath froze as it left their lips, and floated about them as snow. Marbre was right. The bears were all on the roof, and the sound of their feet and their growls could be distinctly heard. Their great claws caught in the laths of the roof beneath the ice, and there was some danger that they might have sufficient strength to tear away the woodwork. The Lieutenant and his men, becoming giddy and faint from the intense cold, were soon obliged to go down, and Hobson announced the state of affairs in as hopeful a tone as he could assume. "The bears," he said, "are now upon the roof. We ourselves have nothing to fear, as they can't get into our rooms, but they may force an entrance to the loft, and devour the furs stowed away there. Now these furs belong to the Company, and it is our duty to preserve them from injury. I ask you, then, my friends, to aid me in removing them to a place of safety." All eagerly volunteered, and relieving each other in parties of two or three, for none could have supported the intense severity of the cold for long at a time, they managed to carry all the furs into the large room in about an hour. Whilst the work was proceeding, the bears continued their efforts to get in, and tried to lift up the rafters of the roof. In some places the laths became broken by their weight, and poor Mac Nab was in despair. He had not reckoned upon such a contingency when he had constructed the roof, and expected to see it give way every moment. The day passed, however, without any change in the situation. The bears did not get in, but a no less formidable enemy, the cold, gradually penetrated into every room. The fires in the stoves burnt low, the fuel in reserve was almost exhausted, and before 12 o'clock the last piece of wood would be burnt, and the genial warmth of the stove would no longer cheer the unhappy colonists. Death would then await them, death in its most fearful form, from cold. The poor creatures, huddled together round the stove, felt that their own vital heat must soon become exhausted, but not a word of complaint passed their lips. The women bore their sufferings with the greatest heroism, and Mrs Mac Nab pressed her baby convulsively to her ice-cold breast. Some of the soldiers slept, or rather were wrapped in a heavy torpor which could scarcely be called sleep. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Hobson consulted the thermometer hanging in the large room, about 10 feet from the stove. It was marked 4° Fahrenheit below zero. The Lieutenant pressed his hand to his forehead, and looked mournfully at his silent companions without a word. His half-condensed breath shrouded his face in a white cloud, and he was standing rooted to the spot when a hand was laid upon his shoulder. He started and looked round to see Mrs Barnett beside him. "Something must be done, Lieutenant Hobson," exclaimed the energetic woman. "We cannot die like this without an effort to save ourselves." "Yes," replied the Lieutenant, feeling revived by the moral courage of his companion, "yes, something must be done." And he called together Long, Mac Nab, and Rae, the blacksmith, and the bravest men in his party, all together with Mrs Barnett, hastened to the window, and having washed the panes with boiling water, they consulted the thermometer outside. "72°!" cried Hobson. "My friends, two courses are only open to us. We can risk our lives to get a fresh supply of fuel, or we can burn the benches, beds, partition walls, and everything in the house to feed our stoves for a few days longer. A desperate alternative, for the cold may last some time yet. There is no sign of a change in the weather." "Let us risk our lives to get fuel," said Sergeant Long. All agreed that it would be the best course, and without another word each one set to work to prepare for the emergency. The following were the precautions taken to save the lives of those who were about to risk themselves for the sake of the general good. The shed in which the wood was stored was about 50 steps on the left, behind the principal house. It was decided that one of the men should try and run to the shed. He was to take one rope, wound round his body, and to carry another in his hand, one end of which was to be held by one of his comrades. Once in the shed, he was to load one of the sledges there with fuel, and tie the rope to the front, and the other to the back of the vehicle, so that it could be dragged backwards and forwards between the house and the shed without much danger. A tug violently shaking one or the other cord would be the signal that the sledge was filled with fuel at the shed or unloaded at the house. A very clever plan, certainly, but two things might defeat it. The door of the shed might be so blocked up with ice that it would be very difficult to open it, or the bears might come down from the roof and prowl about the court. Two risks to be run. Long, Mac Nab, and Rae, all three volunteered for the perilous service, but the Sergeant reminded the other two that they were married, and insisted upon being the first to venture. When the Lieutenant expressed a wish to go himself, Mrs Barnett said earnestly, "You are our chief. You have no right to expose yourself. Let Sergeant Long go." Hobson could not but realize that his office imposed caution, and being called upon to decide which of his companions should go, he chose the Sergeant. Mrs Barnett pressed the brave man's hand with ill-concealed emotion, and the rest of the colonists, asleep or stupefied, knew nothing of the attempt about to be made to save their lives. Two long ropes were got ready. The Sergeant wound one round his body above the warm furs, worth some £1,000 sterling, in which he was encased, and tied the other to his belt, on which he hung a tinder box and a loaded revolver. Just before starting, he swallowed down half a glass of rum, as he said to himself, "to ensure a good load of wood." Hobson, Rae, and Mac Nab accompanied the brave fellow through the kitchen, where the fire had just gone out, and into the passage. Rae climbed up to the trap-door of the loft, and peeping through it, made sure that the bears were still on the roof. The moment for action had arrived. One door of the passage was open, and in spite of the thick furs in which they were wrapped, all felt chilled to the very marrow of their bones; and when the second door was pushed open, they recoiled for an instant, panting for breath, whilst the moisture, held in suspension in the air of the passage, covered the walls and the floor with fine snow. The weather outside was extremely dry, and the stars shone with extraordinary brilliancy. Sergeant Long rushed out without a moment's hesitation, dragging the cord behind him, one end of which was held by his companions. The outer door was pushed to, and Hobson, Mac Nab, and Rae went back to the passage and closed the second door, behind which they waited. If Long did not return in a few minutes, they might conclude that his enterprise had succeeded, and that, safe in the shed, he was loading the first train with fuel. 10 minutes at the most ought to suffice for this operation, if he had been able to get the door open. When the Sergeant was fairly off, Hobson and Mac Nab walked together towards the end of the passage. Meanwhile Rae had been watching the bears in the loft. It was so dark that all hoped Long's movements would escape the notice of the hungry animals. 10 minutes elapsed, and the three watchers went back to the narrow space between the two doors, waiting for the signal to be given to drag in the sledge. 5 minutes more. The cord remained motionless in their hands. Their anxiety can be imagined. It was a quarter of an hour since the Sergeant had started, plenty of time for all he had to do, and he had given no signal. Hobson waited a few minutes longer, and then tightening his hold of the end of the rope, he made a sign to his companions to pull with him. If the load of wood were not quite ready, the Sergeant could easily stop it from being dragged away. The rope was pulled vigorously. A heavy object seemed to slide along the snow. In a few moments it reached the outer door. It was the body of the Sergeant with the rope round his waist. Poor Long had never reached the shed. He had fallen fainting to the ground, and after 20 minutes' exposure to such a temperature there was little hope that he would revive. A cry of grief and despair burst from the lips of Mac Nab and Rae. They lifted their unhappy comrade from the ground, and carried him into the passage. but as the Lieutenant was closing the outer door, something pushed violently against it, and a horrible growl was heard. "Help!" cried Hobson. Mac Nab and Rae rushed to their officer's assistance, but Mrs Barnett had been beforehand with them and was struggling with all her strength to help Hobson to close the door. In vain; the monstrous brute, throwing the whole weight of its body against it, would force its way into the passage in another moment. Mrs Barnett, whose presence of mind did not forsake her now, seized one of the pistols in the Lieutenant's belt, and waited quietly until the animal shoved its head between the door and the wall, discharged the contents into its open mouth. The bear fell backwards, mortally wounded no doubt, and the door was shut and securely fastened. The body of the Sergeant was then carried into the large room, but alas, the fire was dying out. How was it possible to restore the vital heat with no means of obtaining warmth? "I will go and fetch some wood," cried the blacksmith Rae. "Yes, Rae, we will go together," exclaimed Mrs Barnett, whose courage was unabated. "No, my friends, no," cried Hobson; "you will fall victims to the cold, or the bears, or both. Let us burn all there is to burn in the house, and leave the rest to God." And the poor half frozen settlers rose and laid about them with their hatchets like madmen. Benches, tables, and partition walls were thrown down, broken up, crushed to pieces, and piled up in the stove of the large room and kitchen furnace. Very soon good fires were burning, on which a few drops of walrus oil were poured, so that the temperature of the rooms quickly rose a dozen degrees. Every effort was made to restore the Sergeant. He was rubbed with warm rum, and gradually the circulation of his blood was restored. The white blotches with which parts of his body were covered began to disappear. But he had suffered dreadfully, and several hours elapsed before he could articulate a word. He was laid in a warm bed, and Mrs Barnett and Madge watched by him until the next morning. Meanwhile Hobson, Mac Nab, and Rae consulted how best to escape from their terrible situation. It was impossible to shut their eyes to the fact that in 2 days this fresh supply of fuel would be exhausted, and then if the cold continued, what would become of them all? The new moon had risen 48 hours ago, and there was no sign of a change in the weather. The north wind still swept the face of the country with its icy breath. The barometer remained at fine dry weather, and there was not a vapour to be seen above the endless succession of ice fields. There was reason to fear that the intense cold would last a long time yet, but what was to be done? Would it do to try once more to get to the woodshed when the bears had been roused by the shot, and rendered doubly dangerous? Would it be possible to attack these dreadful creatures in the open air? No, it would be madness, and certain death for all. Fortunately the temperature of the rooms had now become more bearable, and in the morning Mrs Joliffe served up a breakfast of hot meat and tea. Hot grog was served out, and the brave Sergeant was able to take his share. The heat from the stoves warmed the bodies and reanimated the drooping courage of the poor colonists, who were now ready to attack the bears at a word from Hobson. But the Lieutenant, thinking the forces unequally matched, would not risk the attempt, and it appeared likely that the day would pass without any incident worthy of note, when at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon a great noise was heard on the top of the house. "There they are!" cried 2 or 3 soldiers, hastily arming themselves with hatchets and pistols. It was evident that the bears had torn away one of the rafters of the roof, and got into the loft. "Let every one remain where he is," cried the Lieutenant. "Rae, the trap!" The blacksmith rushed into the passage, scaled the ladder, and shut and securely fastened the trap door. A dreadful noise was now heard, growling, stamping of feet, and tearing of claws. It was doubtful whether the danger of the anxious listeners was increased, or the reverse. Some were of the opinion that if all the bears were in the loft it would be easier to attack them. They would be less formidable in a narrow space. and there would not be the same risk of suffocation from cold. Of course, a conflict with such fierce creatures must still be very perilous, but it no longer appeared so desperate as before. It was now debated whether it would be better to go and attack the besiegers, or to remain on the defensive. Only one soldier could get through the narrow trap door at a time, and this made Hobson hesitate, and finally resolve to wait. The Sergeant and others, whose bravery none could doubt, agreed that he was in the right, and it might be possible that some new incident would occur to modify the situation. It was almost impossible for the bears to break through the beams of the ceiling, as they had the rafters of the roof, so that there was little fear that they would get on to the ground floor. The day passed by in anxious expectation, and at night no one could sleep for the uproar made by the furious beasts. The next day, about 9 o'clock, a fresh complication compelled Hobson to take active steps. He knew that the pipes of the stove and kitchen furnace ran all along the loft, and being made of lime bricks, but imperfectly cemented together, they could not resist great pressure for any length of time. Now some of the bears scratched at the masonry, while others leant against the pipes for the sake of the warmth from the stove, so that the bricks began to give way, and soon the stoves and furnace ceased to draw. This really was an irreparable misfortune, which would have disheartened less energetic men, but things were not yet at their worst. While the fire became lower and lower, a thick, nauseous, acrid smoke filled the house. The pipes were broken, and the smoke soon became so thick that the lamps went out. Hobson now saw that he must leave the house if he wished to escape suffocation, but to leave the house would be to perish with cold. At this fresh misfortune some of the women screamed, and Hobson, seizing a hatchet, shouted in a loud voice, "To the bears! To the bears, my friends!" It was the forlorn hope. These terrible creatures must be destroyed. All rushed into the passage and made for the ladder, Hobson leading the way. The trap door was opened, and a few shots were fired into the black whirlpool of smoke. Mingled howls and screams were heard, and blood began to flow on both sides, but the fearful conflict was waged in profound darkness. In the midst of the mêlée a terrible rumbling sound suddenly drowned the tumult. The ground became violently agitated, and the house rocked as if it were being torn up from its foundations. The beams of the walls separated, and through the openings Hobson and his companions saw the terrified bears rushing away into the darkness, howling with rage and fright. Chapter 21. Part 1, Chapter 22 of The Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 1, Chapter 22. 5 months more. A violent earthquake had shaken Cape Bathurst. Such convulsions were probably frequent in this volcanic region, and the connection between them and eruptions was once more demonstrated. Hobson well understood the significance of what had occurred, and waited in anxious suspense. He knew that the earth might open and swallow up the little colony, but only one shock was felt, and that was rather a rebound than a vertical upheaval, which made the house lean over toward the lake, and burst open its walls. Immediately after this one shock the ground again became firm and motionless. The house, although damaged, was still habitable. The breaches in the walls were quickly repaired, and the pipes of the chimneys were patched together again somehow. Fortunately the wounds the soldiers had received in their struggle with the bears were slight, and merely required dressing. 2 miserable days ensued, during which the woodwork of the beds and the planks of the partition walls were burnt, and the most pressing repairs executed by Mac Nab and his men. The piles, well driven into the earth, had not yielded, but it was evident that the earthquake had caused a sinking of the level of the coast on which the fort was built, which might seriously compromise the safety of the building. Hobson was most anxious to ascertain the extent of the alteration of elevation, but the pitiless cold prevented him from venturing outside. But at last there were symptoms of an approaching change in the weather. The stars shone with rather less brilliancy, and on the 11th January the barometer fell slightly. Hazy vapours floated in the air, the condensation of which would raise the temperature, and on the 12th January the wind veered to the south-west, and snow fell at regular intervals. The thermometer outside suddenly rose to 15° above zero, and to the frozen colonists it was like the beginning of spring. At 11 o'clock the same morning all were out of doors. They were like a band of captives unexpectedly set free. They were, however, absolutely forbidden to go beyond the enceinte of the fort, in case of awkward meetings. The sun had not yet reappeared above the horizon, but it approached it nearly enough to produce a long twilight, during which objects could be distinctly seen to a distance of 2 miles, and Hobson's first thought was to ascertain what difference the earthquake had produced in the appearance of the surrounding districts. Certain changes had been effected. The crest of the promontory of Cape Bathurst had been broken off, and large pieces of the cliff had been flung upon the beach. The whole mass of the cape seems to have been bent towards the lake, altering the elevation of the plateau on which the fort was built. The soil on the west appears to have been depressed, whilst that on the east had been elevated. One of the results of this change of level would unfortunately be that when the thaw set in, the waters of the lake and of Paulina river, in obedience to the law requiring liquids to maintain their level, would inundate a portion of the western coast. The stream would probably scoop out another bed, and the natural harbour at its mouth would be destroyed. The hills on the eastern bank seemed to be considerably depressed, but the cliffs on the west were too far off for any accurate observations to be made. The important alteration produced by the earthquake may, in fact, be summed up in a very few words. The horizontal character of the ground was replaced by a slope from east to west. "Well, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett, laughing, "you were good enough to give my name to the port and river, and now there will be neither Paulina river nor Port Barnett. I must say I have been hardly used." "Well, madam," replied Hobson, "although the river is gone, the lake remains, and we will call it Lake Barnett. I hope that it at least will remain true to you." Mr and Mrs Joliffe, on leaving the house, had hurried, one to the dog house, the other to the reindeer stable. The dogs had not suffered much from their lone confinement, and rushed into the court barking with delight. One reindeer had died, but the others, though thin, appeared to be in good health. "Well, madam," said the Lieutenant, "we have got through our troubles better than we could have expected." "I never despaired," replied the lady. "The miseries of an Arctic winter would not conquer men like you and your companions." "To own the truth, madam," replied Hobson, "I never experienced such intense cold before in all the years I have spent in the north, and if it had lasted many days longer we should have all been lost." "The earthquake came in the nick of time, then, not only to drive away the bears, but also to modify the extremity of the cold?" "Perhaps so, madam. All natural phenomena influence each other to a certain extent, but the volcanic structure of the soil makes me rather uneasy. I cannot but regret the close vicinity of this active volcano. If the lava from it cannot reach us, the earthquake connected with it can. Just look at our house now." "Oh, all that can be put right when the fine weather comes, and you will make it all the stronger for the painful experience you have gained." "Of course we shall, but meanwhile I'm afraid you won't find it very comfortable." "Are you speaking to me, Lieutenant? To an old traveller like me? I shall imagine myself one of the crew of a small vessel, and now that it does not pitch and toss, I shall have no fear of being seasick." "What you say does not surprise me," replied Hobson. "We all know of your grandeur of character, your moral courage, and your imperturbable good temper. You have done much to help us all to bear our troubles, and I thank you in my own name and that of my men." "You flatter me, Lieutenant, you flatter me." "No, no, I only say what every one thinks. But may I ask you one question? You know that next June Captain Craventy is to send us a convoy with provisions, which will take back our furs to Fort Reliance. I suppose our friend Thomas Black, after seeing his eclipse, will return with the captain's men. Do you mean to accompany him?" "Do you mean to send me back?" asked the lady with a smile. "Oh, madam!" "Well, my superior officer," replied Mrs Barnett, extending her hand to the Lieutenant, "I shall ask you to allow me to spend another winter at Fort Hope. Next year one of the Company's ships will probably anchor off Cape Bathurst, and I shall return in it. Having come overland, I should like to go back by Behring Strait." The Lieutenant was delighted with his companion's decision. The two had become sincerely attached to each other, and had many tastes and qualities in common. The hour of separation could not fail to be painful to both. And who could tell what further trials awaited the colonists, in which their combined influence might sustain the courage of the rest? On the 20th January the sun at last reappeared, and the Polar night was at an end. It only remained above the horizon for a few minutes, and was greeted with joyous hurrahs by the settlers. From this date the days gradually increased in length. Throughout the month of February, and until the 15th March, there were abrupt transitions from fine to bad weather. The fine days were so cold that the hunters could not go out, and in the bad weather snowstorms kept them in. It was only between whiles that any outdoor work could be done, and long excursions were out of the question. There was no necessity for them, however, as the traps were in full activity. In the latter end of the winter, martens, foxes, ermines, wolverines, and other valuable animals were taken in large number, and the trappers had plenty to do. In March an excursion was ventured on as far as Walruses' Bay, and it was noticed that the earthquake had considerably altered the form of the cliffs, which were much depressed, whilst the igneous hills beyond, with their summits wrapped in mist, seemed to look larger and more threatening than ever. About the 20th March the hunters sighted the first swans migrating from the south, and uttering shrill cries as they flew. A few snow buntings and winter hawks were also seen, but the ground was still covered with thick layers of frozen snow, and the sun was powerless to melt the hard surface of the lake and sea. The breaking up of the frost did not commence until early in April. The ice burst with a noise like the discharge of artillery. Sudden changes took place in the appearance of the icebergs, broken by collisions, undermined by the action of the water once more set free. Huge masses rolled over with an awful crash, in consequence of the displacement of their centre of gravity, causing fractures and fissures in the ice fields, which greatly accelerated their breaking up. At this time the mean temperature was 32° above zero, so that the upper layer of ice on the beach rapidly dissolved, whilst the chain of icebergs, drifted along by the currents of the Polar Sea, gradually drew back and became lost in the fogs of the horizon. On the 15th April the sea was open, and a vessel from the Pacific Ocean coming through Behring Strait could certainly have skirted along the American coast and have anchored off Cape Bathurst. Whilst the ice was disappearing from the ocean, Lake Barnett was also laying aside its slippery armour, much to the delight of the thousands of ducks and other waterfowl which began to teem upon its banks. As Hobson had foreseen, however, the level of the lake was affected by the slope of the soil. That part of the beach which stretched away from the enceinte of the fort, was bounded on the east by wooded hills, had increased considerably in extent, and Hobson estimated that the waters of the lake had receded 500 paces on the eastern bank. As a natural consequence, the water on the western side had risen, and if not held back by some natural barrier, would inundate the country. On the whole, it was fortunate that the slope was from east to west, for had it been from west to east, the factory must have been submerged. The little river dried up as soon as the thaw set free its waters. It might almost be said to have run back to its source, so abrupt was the slope of its bed from north to south. "We have now to erase a river from the map of the Arctic regions," observed Hobson to his sergeant. "It would have been embarrassing if we had been dependent on the truant for drinkable water. Fortunately we still have Lake Barnett, and I don't suppose our thirsty men will drain it quite dry." "Yes, we've got the lake," replied the Sergeant, "but do you think its waters have remained sweet?" Hobson started, and looked at his subordinate with knitted brows. It had not occurred to him that a fissure in the ground might have established a communication between the lake and the sea. Should it be so, ruin must ensue, and the factory would inevitably have to be abandoned after all. The Lieutenant and Hobson rushed to the lake, and found their fears groundless. Its waters were still sweet. Early in May the snow had disappeared in several places, and scanty vegetation clothed the soil. Tiny mosses and slender grasses timidly pushed up their stems above the ground, and the sorrel and cochlearia seeds which Mrs Joliffe had planted began to sprout. The carpet of snow had protected them through the bitter winter, but they still had to be saved from the beaks of birds and the teeth of rodents. This arduous and important task was confided to the worthy corporal, who acquitted himself of it with the zeal and devotion of a scarecrow in a kitchen garden. The long days had now returned, and hunting was resumed. Hobson was anxious to have a good stock of furs for the agents from Fort Reliance to take charge of when they arrived, as they would do in a few weeks. Marbre and Sabine and the others therefore commenced the campaign. Their excursions were neither long nor fatiguing. They never went further than 2 miles from Cape Bathurst, for they had never before been in a district so well stocked with game, and they were both surprised and delighted. Martens, reindeers, hares, caribous, foxes, and ermines passed close to their guns. One thing, however, excited some regret in the minds of the colonists. Not a trace was to be seen of their old enemies the bears, and it seemed as if they had taken all their relations with them. Perhaps the earthquake had frightened them away, for they have a very delicate nervous organization, if such an expression can be applied to a mere quadruped. It was a pity they were gone, for vengeance could not be wreaked upon them. The month of May was very wet. Rain and snow succeeded each other. The mean temperature was only 41° above zero. Fogs were of frequent occurrence, and so thick that it would often have been imprudent to go any distance from the fort. Petersen and Kellet once caused their companions grave anxiety by disappearing for 48 hours. They had lost their way, and turned to the south when they thought they were near to Walruses' Bay. They came back exhausted and half dead with hunger. June came at last, and with it really fine warm weather. The colonists were able to leave off their winter clothing. They worked zealously at repairing the house, the foundations of which had to be propped up, and Hobson also ordered the construction of a large magazine at the southern corner of the court. The quantity of game justified the expenditure of time and labour involved. The number of furs collected was already considerable, and it was necessary to have some place set aside in which to keep them. The Lieutenant now expected every day the arrival of the detachment to be sent by Captain Craventy. A good many things were still required for the new settlement. The stores were getting low, and if the party had left the fort in the beginning of May, they ought to reach Cape Bathurst towards the middle of June. It will be remembered that the captain and his lieutenant had fixed upon the cape as the spot of rendezvous, and Hobson having constructed his fort on it, there was no fear of the reinforcements failing to find him. From the 15th June the districts surrounding the cape were carefully watched. The British flag waved from the summit of the cliff, and could be seen at a considerable distance. It was probable that the convoy would follow the Lieutenant's example, and skirt along the coast from Coronation Gulf. If not exactly the shortest, it was the surest route. At a time when, the sea being free from ice, the coastline could be easily followed. When the month of June passed without the arrival of the expected party, Hobson began to feel rather uneasy, especially as the country again became wrapped in fogs. He began to fear that the agents might lose their way, and often talked the matter over with Mrs Barnett, Mac Nab, and Rae. Thomas Black made no attempt to conceal his uneasiness, for he was anxious to return with the party from Fort Reliance as soon as he had seen his eclipse, and should anything keep them back from coming, he would have to resign himself to another winter, a prospect which did not please him at all, and in reply to his eager questions Hobson could say little to reassure him. The 4th July dawned. No news. Some men sent to the south east to reconnoitre returned, bringing no tidings. Either the agents had never started, or they had lost their way. The latter hypothesis was unfortunately the more probable. Hobson knew Captain Craventy, and felt confident that he had sent off the convoy at the time named. His increasing anxiety will therefore be readily understood. The fine season was rapidly passing away. Another 2 months, and the Arctic winter, with its bitter winds, its whirlpools of snow, and its long nights, would again set in. Hobson, as we well know, was not a man to yield to misfortune without a struggle. Something must be done, and with the ready concurrence of the astronomer, the following plan was decided on. It was now the 5th July. In another fortnight, July 18th, the solar eclipse was to take place, and after that Thomas Black would be free to leave Fort Hope. It was therefore agreed that if by that time the agents had not arrived, a convoy of a few men and 4 or 5 sledges should leave the factory and make for the Great Slave Lake, taking with them some of the most valuable furs, and if no accident befell them, they might hope to arrive at Fort Reliance in 6 weeks at the latest, that is to say, towards the end of August. This matter settled, Thomas Black shrank back into his shell, and became once more the man of one idea, awaiting the moment when the moon, passing between the orb of day and himself, should totally eclipse the disc of the sun. CHAPTER 23. Of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 1, Chapter 23. The Eclipse of the 18th July, 1860. The mists did not disperse, the sun shone feebly through thick curtains of fog, and the astronomer began to have a great dread lest the eclipse should not be visible after all. Sometimes the fog was so dense that the summit of the cape could not be seen from the court of the fort. Hobson got more and more uneasy. He had no longer any doubts that the convoy had gone astray in the strange land. Moreover, vague apprehensions and sad forebodings increased his depression. He could not look into the future with any confidence. Why, he would have found it impossible to explain. Everything apparently combined to reassure him. In spite of the great rigour of the winter, his little colony was in excellent health. No quarrels had risen amongst the colonists, and their zeal and enthusiasm was still unabated. The surrounding districts were well stocked with game. The harvest of furs had surpassed his expectations, and the Company might well be satisfied with the result of the enterprise. Even if no fresh supply of provisions arrived, the resources of the country were such that the prospect of a second winter need awake no misgivings. Why, then, was Lieutenant Hobson losing hope and confidence? He and Mrs Barnett had many a talk on the subject, and the latter did all she could to raise the drooping spirits of the commanding officer, urging upon him all the considerations enumerated above, and one day, walking with him along the beach, she pleaded the cause of Cape Bathurst and the factory, built at the cost of so much suffering, with more than usual eloquence. "Yes, yes, madam, you are right," replied Hobson, "but we can't help our presentiments. I am no visionary. 20 times in my soldier's life I have been in critical circumstances, and have never lost presence of mind for one instant. And now, for the first time in my life, I am uneasy about the future. If I had to face a positive danger, I should have no fear, but a vague, uncertain peril, of which I have only a presentiment." "Of what danger do you mean?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "A danger from men, from animals, or the elements?" "Of animals I have no dread whatever, madam. It is for them to tremble before the hunters of Cape Bathurst. Nor do I fear men. These districts are frequented by none but Esquimaux, and the Indians seldom venture so far north." "Besides, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett, "the Canadians, whose arrival you so much feared in the fine season, have never appeared." "I am sorry for it, madam." "What! you regret the absence of the rivals who are so evidently hostile to your company?" "Madam, I am both glad and sorry that they have not come. That will, of course, puzzle you; but observe that the expected convoy from Fort Reliance has not arrived. It is the same with the agents of the St Louis Fur Company. They might have come, and they have not done so. Not a single Esquimaux has visited this part of the coast during the summer either." "And what do you conclude from all this?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "I conclude that it is not so easy to get to Cape Bathurst or to Fort Hope as we could wish." The lady looked into the Lieutenant's anxious face, struck with the melancholy and significant intonation of the word easy. "Lieutenant Hobson," she said earnestly, "if you fear neither men nor animals, I must conclude that your anxiety has reference to the elements." "Madam," he replied, "I do not know if my spirit be broken, or if my presentiments blind me, but there seems to me to be something uncanny about this district. If I had known it better, I should not have settled down in it. I have already called your attention to certain peculiarities which to me appear inexplicable. The total absence of stones everywhere, and the clear cut line of the coast. I can't make out about the primitive formation of this end of the continent. I know that the vicinity of a volcano may cause some phenomena, but you remember what I said to you on the subject of the tides?" "Oh yes, perfectly." "Where the sea ought, according to the observations of explorers in these latitudes, to have risen 15 or 20 feet, it has scarcely risen one." "Yes, but that you accounted for by the irregular distribution of land and the narrowness of the straits." "I tried to account for it, that is all," replied Hobson; "but the day before yesterday I noticed a still more extraordinary phenomenon, which I cannot even try to explain, and I doubt if the greatest savants could do so either." Mrs Barnett looked inquiringly at Hobson. "What has happened?" she exclaimed. "Well, the day before yesterday, madam, when the moon was full, and according to the almanac the tide ought to have been very high, the sea did not even rise 1 foot as it did before. It did not rise at all." "Perhaps you may be mistaken," observed Mrs Barnett. "I am not mistaken. I saw it with my own eyes. The day before yesterday, July 4th, there was positively no tide on the coast of Cape Bathurst." "And what do you conclude from that?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "I conclude, madam," replied the Lieutenant, "either that the laws of nature are changed, or that this district is peculiarly situated. Or rather I conclude nothing. I explain nothing. I am puzzled. I do not understand it, and therefore I am anxious." Mrs Barnett asked no more questions. Evidently the total absence of tides was as unnatural and inexplicable as would be the absence of the sun from the meridian at noon, unless the earthquake had so modified the conformation of the coasts of the Arctic regions as to account for it; but no, such an idea could not be entertained by any one accustomed to note terrestrial phenomena. As for supposing that the Lieutenant could be mistaken in his observations, that was impossible, and that very day he and Mrs Barnett, by means of beach marks made on the beach, ascertained beyond all doubt that whereas a year before the sea rose a foot, there was now no tide whatever. The matter was kept a profound secret, as Hobson was unwilling to render his companions anxious, but he might often be seen standing motionless and silent upon the summit of the cape, gazing across the sea, which was now open, and stretched away as far as the eye could reach. During the month of July hunting the furred animals was discontinued, as the martens, foxes, and others had already lost their winter beauty. No game was brought down but that required for food, such as caribous, polar hares, etc., which, strange to say, instead of being scared away by the guns, continued to multiply near the fort. Mrs Barnett did not fail to note this peculiar, and, as the event proved, significant fact. No change had taken place in the situation on the 15th July. No news from Fort Reliance. The expected convoy did not arrive, and Hobson resolved to execute his project of sending to Captain Craventy, as Captain Craventy did not come to him. Of course none but Sergeant Long could be appointed to the command of the little troop, although the faithful fellow would rather not have been separated from his lieutenant. A considerable time must necessarily elapse before he could get back to Fort Hope. He would have to pass the winter at Fort Reliance, and return the next summer, 8 months at least. It is true either Mac Nab or Rae could have taken the Sergeant's place, but then they were married, and the one being a master carpenter, and the other the only blacksmith, the colonists could not well have dispensed with their services. Such were the grounds on which the Lieutenant chose Long, and the Sergeant submitted with military obedience. The 4 soldiers elected to accompany him were Belcher, Pond, Petersen, and Kellet, who declared their readiness to start. 4 sledges and their teams of dogs were told off for the service. They were to take a good stock of provisions, and the most valuable of the furs, foxes, ermines, martens, swans, lynxes, muskrats, gluttons, etc., all contributed to the precious convoy. The start was fixed for the morning of the 19th July, the day after the eclipse. Of course Thomas Black was to accompany the Sergeant, and one sledge was to convoy his precious person and instruments. The worthy savant endured agonies of suspense in the few days preceding the phenomenon which he awaited with so much impatience. He might well be anxious, for one day it was fine and another wet. Now mists obscured the sun, or thick fogs hid it altogether, and the wind veered to every point of the horizon with provoking fickleness and uncertainty. What if during the few moments of the eclipse the queen of the night and the great orb of day should be wrapped in an opaque cloud at the critical moment, so that he, the astronomer, Thomas Black, come so far to watch the phenomenon, should be unable to see the luminous corona or the red prominences? How terrible would be the disappointment! How many dangers, how much suffering, how much fatigue would have been gone through in vain! "To have come so far to see the moon and not to see it!" he cried in a comically piteous tone. No, he could not face the thought, and early of an evening he would climb to the summit of the cape and gaze into the heavens. The fair Phoebe was nowhere to be seen, for it being 3 days before new moon, she was accompanying the sun in his daily course, and her light was quenched in his beams. Many a time did Thomas Black relieve his overburdened heart by pouring out his troubles to Mrs Barnett. The good lady felt sincerely sorry for him, and one day, anxious to reassure him, she told him that the barometer showed a certain tendency to rise, and reminded him that they were in the fine season. "The fine season!" cried the poor astronomer, shrugging his shoulders. "Who can speak of a fine season in such a country as this?" "Well, but Mr Black," said Mrs Barnett, "suppose, for the sake of argument, that you miss the eclipse by any unlucky chance. I suppose there will be another some day. The eclipse of July 18th will not be the last of this century." "No, madam, no," returned Black; "there will be 5 more total eclipses of the sun before 1900. One on the 31st December 1861, which will be total for the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean, and the Sahara Desert. A second on the 22nd December 1870, total for the Azores, the south of Spain, Algeria, Sicily, and Turkey. A third on the 19th August 1887, total for the north east of Germany, the south of Russia, and Central Asia. A fourth on 9th April 1896, visible in Greenland, Lapland, and Siberia. And lastly a fifth on the 28th May 1900, which will be a total eclipse for the United States, Spain, Algeria, and Egypt." "Well, Mr Black," resumed Mrs Barnett, "if you lose the eclipse of the 18th July, 1860, you can console yourself by looking forward to that of the 31st December, 1861. It will only be 17 months." "I can console myself, madam," said the astronomer gravely, "by looking forward to that of 1896. I shall have to wait not 17 months, but 36 years." "May I ask why?" "Because of all the eclipse, it alone, that of the 9th August, 1896, will be total for places in high latitudes, such as Lapland, Siberia, or Greenland." "But what is the special interest of an observation taken in these elevated latitudes?" "What special interest?" cried Thomas Black. "Why, a scientific interest of the highest importance. Eclipses have very rarely been watched near the Pole, where the sun, being very little above the horizon, is considerably increased in size. The disc of the moon, which is to intervene between us and the sun, is subject to a similar apparent extension, and therefore it may be that the red prominences and the luminous corona can be more thoroughly examined. This, madam, is why I have travelled all this distance to watch the eclipse above the 70th parallel. A similar opportunity will not occur until 1896, and who can tell if I shall be alive then?" To this burst of enthusiasm there was no reply to be made, and the astronomer's anxiety and depression increased, for the inconstant weather seemed more and more disposed to play him some ill natured trick. It was very fine on the 16th July, but the next day it was cloudy and misty, and Thomas Black became really ill. The feverish state he had been in for so long seemed likely to result in a serious illness. Mrs Barnett and Hobson tried in vain to soothe him, and Sergeant Long and the others could not understand how it was possible to be so unhappy for love of the moon. At last the great day, the 18th July, dawned. According to the calculations of the astronomers, the total eclipse was to last 4 minutes 37 seconds, that is to say, from 43 minutes 15 seconds past 11 to 47 minutes 57 seconds past 11 a.m. "What can I do? What do I ask?" moaned the astronomer, tearing his hair. "Only one little corner of the sky free from clouds, only the small space in which the eclipse is to take place. Aye, and for how long? For 4 short minutes. After that let it snow, let it thunder, let the elements break loose in a fury. I should care no more for it all than a snail for a chronometer." It is not to be denied that Thomas Black had some grounds for his fears. It really seemed likely that observations would be impossible. At daybreak the horizon was shrouded in mists, heavy clouds were coming up from the south and covering the very portion of the sky in which the eclipse was to take place. But doubtless the patron saint of astronomers had pity on poor Black, for towards 8 o'clock a slight wind arose and swept the mists and clouds from the sky, leaving it bright and clear. A cry of gratitude burst from the lips of the astronomer, and his heart beat high with newly awakened hope. The sun shone brightly, and the moon, so soon to darken it, was as yet invisible in its glorious beams. Thomas Black's instruments were already carefully placed on the promontory, and having pointed them towards the southern horizon, he awaited the event with calmness restored, and the coolness necessary for taking his observation. What was there left to fear? Nothing, unless it was that the sky might fall upon his head. At 9 o'clock there was not a cloud, not a vapour left upon the sky from the zenith to the horizon. Never were circumstances more favourable to an astronomical observation. The whole party were anxious to take part in the observation, and all gathered round the astronomer on Cape Bathurst. Gradually the sun rose above the horizon, describing an extended arc above the vast plain stretching away to the south. No one spoke, but awaited the eclipse in solemn silence. Towards half past 9 the eclipse commenced. The disc of the moon seemed to graze that of the sun, but the moon's shadow was not to fall completely on the earth, hiding the sun until between 43 minutes past 11 and 47 minutes 57 seconds past 11. That was the time fixed in the almanacs, and every one knows that no error can creep into them, established, verified, and controlled as they are by the scientific men of all the observatories in the world. The astronomer had brought a good many glasses with him, and he distributed them amongst his companions, that all might watch the progress of the phenomenon without injury to the eyes. The brown disc of the moon gradually advanced, and terrestrial objects began to assume a peculiar orange hue, whilst the atmosphere on the zenith completely changed colour. At a quarter past 10 half the disc of the sun was darkened, and a few dogs which happened to be at liberty showed signs of uneasiness and howled piteously. The wild ducks, thinking night had come, began to utter sleepy calls, and to seek their nests, and the mothers gathered their little ones under their wings. The hush of eventide fell upon all animated nature. At 11 o'clock 2/3 of the sun were covered, and all terrestrial objects became a kind of vinous red. A gloomy twilight set in, to be succeeded during the 4 minutes of totality by absolute darkness. A few planets, amongst others Mercury and Venus, began to appear, and some constellations, Caplet, symbol of Taurus, and symbol of Orion. The darkness deepened every moment. Thomas Black remained motionless with his eye glued to the glass of his instrument, eagerly watching the progress of the phenomenon. At 43 minutes past 11 the discs of the two luminaries ought to be exactly opposite to each other, that of the moon completely hiding that of the sun. "43 minutes past 11," announced Hobson, who was attentively watching the minute hand of his chronometer. Thomas Black remained motionless, stooping over his instrument. Half a minute passed, and then the astronomer drew himself up, with eyes distended and eager. Once more he bent over the telescope, and cried in a choked voice— "She is going! She is going! The moon is going! She is disappearing, running away!" True enough, the disc of the moon was gliding away from that of the sun without having completely covered it. The astronomer had fallen backwards, completely overcome. The 4 minutes were past. The luminous corona had not appeared. "What is the matter?" inquired Hobson. "The matter is," screamed the poor astronomer, "that the eclipse was not total, not total for this portion of the globe, d'ye hear? It was not total, I say, not total." "Then all your almanacs are incorrect." "Incorrect! Don't tell that to me, if you please, Lieutenant Hobson." "But what then?" said Hobson, suddenly changing countenance. "Why," said Black, "we are not after all on the 70th parallel." "Only fancy!" cried Mrs Barnett. "We can soon prove it." "We can soon prove it," said the astronomer, whose eyes flashed with rage and disappointment. "The sun will pass the meridian in a few minutes. My sextant, quick, make haste!" One of the soldiers rushed to the house and fetched the instrument required. The astronomer pointed it upon the sun. He watched the orb of day pass the meridian, and rapidly noted down a few calculations. "What was the situation of Cape Bathurst a year ago, when we took the latitude?" he inquired. 70 degrees 44 minutes and 37 seconds, replied Hobson. "Well, sir, it is now 73 degrees 7 minutes and 20 seconds. You see we are not under the 70th parallel." "Or rather, we are no longer there," muttered Hobson. A sudden light had broken in upon his mind. All the phenomena hitherto so inexplicable were now explained. Cape Bathurst had drifted 3 degrees further north since the arrival of the Lieutenant and his companions. End of chapter 23. And end of part 1. Part 2, Chapter 1 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 1. A Floating Fort. And so Fort Hope, founded by Lieutenant Hobson on the borders of the Polar Sea, had drifted. Was the courageous agent of the Company to blame for this? No, any one might have been deceived as he had been. No human prevision could have foreseen such a calamity. He meant to build upon a rock, and he had not even built upon sand. The peninsula of Victoria, which the best maps of English America join to the American continent, had been torn suddenly away from it. This peninsula was, in fact, nothing but an immense piece of ice, 500 square miles in extent, converted by successive deposits of sand and earth into apparently solid ground well clothed with vegetation. Connected with the mainland for thousands of centuries, the earthquake of the 8th of January had dragged it away from its moorings, and it was now a floating island, at the mercy of the winds and waves, and had been carried along the Arctic Ocean by powerful currents for the last 3 months. Yes, Fort Hope was built upon ice. Hobson at once understood the mysterious change in their latitude. The isthmus, that is to say, the neck of land which connected the peninsula of Victoria with the mainland, had been snapped in two by a subterranean convulsion connected with the eruption of the volcano some months before. As long as the northern winter continued, the frozen sea maintained things as they were. But when the thaw came, when the ice fields melted beneath the rays of the sun, and the huge icebergs, driven out into the offing, drew back to the furthest limits of the horizon, when the sea at last became open, the whole peninsula drifted away, with its woods, its cliffs, its promontories, its inland lagoon, and its coast line, under the influence of a current about which nothing was known. For months this drifting had been going on unnoticed by the colonists, who even when hunting did not go far from Fort Hope. Beach marks, if they had been made, would have been useless, for heavy mists obscured everything at a short distance. The ground remained apparently firm and motionless, and there was, in short, nothing to hint to the Lieutenant and his men that they had become islanders. The position of the new island with regard to the rising and setting of the sun was the same as before. Had the cardinal points changed their position, had the island turned round, the Lieutenant, the astronomer, or Mrs Barnett would certainly have noticed and understood the change. But in its course the island had thus far followed a parallel of latitude, and its motion, though rapid, had been imperceptible. Although Hobson had no doubt of the moral and physical courage and determination of his companions, he determined not to acquaint them with the truth. It would be time enough to tell them of their altered position when it had been thoroughly studied. Fortunately the good fellows, soldiers or workmen, took little notice in the astronomical observations, and not being able to see the consequences involved, they did not trouble themselves about the change of latitude just announced. The Lieutenant determined to conceal his anxiety, and seeing no remedy for the misfortune, mastered his emotion by a strong effort, and tried to console Thomas Black, who was lamenting his disappointment and tearing his hair. The astronomer had no doubt about the misfortune of which he was the victim. Not having, like the Lieutenant, noticed the peculiarities of the district, he did not look beyond the one fact in which he was interested. On the day fixed, at the time named, the moon had not completely eclipsed the sun, and what could he conclude but that, to the disgrace of observatories, the almanacs were false, and that the long desired eclipse, his own eclipse, Thomas Black's, which he had come so far and through so many dangers to see, had not been total for this particular district under the 70th parallel. No, no, it was impossible to believe it. He could not face the terrible certainty, and he was overwhelmed with disappointment. He was soon to learn the truth, however. Meanwhile Hobson let his men imagine that the failure of the eclipse could only interest himself and the astronomer, and they returned to their ordinary occupations. But as they were leaving, Corporal Joliffe stopped suddenly and said, touching his cap— "May I ask you one question, sir?" "Of course, Corporal." "Say on," replied the Lieutenant, who was wondering what was coming. But Joliffe hesitated, and his little wife nudged his elbow. "Well, Lieutenant," resumed the Corporal, "it's just about the 70th degree of latitude, if we are not where we thought we were." The Lieutenant frowned. "Well," he replied evasively, "we made a mistake in our reckoning. Our first observation was wrong. But what does that concern you?" "Please, sir, it's because of the pay. replied Joliffe with a scowl. "You know well enough that the Company promised us double pay." Hobson drew a sigh of relief. It will be remembered that the men had been promised higher pay if they succeeded in settling on or above the 70th degree north latitude, and Joliffe, who always had an eye to the main chance, had looked upon the whole matter from a monetary point of view, and was afraid the bounty would be withheld. "You needn't be afraid," said Hobson with a smile, "and you can tell your brave comrades that our mistake, which is really inexplicable, will not in the least prejudice your interests. We are not below but above the 70th parallel, and so you will get your double pay." "Thank you, sir, thank you," replied Joliffe with a beaming face. "It isn't that we think much about money, but that the money sticks to us." And with this sage remark the men drew off, little dreaming what a strange and fearful change had taken place in the position of the country. Sergeant Long was about to follow the others, when Hobson stopped him with the words, "Remain here, Sergeant Long." The subordinate officer turned on his heels and waited for the Lieutenant to address him. All had now left the Cape except Mrs Barnett, Madge, Thomas Black, and the two officers. Since the eclipse Mrs Barnett had not uttered a word. She looked inquiringly at Hobson, who tried to avoid meeting her eyes. For some time not another word was spoken. All involuntarily turned towards the south, where the broken isthmus was situated, but from their position they could only see the sea horizon on the north. Had Cape Bathurst been situated a few hundred feet more above the level of the ocean, they would have been able at a glance to ascertain the limits of their island home. All were deeply moved at the sight of Fort Hope and all its occupants borne away from all solid ground, and floating at the mercy of winds and waves. "Then, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett at last, "all strange phenomena you observed are now explained." "Yes, madam," he replied, "everything is explained. The peninsula of Victoria, now an island, which we thought firm ground with an immovable foundation, is nothing more than a vast sheet of ice welded for centuries to the American continent. Gradually the wind has strewn it with earth and sand, and scattered over them the seeds from which have sprung the trees and mosses with which it is clothed. Rain water filled the lagoon, and produced the little river. Vegetation transformed the appearance of the ground. But beneath the lake, beneath the soil of earth and sand, in a word, beneath our feet is a foundation of ice, which floats upon the water by reason of its being specifically lighter than it. Yes, it is a sheet of ice which bears us up, and is carrying us away, and this is why we have not found a single flint or stone upon its surface. This is why its shores are perpendicular. This is why we found ice 10 feet below the surface when we dug the reindeer pit. This, in short, is why the tide was not noticeable on the peninsula, which rose and sank with the ebb and flow of the waves." "Everything is indeed explained," said Mrs Barnett, "and your presentiments did not deceive you. But can you explain why the tides, which do not affect us at all now, were to a slight extent perceptible on our arrival?" "Simply because, madam, on our arrival the peninsula was still connected by means of its flexible isthmus with the American continent. It offered a certain resistance to the current, and on its northern shores the tide rose 2 feet beyond low water mark, instead of the 20 we reasonably expected. But from the moment when the earthquake broke the connecting link, from the moment when the peninsula became an island free from all control, it rose and sank with the ebb and flow of the tide, and, as we noticed together at full moon a few days ago, no sensible difference was produced on our shores." In spite of his despair, Thomas Black listened attentively to Hobson's explanations, and could not but see the reasonableness of his deductions. But he was furious at such a rare, unexpected, and, as he said, ridiculous phenomenon occurring just so as to make him miss the eclipse, and he said not a word, but maintained a gloomy, even haughty silence. "Poor Mr Black!" said Mrs Barnett. "It must be owned that an astronomer was never more hardly used than you since the world began." "In any case, however," said Hobson, turning to her, "we have neither of us anything to reproach ourselves with. No one can find fault with us. Nature alone is to blame. The earthquake cut off our communication with the mainland, and converted our peninsula into a floating island. And this explains why the fur and other animals imprisoned like ourselves have become so numerous round the fort." "This, too, is why the rivals you so much dreaded have not visited us, Lieutenant!" exclaimed Madge. "And this," added the Sergeant, "accounts for the non arrival of the convoy sent to Cape Bathurst by Captain Craventy." "And this is why," said Mrs Barnett, looking at the Lieutenant, "I must give up all hope of returning to Europe this year at least." The tone of voice in which the lady made this last remark showed that she resigned herself to her fate more readily than could have been expected. She seemed suddenly to have made up her mind to make the best of the situation, which would no doubt give her an opportunity of making a great many interesting observations. And after all, what good would grumbling have done? Recriminations were worse than useless. They could not have altered their position, or have checked the course of the wandering island, and there was no means of reuniting it to a continent. No, God alone could decide the future of Fort Hope. They must bow to his will. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 2. Where are we? It was necessary carefully to study the unexpected and novel situation in which the agents of the Company now found themselves, and Hobson did so with his chart before him. He could not ascertain the longitude of Victoria Island, the original name being retained, until the next day, and the latitude had already been taken. For the longitude, the altitude of the sun must be ascertained before and after noon, and 2 hours' angles must be measured. At 2 o'clock p.m. Hobson and Black took the height of the sun above the horizon with the sextant, and they hoped to recommence the same operation the next morning towards 10 o'clock a.m., so as to be able to infer from the two altitudes obtained the exact point of the Arctic Ocean then occupied by their island. The party did not, however, at once return to the fort, but remained talking together for some little time on the promontory. Madge declared she was quite resigned, and evidently thought only of her mistress, at whom she could not look without emotion. She could not bear to think of the sufferings and trials her dear girl might have to go through in the future. She was ready to lay down her life for Paulina, but what good could that do now? She knew, however, that Mrs Barnett was not a woman to sink under her misfortunes, and indeed at present there was really no need for any one to despair. There was no immediate danger to be dreaded, and a catastrophe might even yet be avoided. This Hobson carefully explained to his companions. Two dangers threatened the island floating along the coast of North America, only two. It could be drawn by the currents of the open sea to the high polar latitudes from which there is no return, or the current could take it to the south, perhaps through the Behring Strait into the Pacific Ocean. In the former contingency the colonists, shut in by ice and surrounded by impassable icebergs, would have no means of communication with their fellow creatures, and would die of cold and hunger in the solitudes of the north. In the latter contingency, Victoria Island, driven by the currents to the western waters of the Pacific, would gradually melt and go to pieces beneath the feet of its inhabitants. In either case death would await the Lieutenant and his companions, and the fort, erected at the cost of so much labour and suffering, would be destroyed. But it was scarcely probable that either of these events would happen. The season was already considerably advanced, and in less than 3 months the sea would again be rendered motionless by the icy hand of the polar winter. The ocean would again be converted into an ice field, and by means of sledges they might get to the nearest land, the coast of Russian America if the island remained in the east, or the coast of Asia if it were driven to the west.
"For," added Hobson, "we have absolutely no control over our floating island. Having no sail to hoist, as in a boat, we cannot guide it in the least. Where it takes us we must go." All that Hobson said was clear, concise, and to the point. There could be no doubt that the bitter cold of winter would solder Victoria Island to the vast ice field, and it was highly probable that it would drift neither too far north nor too far south. To have crossed a few hundred miles of ice was no such terrible prospect for brave and resolute men accustomed to long excursions in the Arctic regions. It would be necessary, it was true, to abandon Fort Hope, the object of so many hopes, and to lose the benefit of all their exertions. But what of that? The factory, built upon a shifting soil, could be of no further use to the Company. Sooner or later it would be swallowed up by the ocean, and what was the good of useless regrets? It must therefore be deserted as soon as circumstances should permit. The only thing against the safety of the colonists was, and the Lieutenant dwelt long on this point, that during the 8 or 9 weeks which must elapse before the solidification of the Arctic Ocean, Victoria Island might be dragged too far north or south. Arctic explorers had often told of pieces of ice being drifted an immense distance without any possibility of stopping them. Everything, then, depended on the force and direction of the currents from the opening of Behring Strait, and it would be necessary carefully to ascertain all that a chart of the Arctic Ocean could tell. Hobson had such a chart, and invited all who were with him on the Cape to come to his room and look at it. But before going down to the fort he once more urged upon them the necessity of keeping their situation a secret. "It is not yet desperate," he said, "and it is therefore quite unnecessary to damp the spirits of our comrades, who will perhaps not be able to understand, as we do, all the chances in our favour." "Would it not be prudent to build a boat large enough to hold us all, and strong enough to carry us a few hundred miles over the sea?" observed Mrs Barnett. "It would be prudent, certainly," said Hobson, "and we will do it. I must think of some pretext for beginning the work at once, and give the necessary orders to the head carpenter. But taking to a boat can only be a forlorn hope when everything else has failed. We must try all we can to avoid being on the island when the ice breaks up, and we must make for the mainland as soon as ever the sea is frozen over." Hobson was right. It would take about 3 months to build a 30 or 35-ton vessel, and the sea would not be open when it was finished. It would be very dangerous to embark the whole party when the ice was breaking up all round, and he would be well out of his difficulties if he could get across the ice to firm ground before the next thaw set in. This was why Hobson thought a boat a forlorn hope, a desperate makeshift, and every one agreed with him. Secrecy was once more promised, for it was felt that Hobson was the best judge of the matter, and a few minutes later the 5 conspirators were seated together in the large room of Fort Hope, which was then deserted, eagerly examining an excellent map of the oceanic and atmospheric currents of the Arctic Ocean, special attention being naturally given to that part of the Polar Sea between Cape Bathurst and Behring Strait. 2 principal currents divide the dangerous latitudes comprehended between the Polar Circle and the imperfectly known zone called the North West Passage since McClure's daring discovery. At least only 2 have been hitherto noticed by marine surveyors. One is called the Kamtchatka Current. It takes its rise in the offing outside the peninsula of that name, follows the coast of Asia, and passes through Behring Strait, touching Cape East, a promontory of Siberia. After running due north for about 600 miles from the strait, it turns suddenly to the east, pretty nearly following the same parallel as McClure's passage, and probably doing much to keep that communication open for a few months in the warm season. The other current, called Behring Current, flows just the other way. After running from east to west at about 100 miles at the most from the coast, it comes into collision, so to speak, with the Kamtchatka Current at the opening of the strait, and turning to the south approaches the shores of Russian America, crosses Bering Sea, and finally breaks on the kind of circular dam formed by the Aleutian Islands. Hobson's map gave a very exact summary of the most recent nautical observations, so that it could be relied on. The Lieutenant examined it carefully before speaking, and then pressing his hand to his head, as if oppressed by some sad presentiment, he observed— "Let us hope that the fate will not take us to remote northern latitudes. Our wandering island would run a risk of never returning."
"Why, Lieutenant?"
broke in Mrs Barnett. "Why, madam?" replied Hobson. "Look well at this part of the Arctic Ocean, and you will readily understand why. Two currents, both dangerous for us, run opposite ways. When they meet, the island must necessarily become stationary, and that at a great distance from any land. At that point it will have to remain for the winter, and when the next thaw sets in, it will either follow the Kamtchatka Current to the deserted regions of the north west, or it will float down with the Behring Current to be swallowed up by the Pacific Ocean."
"That will not happen, Lieutenant," said Madge in a tone of earnest conviction. "God would never permit that." "I can't make out," said Mrs Barnett, "whereabouts in the Polar Sea we are at this moment, for I see but one current from the offing of Cape Bathurst which bears directly to the north west, and that is the dangerous Kamtchatka Current. Are you not afraid that it has us in its fatal embrace, and is carrying us with it to the shores of North Georgia?"
"I think not," replied Hobson after a moment's reflection.
"Why not?"
"Because it is a very rapid current, madam, and if we had been following it for 3 months we should have had some land in sight by this time, and there is none, absolutely none."
"Where, then, do you suppose we are?" inquired Mrs Barnett.
"Most likely between the Kamtchatka Current and the coast, perhaps in some vast eddy unmarked upon the map."
"That cannot be, Lieutenant," replied Mrs Barnett quickly.
"Why not, madam? Why not?"
"Because if Victoria Island were in an eddy, it would have veered round to a certain extent, and our position with regard to the cardinal points would have changed in the last 3 months, which is certainly not the case."
"You are right, madam, you are quite right. The only explanation I can think of is, that there is some other current not marked on our map. Oh, that to morrow were here, that I might find out our longitude! Really, this uncertainty is terrible."
"To morrow will come," observed Madge. There was nothing to do but wait. The party therefore separated, all returning to their ordinary occupations. Sergeant Long informed his comrades that the departure for Fort Reliance, fixed for the next day, was put off. He gave his reasons that the season was too far advanced to get to the southern factory before the great cold set in, that the astronomer was anxious to complete his meteorological observations, and would therefore submit to another winter in the north, that game was so plentiful, provisions from Fort Reliance were not needed, etc., etc. But about all these matters the brave fellows cared little. Lieutenant Hobson ordered his men to spare the furred animals in future, and only to kill edible game, so as to lay up fresh stores for the coming winter. He also forbade them to go more than 2 miles from the fort, not wishing Marbre and Sabine to come suddenly upon a sea horizon where the isthmus connecting the peninsula of Victoria with the mainland was visible a few months before. The disappearance of the neck of land would inevitably have betrayed everything. The day appeared endless to Lieutenant Hobson. Again and again he returned to Cape Bathurst, either alone or accompanied by Mrs Barnett. The latter, inured to danger, showed no fear. She even joked the Lieutenant about his floating island being perhaps, after all, the proper conveyance for going to the North Pole. With favourable current, might they not reach that hitherto inaccessible point of the globe? Lieutenant Hobson shook his head as he listened to his companion's fancy, and kept his eyes fixed upon the horizon, hoping to catch a glimpse of some land, no matter what, in the distance. But no, sea and sky met in an absolutely unbroken circular line, confirming Hobson's opinion that Victoria Island was drifting to the west rather than in any other direction. "Lieutenant," at last said Mrs Barnett, "don't you mean to make a tour of our island as soon as possible?"
"Yes, madam, of course. As soon as I have taken our bearings, I mean to ascertain the form and extent of our dominions. It seems, however, that the fracture was made at the isthmus itself, so that the whole peninsula has become an island." "A strange destiny is ours, Lieutenant," said Mrs Barnett. "Others return from their travels to add new districts to geographical maps, but we shall have to efface the supposed peninsula of Victoria." The next day, July 18th, the sky was very clear, and at 10 o'clock in the morning Hobson obtained a satisfactory altitude of the sun, and comparing it with that of the observation of the day before, he ascertained exactly the longitude in which they were. The island was then in 157 degrees 37' longitude west from Greenwich. The latitude, obtained the day before at noon, almost immediately after the eclipse, was, as we know, 73 degrees 7' 20" north. The spot was looked out on the map in the presence of Mrs Barnett and Sergeant Long. It was indeed a most anxious moment, and the following result was arrived at. The wandering island was moving in a westerly direction, borne along by a current unmarked on the chart, and unknown to hydrographers, which was evidently carrying it towards Behring Strait. All the dangers foreseen by Hobson were then imminent, if Victoria Island did not again touch the mainland before the winter. "But how far are we from the American continent? That is the most important point just at present," said Mrs Barnett. Hobson took his compasses and carefully measured the narrowest part of the sea between the coast and the 70th parallel. "We are actually more than 250 miles from Point Barrow, the northernmost extremity of Russian America," he replied. "We ought to know, then, how many miles the island has drifted since it left the mainland," said Sergeant Long. "700 miles at least," replied Hobson, after having again consulted the chart. "And at what time do you suppose the drifting commenced?" "Most likely towards the end of April. The ice field broke up then, and the icebergs which escaped melting drew back to the north. We may therefore conclude that Victoria Island has been moving along with the current parallel with the coast at an average rate of 10 miles a day." "No very rapid pace after all!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett. "Too fast, madam, when you think where we may be taken during the 2 months in which the sea will remain open in this part of the Arctic Ocean." The three friends remained silent, and looked fixedly at the chart of the fearful Polar regions, towards which they were being irresistibly drawn, and which have hitherto successfully resisted all attempts to explore them. "There is nothing, then, nothing to be done, nothing to try?" said Mrs Barnett after a pause. "Nothing, madam," replied Hobson, "nothing whatever. We must wait. We must all pray for the speedy arrival of the Arctic winter, generally so much dreaded by our sailors, but which alone can save us now. The winter will bring ice, our only anchor of salvation, the only power which can arrest the course of this wandering island." Chapter 3. The Fur Country, by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country, by Jules Verne. Chapter 3. A Tour of the Island. From that day, July 18th, it was decided that the bearings should be taken as on board a vessel, whenever the state of the atmosphere rendered the operation possible. Was not the island, in fact, a disabled ship, tossed about without sails or helm? The next day after taking the bearings, Hobson announced that without change of latitude the island had advanced several miles further west. Mac Nab was ordered to commence a construction of a huge boat, Hobson telling him, in explanation, that he proposed making a reconnaissance of the coast as far as Russian American next summer. The carpenter asked no further questions, but proceeded to choose his wood, and fixed upon the beach at the foot of Cape Bathurst as his dockyard. so that he might easily be able to launch his vessel. Hobson intended to set out the same day on his excursion round the island in which he and his comrades were imprisoned. Many changes might take place in the configuration of this sheet of ice, subject as it was to the influence of the variable temperature of the waves, and it was important to determine its actual form at the present time, its area and its thickness in different parts. The point of rupture, which was most likely at the isthmus itself, ought to be examined with special care. The fracture being still fresh, it might be possible to ascertain the exact arrangement of the stratified layers of ice and earth of which the soil of the island was composed. But in the afternoon the sky clouded over suddenly, and a violent squall, accompanied with thick mists, swept down upon the fort. Presently torrents of rain fell, and large hailstones rattled on the roof, whilst a few distant claps of thunder were heard, a phenomenon of exceedingly rare occurrence in such elevated latitudes. Hobson was obliged to put off his trip, and wait until the fury of the elements abated; but during the 20th, 21st, and 22nd July no change occurred. The storm raged, the floods of heaven were let loose, and the waves broke upon the beach with a deafening roar. Liquid avalanches were flung with such force upon Cape Bathurst that there was reason to dread that it might give way. Its stability was, in fact, somewhat problematical, as it consisted merely of an aggregation of sand and earth, without any firm foundation. Vessels at sea might well be pitied in this fearful gale, but the floating island was of too vast a bulk to be affected by the agitation of the waves, and remained indifferent to their fury. During the night of the 22nd July the tempest suddenly ceased. A strong breeze from the north-east dispelled the last mists upon the horizon. The barometer rose a few degrees, and the weather appeared likely to favour Hobson's expedition. He was to be accompanied by Mrs Barnett and Sergeant Long, and expected to be absent a day or two. The little party took some salt meat, biscuits, and a few flasks of rum with them, and there was nothing in their excursion to surprise the rest of the colonists. The days were just then very long, the sun only disappearing below the horizon for a few hours. There were no wild animals to be feared now. The bears seemed to have fled by instinct from the peninsula whilst it was still connected with the mainland. But to neglect no precaution, each of the three explorers was provided with a gun. The Lieutenant and his subordinate also carried hatchets and ice chisels, which a traveller in the Polar regions should never be without. During the absence of the Lieutenant and the Sergeant, the command of the fort fell to Corporal Joliffe, or rather to his little wife, and Hobson knew that he could trust her. Thomas Black could not be depended on. He would not even join the exploring party. He promised, however, to watch the northern latitudes very carefully, and to note any change which should take place in the sea or the position of the cape during the absence of the Lieutenant. Mrs Barnett had endeavoured to reason with the unfortunate astronomer, but he would listen to nothing. He felt that nature had deceived him, and that he could never forgive her. After many a hearty farewell, the Lieutenant and his two companions left the fort by the postern gate, and, turning to the west, followed the lengthened curve of the coast between Capes Bathurst and Esquimaux. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The oblique rays of the sun struck upon the beach, and it touched with many a brilliant tint. The angry billows of the sea were sinking to rest, and the birds, ptarmigans, guillemots, puffins, and petrels, driven away by the storm, were returning by thousands. Troops of ducks were hastening back to Lake Barnett, flying close, although they knew it not, to Mrs Joliffe's saucepan. Polar hares, martens, muskrats, and ermines rose before the travellers and fled at their approach, but not with any great appearance of haste or terror. The animals evidently felt drawn towards their old enemies by a common danger. "They know well enough that they are hemmed in by the sea, and cannot quit the island," observed Hobson. "They are all in the habit of seeking warmer climates in the south in the winter, are they not?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "Yes, madam, but unless they are presently able to cross the ice field, they will have to remain prisoners like ourselves, and I am afraid the great number will die of cold or hunger." "I hope they will be good enough to supply us with food for a long time," observed the Sergeant; "and I think it is very fortunate that they had not the sense to run away before the rupture of the isthmus." "The birds will, however, leave us?" added Mrs Barnett. "Oh yes, madam, everything with wings will go. They can traverse long distances without fatigue, and, more fortunate than ourselves, they will regain terra firma." "Could we not use them as messengers?" asked Mrs Barnett. "A good idea, madam, a capital idea," said Hobson. "We might easily catch some hundreds of these birds, and tie a paper round their necks with our exact situation written upon it. John Ross, in 1848, tried similar means to acquaint the survivors of the Franklin expedition with the presence of his ships, the Enterprise and the Investigator, in the Polar seas. He caught some hundreds of white foxes in traps, riveted a copper collar round the neck of each with all the necessary information engraved upon it, and then set them free in every direction." "Perhaps some of the messengers may have fallen into the hands of the shipwrecked wanderers." "Perhaps so," replied Hobson. "I know that an old fox was taken by Captain Hatteras during his voyage of discovery, wearing a collar half worn away and hidden beneath his thick white fur. What we cannot do with the quadrupeds we will do with the birds." Chatting thus and laying plans for the future, the three explorers continued to follow the coast. They noticed no change. The abrupt cliffs, covered with earth and sand, showed no signs of a recent alteration in the extent of the island. It was, however, to be feared that the vast sheet of ice would be worn away at the base by the action of the warm currents, and on this point Hobson was naturally anxious. By 11 o'clock in the morning the 8 miles between Capes Bathurst and Esquimaux had been traversed. A few traces of the encampment of Kalumah's party still remained. Of course the snow huts had entirely disappeared, but some cinders and walrus bones marked the spot. The three explorers halted here for a short time. They intended to pass the few short hours of the night at Walruses' Bay, which they hoped to reach in a few hours. They breakfasted seated on a slightly rising ground covered with a scanty and stunted herbage. Before their eyes lay the ocean, bounded by a clearly defined sea horizon, without a sail or an iceberg to break the monotony of the vast expanse of water. "Should you be very much surprised if some vessel came in sight now, Lieutenant?" inquired Mrs Barnett. "I should be very agreeably surprised, madam," replied Hobson. "It is not at all uncommon for whalers to come as far north as this, especially now that the Arctic Ocean is frequented by whales and chacholots. But you must remember that it is the 23rd July, and the summer is far advanced. The whole fleet of whaling vessels is probably now in Gulf Kotzebue, at the entrance to the strait. Whalers shun the sudden changes in the Arctic Ocean, and with good reason. They dread being shut in the ice, and the icebergs, avalanches, and ice fields they avoid are very fine things for which we earnestly pray." "They will come, Lieutenant," said Long. "Have patience, in another 2 months the waves will no longer break upon the shores of Cape Esquimaux." "Cape Esquimaux," observed Mrs Barnett with a smile. "That name, like those we gave to the other parts of the peninsula, may turn out unfortunate too. We have lost Port Barnett and Paulina River. Who can tell whether Cape Esquimaux and Walruses' Bay may not also disappear in time?" "They too will disappear, madam," replied Hobson, "and after them the whole of Victoria Island, for nothing now connects it with a continent, and it is doomed to destruction. The result is inevitable, and our choice of geographical names will be thrown away. But fortunately the Royal Society has not yet adopted them, and Sir Roderick Murchison will have nothing to efface on his maps." "One name he will," exclaimed the Sergeant. "Which?" inquired Hobson. "Cape Bathurst," replied Long. "Ah yes, you are right. Cape Bathurst must now be removed from maps of the Polar regions." 2 hours' rest were all the explorers cared for, and at 1 o'clock they prepared to resume their journey. Before starting, Hobson once more looked round him from the summit of Cape Esquimaux, but seeing nothing worthy of notice, he rejoined Mrs Barnett and Sergeant Long. "Madam," he said, addressing the lady, "you have not forgotten the family of natives we met here last winter?" "Oh no! I have always held dear little Kalumah in friendly remembrance. She promised to come and see us again at Fort Hope, but she will not be able to do so. But why do you ask me about the natives now?" "Because I remember something to which, much to my regret, I did not at the time attach sufficient importance." "What was that?" "You remember the uneasy surprise the men manifested at finding a big factory at the foot of Cape Bathurst?" "Oh yes, perfectly." "You remember that I tried to make out what the natives meant, and that I could not do so?" "Yes, I remember." "Well," added Hobson, "I know why they shook their heads. From tradition, experience, or something, the Esquimaux knew what the peninsula really was. They knew we had not built on firm ground. But as things had probably remained as they were for centuries, they thought there was no immediate danger, and that it was not worth while to explain themselves." "Very likely you are right," replied Mrs Barnett; "but I feel sure that Kalumah had no suspicion of her companion's fears, or she would have warned us." Hobson quite agreed with Mrs Barnett, and Sergeant Long observed— "It really seems to have been by a kind of fatality that we settled ourselves upon this peninsula just before it was torn away from the mainland. I suppose, Lieutenant, that it had been connected for a very long time, perhaps for centuries." "You might say for thousands and thousands of years, Sergeant," replied Hobson. "Remember that soil on which we are treading has been brought here by wind little by little, that the sand has accumulated grain by grain. Think of the time it must have taken for the seeds of firs, willows, and arbutus to become shrubs and trees. Perhaps the sheet of ice on which we float was welded to the continent before the creation of man." "Well," cried Long, "it really might have waited a few centuries longer before it drifted. How much anxiety and how many dangers we might then have been spared!" Sergeant Long's most sensible remark closed the conversation, and the journey was resumed. From Cape Esquimaux to Walruses' Bay the coast ran almost due south, following the 127th meridian. Looking behind them, they could see one corner of the lagoon, its waters sparkling in the sunbeams, and a little beyond the wooded heights in which it was framed. Large eagles soared above their heads, their cries and the loud flapping of their wings breaking the stillness, and furred animals of many kinds, martens, polecats, ermines, &c., crouching behind some rising ground, or hiding amongst the stunted bushes and willows, gazed inquiringly at the intruders. They seemed to understand that they had nothing to fear. Hobson caught a glimpse of a few beavers wandering about, evidently ill at ease, and puzzled at the disappearance of the little river. With no ledges to shelter them, and no stream by which to build a new home, they were doomed to die of cold when the severe frost set in. Sergeant Long also saw a troop of wolves crossing the plain. It was evident that specimens of the whole Arctic fauna were imprisoned on the island, and there was every reason to fear that when famished with hunger all the carnivorous beasts would be formidable enemies to the occupants of Fort Hope. Fortunately, however, one race of animals appeared to be quite unrepresented. Not a single white bear was seen. Once the Sergeant thought he saw an enormous white mass moving about on the other side of a clump of willows, but on close examination decided that he was mistaken. The coast near Walruses' Bay was, on the whole, only slightly elevated above the sea level, and in the distance the waves broke into running foam as they do upon a sloping beach. It was to be feared that the soil had little stability, but there was no means of judging of the modifications which had taken place since their last visit, and Hobson much regretted that he had not made bench marks upon Cape Bathurst before he left, that he might judge of the amount of sinking or depression which took place. He determined, however, to take this precaution on his return. It will be understood that, under the circumstances, the party did not advance very rapidly. A pause was often made to examine the soil, or to see if there were any sign of an approaching fracture on the coast, and sometimes the explorers wandered inland for half a mile. Here and there the Sergeant planted branches of willow or birch to serve as landmarks for the future, especially wherever undermining seemed to be going on rapidly, and the solidity of the ground was doubtful. By this means it would be easy to ascertain the changes which might take place. They did advance, however, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon they were only 3 miles from Walruses' Bay, and Hobson called Mrs Barnett's attention to the important changes which had been effected by the rupture of the isthmus. Formerly the south western horizon was shut in by a long slightly curved coast line, formed by the shores of Liverpool Bay. Now a sea line bounded the view, the continent having disappeared. Victoria Island ended in an abrupt angle where it had broken off, and all felt sure that on turning round that angle the ocean would be spread out before them, and that its waves would bathe the whole of the southern side of the island, which was once the connecting link between Walruses' Bay and Washburn Bay. Mrs Barnett could not look at the changed aspect of the scene without emotion. She had expected it, and yet her heart beat almost audibly. She gazed across the sea for the missing continent, which was now left several hundred miles behind, and it rushed upon her mind with a fresh shock that she would never set foot on America again. Her agitation was indeed excusable, and it was shared by the Lieutenant and the Sergeant. All quickening their steps, eager to reach the abrupt angle in the south. The ground rose slightly as they advanced, and the layers of earth and sand became thicker. This, of course, was explained by the former proximity of this part of the coast to the true continent. The thickness of the crust of ice and of the layer of earth at the point of junction, increasing, as it probably did every century, explained the long resistance of the isthmus, which nothing but some extraordinary convulsion could have overcome. Such a convulsion was the earthquake of the 8th January, which, although it had only affected the continent of North America, had sufficed to break the connecting link, and to launch Victoria Island upon the wide ocean. At 4 o'clock P.M. the angle was reached. Walruses' Bay, formed by an indentation of the firm ground, had disappeared. It had remained behind with the continent. "By my faith, madam," explained the Sergeant, "it's lucky for you we didn't call it Paulina Barnett Bay." "Yes," replied the lady, "I begin to think I am an unlucky godmother for newly discovered places." Chapter 4 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Chapter 4. A Night Encampment. And so Hobson had not been mistaken about the point of rupture. It was the isthmus which had yielded in the shock of the earthquake. Not a trace was to be seen of the American continent, not a single cliff; even the volcano on the west had disappeared, nothing but the sea everywhere. The island on this side ended in a cape, coming to an almost sharp point, and it was evident that the substratum of ice, fretted by the warmer waters of the current, and exposed to all the fury of the elements, must rapidly dissolve. The explorers resumed their march, following the course of the fracture, which ran from west to east in an almost straight line. Its edges were not jagged or broken, but clear cut, as if the division had been made with a sharp instrument, and here and there the conformation of the soil could easily be examined. The banks, half ice, half sand and earth, rose some 10 feet from the water. They were perfectly perpendicular, without the slightest slope, and in some places there were traces of recent landslips. Sergeant Long pointed to several small blocks of ice floating in the offing, and rapidly melting, which had evidently been broken off from their island. The action of the warm surf would of course soon eat away the new coast line, which time had not yet clothed with a kind of cement of snow and sand, such as covered the rest of the beach, and altogether the state of things was very far from reassuring. Before taking any rest, Mrs Barnett, Hobson, and Long were anxious to finish their examination of the southern edge of the island. There would be plenty of daylight, for the sun would not set until 11 o'clock P.M. The brilliant orb of day was slowly advancing along the western horizon, and its oblique rays cast long shadows of themselves before the explorers, who conversed at intervals after long silent pauses, during which they gazed at the sea and thought of the dark future before them. Hobson intended to encamp for the night at Washburn Bay. When there 18 miles would have been traversed, and, if he were not mistaken, half his circular journey would be accomplished. After a few hours' repose he meant to return to Fort Hope along the western coast. No fresh incident marked the exploration of the short distance between Walruses' Bay and Washburn Bay, and at 7 o'clock in the evening the spot chosen for the encampment was reached. A similar change had taken place here. Of Washburn Bay nothing remained but the curve formed by the coast line of the island, and which was once its northern boundary. It stretched away without a break for 7 miles to the cape they had named Cape Michael. This side of the island did not appear to have suffered at all in consequence of the rupture. The thickets of pine and birch, massed a little behind the cape, were in their fullest beauty at this time of the year, and a good many furred animals were disporting themselves on the plain. A halt was made at Washburn Bay, and the explorers were able to enjoy an extended view on the south, although they could not see any great distance on the north. The sun was so low on the horizon that its rays were intercepted by the rising ground on the west, and did not reach the little bay. It was not, however, yet night, nor could it be called twilight, as the sun had not set. "Lieutenant," said Long, "if by some miracle a bell were now to ring, what would you suppose it would mean?" "That it was supper time," replied Hobson. "Don't you agree with me, Mrs Barnett?" "Indeed I do," replied the lady addressed; "and as our cloth is spread for us, let us sit down. This moss, although slightly worn, will suit us admirably, and was evidently intended for us by Providence." The bag of provisions was opened. Some salt meat, a hare pâté from Mrs Joliffe's larder, with a few biscuits, formed their frugal supper. The meal was quickly over, and Hobson returned to the south-west angle of the island, whilst Mrs Barnett rested at the foot of a low fir tree, and Sergeant Long made ready the night quarters. The Lieutenant was anxious to examine the piece of ice which formed the island, to ascertain, if possible, something of its structure. A little bank produced by a landslip enabled him to step down to the level of the sea, and from there he was able to look closely at the steep wall which formed the coast. Where he stood the soil rose scarcely 3 feet above the water. The upper part consisted of a thin layer of earth and sand, mixed with crushed shells, and the lower of hard, compact, and, if we may so express it, metallic ice, strong enough to support the upper soil of the island. The layer of ice was not more than 1 foot above the sea level. In consequence of the recent fracture, it was easy to see the regular disposition of the sheets of ice piled up horizontally, and which had evidently been produced by successive frosts in comparatively quieter waters. We know that freezing commences on the surface of liquids, and as the cold increases, the thickness of the crust becomes greater, the solidification proceeding from the top downwards. That at least is the case in waters that are at rest. It has, however, been observed that the very reverse is the case in running waters, the ice forming at the bottom and subsequently rising to the surface. It was evident, then, that the floe which formed the foundation of Victoria Island had been formed in calm waters on the shores of the North American continent. The freezing had evidently commenced on the surface, and the thaw would begin at the bottom, according to a well known law, so that the ice field would gradually decrease in weight as it became thawed by the warmer waters through which it was passing, and the general level of the island would sink in proportion. This was the great danger. As we have just stated, Hobson noticed that the solid ice, the ice field properly so called, was only about 1 foot above the sea level. We know that 4/5 of a floating mass of ice are always submerged. For 1 foot of an iceberg or ice field above the water, there are 4 below it. It must, however, be remarked that the density, or rather specific weight of floating ice, varies considerably according to its mode of formation or origin. The ice masses which proceed from sea water, porous, opaque, and tinted with blue or green, according as they are struck by the rays of the sun, are lighter than ice formed from fresh water. All things considered, and making due allowance for the weight of the mineral and vegetable layer above the ice, Hobson concluded it to be about 4 or 5 feet thick below the sea level. The different declivities of the island, the little hills and rising ground would of course only affect the upper soil, and it might reasonably be supposed that the wandering island was not immersed more than 5 feet. This made Hobson very anxious. Only 5 feet! Setting aside the causes of dissolution to which the ice field might be subjected, would not the slightest shock cause a rupture of the surface? Might not a rough sea or gale of wind cause a dislocation of the ice field, which would lead to its breaking up into small portions, and to its final decomposition? Oh, for the speedy arrival of winter, with its bitter cold! Would that the column of mercury were frozen in its cistern! Nothing but the rigour of an Arctic winter could consolidate and thicken the foundations of their island, and establish a means of communication between it and the continent. Hobson returned to the halting place little cheered by his discoveries, and found Long busy making arrangements for the night, for he had no idea of sleeping beneath the open sky, although Mrs Barnett declared herself quite ready to do so. He told the Lieutenant that he intended to dig a hole in the ice big enough to hold 3 persons, in fact to make a kind of snow hut, in which they would be protected from the cold night air. "In the land of the Esquimaux," he said, "nothing is wiser than to do as the Esquimaux do." Hobson approved, but advised the Sergeant not to dig too deeply, as the ice was not more than 5 feet thick. Long set to work. With the aid of his hatchet and ice chisel he soon cleared away the earth, and hollowed out a kind of passage sloping gently down to the crust of ice. He next attacked the brittle mass, which had been covered over with sand and earth for so many centuries. It would not take more than an hour to hollow out a subterranean retreat, or rather a burrow with walls of ice, which would keep in the heat, and therefore serve well for a resting place during the short night. Whilst Long was working away like a white ant, Hobson communicated the result of his observations to Mrs Barnett. He did not disguise from her that the construction of Victoria Island rendered him very uneasy. He felt sure that the thinness of the ice would lead to the opening of ravines on the surface before long, where it would be impossible to foresee, and of course it would be equally impossible to prevent them. The wandering island might at any moment settle down in consequence of a change in its specific gravity, or break up into more or less numerous islets, the duration of which must necessarily be ephemeral. He judged, therefore, that it would be best for the members of the colony to keep together as much as possible, and not to leave the fort that they might all share the same chances. Hobson was proceeding further to unfold his views when cries for help were heard. Mrs Barnett started to her feet, and both looked round in every direction, but nothing was to be seen. The cries were now redoubled, and Hobson exclaimed, "The Sergeant! The Sergeant!" and followed by Mrs Barnett, he rushed towards the burrow, and he had scarcely reached the opening of the snow house before he saw Sergeant Long clutching with both hands at his knife, which he had struck in the wall of ice, and calling out loudly, although with the most perfect self possession. His head and arms alone were visible. Whilst he was digging, the ice had given way suddenly beneath him, and he was plunged into water up to his waist. Hobson merely said, "Keep hold," and creeping through the passage, he was soon at the edge of the hole. The poor Sergeant seized his hand, and he was soon rescued from his perilous position. "Good God, Sergeant!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett, "what has happened?" "Nothing," replied Long, shaking himself like a wet spaniel, "except that the ice gave way under me, and I took a compulsory bath." "You forgot what I told you about not digging too deeply, then," said Hobson. "Beg pardon, sir, I hadn't cut through 15 inches of the ice, and I expect there was a kind of cavern where I was working. The ice did not touch the water. It was just like going through a ceiling. If I hadn't been able to hang on by my knife, I should have slipped under the island like a fool, and that would have been a pity, wouldn't it, madam?" "A very great pity, my brave fellow," said Mrs Barnett, pressing his hand. Long's explanation was correct. For some reason or another, most likely from an accumulation of air, the ice had formed a kind of vault above the water, and of course it soon gave way under the weight of the Sergeant and the blows of his chisel. The same thing might happen in other parts of the island, which was anything but reassuring. Where could they be certain of treading on firm ground? Might not the earth give way beneath their feet at any minute? What heart, however brave, could not have sunk at the thought of the thin partition between them and the awful gulf of the ocean? Sergeant Long, however, thought but little of his bath, and was ready to begin mining in some other place. This Mrs Barnett would not allow. A night in the open air would do her no harm. The shelter of the coppice near would be protection enough for them all, and Sergeant Long was obliged to submit. The camp was, therefore, moved back some 30 yards from the beach, to a rising ground on which grew a few clumps of pines and willows, which could scarcely be called a wood. Towards 10 o'clock the disc of the sun began to dip below the horizon, and before it disappeared for the few hours of the night, a crackling fire of dead branches was blazing at the camp. Long had now a fine opportunity of drying his legs, of which he gladly availed himself. He and Hobson talked together earnestly until twilight set in. Mrs Barnett occasionally joined in the conversation, doing the best she could to cheer the disheartened Lieutenant. The sky was bright with stars, and the holy influence of the night could not fail to calm his troubled spirit. The wind murmured softly amongst the pines. Even the sea appeared to be wrapped in slumber, its bosom slightly heaving with the swell, which died away upon the beach with a faint rippling sound. All creation was hushed. Not even the wail of a sea bird broke upon the ear. The crisp crackling of the dead branches was exchanged for a steady flame, and nothing but the voices of the wanderers broke the sublime, the awful silence of the night. "Who would imagine," said Mrs Barnett, "that we were floating on the surface of the ocean? It really requires an effort to realize it, for the sea which is carrying us along in its fatal grasp appears to be absolutely motionless." "Yes, madam," replied Hobson, "and if the floor of our carriage were solid, if I did not know that sooner or later the keel of our boat will be missing, that some day its hull will burst open, and finally, if I knew where we were going, I should rather enjoy floating on the ocean like this." "Well, Lieutenant," rejoined Mrs Barnett, "could there be a pleasanter mode of travelling than ours? We feel no motion, Our island has exactly the same speed as the current which is bearing it away. Is it not like a balloon voyage in the air? What could be more delightful than advancing with one's own house, garden, park, etc.? A wandering island, with a solid insubmersible foundation, would really be the most comfortable and wonderful conveyance that could possibly be imagined. I have heard of hanging gardens. Perhaps some day floating parks will be invented which will carry us all over the globe. Their size will render them insensible to the action of the waves. They will have nothing to fear from storms, and perhaps with a favourable wind they might be guided by means of immense sails. What marvels of vegetation would be spread before the eyes of the passengers when they passed from temperate to torrid zones! With skilful pilots, well acquainted with the currents, it might be possible to remain in one latitude and enjoy a perpetual spring. Hobson could not help smiling at Mrs Barnett's fancies. The brave woman ran on with such an easy flow of words. She talked with as little effort as Victoria Island moved. And was she not right? It would have been a very pleasant mode of travelling, if there had been no danger of their conveyance melted and being swallowed up by the sea. The night passed on, and the explorers slept a few hours. At daybreak they breakfasted, and thoroughly enjoyed their meal. The warmth and rest had refreshed them, and they resumed their journey at about 6 o'clock a.m. From Cape Michael to the former Port Barnett the coast ran in an almost straight line, from south to north, for about 11 miles. There was nothing worthy of note about it. The shores were low and pretty even all the way, and seemed to have suffered no alteration since the breaking of the isthmus. Long, in obedience to the Lieutenant, made bench marks along the beach, that any further change might easily be noted. Hobson was naturally anxious to get back to Fort Hope the same day, and Mrs Barnett was also eager to return to her friends. It was, of course, desirable under the circumstances that the commanding officer should not be long absent from the fort. All haste was therefore made, and by taking a short cut they arrived at noon at the little promontory which formerly protected Port Barnett from the east winds. It was not more than 8 miles from this point to Fort Hope, and before 4 o'clock p.m. the shouts of Corporal Joliffe welcomed their return to the factory. Chapter 5. Of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 5. From July 25th to August 20th. Hobson's first care on his return to the fort was to make inquiries of Thomas Black as to the situation of the little colony. No change had taken place for the last 24 hours, but, as subsequently appeared, the island had floated 1 degree of latitude further south, whilst still retaining its motion towards the west. It was now at the same distance from the equator as Icy Cape, a little promontory of western Alaska, and 200 miles from the American coast. The speed of the current seemed to be less here than in the eastern part of the Arctic Ocean, but the island continued to advance, and, much to Hobson's annoyance, towards the dreaded Behring Strait. It was now only the 24th July, and a current of average speed would carry it in another month through the strait and into the heated waves of the Pacific, where it would melt like a lump of sugar in a glass of water. Mrs Barnett acquainted Madge with the result of the exploration of the island. She explained to her the arrangement of the layers of earth and ice at the part where the isthmus had been broken off, told her that the thickness of the ice below the sea level was estimated at 5 feet, related the accident to Sergeant Long. In short, she made her fully understand the reasons there were to fear the breaking up or sinking of the ice field. The rest of the colony had, however, no suspicion of the truth. A feeling of perfect security prevailed. It never occurred to any of the brave fellows that Fort Hope was floating above an awful abyss, and that the lives of all its inhabitants were in danger. All were in good health, the weather was fine, and the climate pleasant and bracing. The baby Michael got on wonderfully, and was beginning to toddle about between the house and the palisade, and Corporal Joliffe, who was extremely fond of him, was already beginning to teach him to hold a gun, and to understand the duties of a soldier. Oh, if Mrs Joliffe would but present him with such a son! But alas, the blessing of children, for which he and his wife prayed every day, was as yet denied to them. Meanwhile the soldiers had plenty to do. Mac Nab and his men, Petersen, Belcher, Garry, Pond, and Hope, worked zealously at the construction of a boat, a difficult task likely to occupy them for several months. But as their vessel would be of no use until next year after the thaw, they neglected none of their duties at the factory on its account. Hobson let things go on as if the future of the factory were not compromised, and persevered in keeping the men in ignorance. This serious question was often discussed by the officer and his staff, and Mrs Barnett and Madge differed from their chief on the subject. They thought it would be better to tell the whole truth. The men were brave and energetic, not likely to yield to despair, and the shock would not be great if they heard of it now, instead of only when their situation was so hopeless that it could not be concealed. But in spite of the justice of these remarks, Hobson would not yield, and he was supported by Sergeant Long. Perhaps after all they were right. They were both men of long experience, and knew the temper of their men. And so the work of provisioning and strengthening the fort proceeded. The palisaded enceinte was repaired with new stakes, and made higher in many places, so that it really formed a very strong fortification. Mac Nab also put into execution, with his chief's approval, a plan he had long had at heart. At the corners abutting on the lake he built two little pointed sentry boxes, which completed the defences, and Corporal Joliffe anticipated with delight the time when he should be sent to relieve the guard. He felt that they gave a military look to the buildings, and made them really imposing. The palisade was now completely finished, and Mac Nab, remembering the sufferings of the last winter, built a new woodshed close up against the house itself, with a door of communication inside, so that there would be no need to go outside at all. By this contrivance the fuel would always be ready to hand. On the left side of the house, opposite the shed, Mac Nab constructed a large sleeping room for the soldiers, so that the camp bed could be removed from the common room. This room was also to be used for meals and work. The three married couples had private rooms walled off, so that the large house was relieved of them as well as of all the other soldiers. A magazine for furs only was also erected behind the house near the powder magazine, leaving the loft free for stores, and the rafters and ribs of the latter were bound with iron cramps, that they might be able to resist all attacks. Mac Nab also intended to build a little wooden chapel, which had been included in Hobson's original plan of the factory, but its erection was put off until next summer. With what eager interest would the Lieutenant have once watched the progress of his establishment! Had he been building on firm ground, with what delight he would have watched the houses, sheds, and magazines rising about him! He remembered the scheme of crowning Cape Bathurst with a redoubt for the protection of Fort Hope with a sigh. The very name of the factory, Fort Hope, made his heart sink within him, for should it not more truly be called Fort Despair? These various works took up the whole summer, and there was no time for ennui. The construction of the boat proceeded rapidly. Mac Nab meant it to be of about 30 tons measurement, which would make it large enough to carry some 20 passengers several hundred miles in the fine season. The carpenter had been fortunate enough to find some bent pieces of wood, so that he was able quickly to form the first ribs of the vessel, and soon the stern and sternpost, fixed to the keel, were upon the dockyard at the foot of Cape Bathurst. Whilst the carpenters were busy with hatchets, saws, and adzes, the hunters were eagerly hunting the reindeer and Polar hares which abounded near the fort. The Lieutenant, however, told Marbre and Sabine not to go far away, stating as a reason that until the buildings were completed he did not wish to attract the notice of rivals. The truth was, he did not wish the changes which had taken place to be noticed. One day Marbre inquired if it was not now time to go to Walruses' Bay and get a fresh supply of morse oil for burning, and Hobson replied rather hastily, "No, Marbre, it would be useless." The Lieutenant knew only too well that Walruses' Bay was 200 miles away, and that there were no morses to be hunted on the island. It must not be supposed that Hobson considered the situation desperate even now. He often assured Mrs Barnett, Madge, and Long that he was convinced the island would hold together until the bitter cold of winter should thicken its foundation and arrest its course at one and the same time. After his journey of discovery, Hobson estimated exactly the area of his new dominions. The island measured more than 40 miles round, from which its superficial area would appear to be about 140 miles at the least. By way of comparison, we may say that Victoria Island was rather larger than St Helena, and its area was about the same as that of Paris within the line of fortifications. If then it should break up into fragments, the separate parts might still be of sufficient size to be habitable for some time. When Mrs Barnett expressed her surprise that a floating ice field could be so large, Hobson replied by reminding her of the observations of Arctic navigators. Parry, Penny, and Franklin had met with ice fields in the Polar seas 100 miles long and 50 broad. Captain Kellet abandoned his boat on an ice field measuring at least 300 square miles, and what was Victoria Island compared to it? Its size was, however, sufficient to justify a hope that it would resist the action of the warm currents until the cold weather set in. Hobson would not allow himself to doubt. His despair arose rather from the knowledge that the fruit of all his cares, anxieties, and dangers must eventually be swallowed up by the deep, and it was no wonder that he could take no interest in the works that were going on. Mrs Barnett kept up a good heart through it all. She encouraged her comrades in their work, and took her share in it, as if she had still a future to look forward to. Seeing what an interest Mrs Joliffe took in her plants, she joined her every day in the garden. There was now a fine crop of sorrel and scurvy grass, thanks to the Corporal's unwearying exertions to keep off the birds of every kind, which congregated by hundreds. The taming of the reindeer had been quite successful. There were now a good many young, and little Michael had been partly brought up on milk of the mothers. There were now some 30 head in the herd, which grazed near the fort, and a supply of the herbage on which they fed was dried and laid up for the winter. These useful animals, which are easily domesticated, were already quite familiar with all the colonists, and did not go far from the enceinte. Some of them were used in sledges to carry timber backwards and forwards. A good many reindeer, still wild, fell into the trap halfway between the fort and Port Barnett. It will be remembered that a large bear was once taken in it, but nothing of the kind occurred this season. None fell victims but the reindeer, whose flesh was salted and laid by for future use. 20 at least were taken, which in the ordinary course of things would have gone down to the south in the winter. One day, however, a reindeer trap suddenly became useless, in consequence of the conformation of the soil. After visiting it as usual, the hunter Marbre approached Hobson and said to him in a significant tone— "I have just paid my daily visit to the reindeer trap, sir." "Well, Marbre, I hope you have been as successful to-day as yesterday, and have caught a couple of reindeer," Hobson replied. "No, no, sir," replied Marbre with some embarrassment. "Your trap has not yielded its ordinary contingent, then?" "No, sir, and if any animal had fallen in, it would certainly have been drowned." "Drowned!" cried the Lieutenant, looking at the hunter with an anxious expression. "Yes, sir," replied Marbre, looking attentively at his superior. The pit is full of water." "Ah!" said Hobson, in the tone of a man who attached no importance to that. "You know your pit was partly hollowed out of ice. Its walls have melted with the heat of the sun, and then—" "Beg pardon for interrupting you, sir," said Marbre, "but the water cannot have been produced by the melting of ice." "Why not, Marbre?" "Because if it came from ice it would be sweet, as you explained to me once before. Now the water in our pit is salt." Master of himself as he was, Hobson could not help changing countenance slightly, and he had not a word to say. "Besides," added Marbre, "I wanted to sound the trench to see how deep the water was, and to my great surprise I can tell you I could not find the bottom." "Well, Marbre," replied Hobson hastily, "there is nothing so wonderful in that. Some fracture of the soil has established a communication between the sea and the trap. So don't be uneasy about it, my brave fellow, but leave the trap alone for the present, and be content with setting snares near the fort." Marbre touched his cap respectfully, and turned on his heel, but not before he had given his chief a searching glance. Hobson remained very thoughtful for a few moments. Marbre's tidings were of grave importance. It was evident that the bottom of the trench, gradually melted by the warm waters of the sea, had given way. Hobson at once called the Sergeant, and having acquainted him with the incident, they went together, unnoticed by their companions, to the beach at the foot of Cape Bathurst, where they had made the bench marks. They examined them carefully, and found that since they last did so, the floating island had sunk 6 inches. "We are sinking gradually," murmured Sergeant Long; "the ice is wearing away." "Oh for the winter, the winter!" cried Hobson, stamping his foot upon the ground. But as yet, alas, there was no sign of the approach of the cold season. The thermometer maintained a mean height of 59° Fahrenheit, and during the few hours of the night the column of mercury scarcely went down 3°. Preparations for the approaching winter went on apace, and there was really nothing wanting to Fort Hope, although it had not been revictualled by Captain Craventy's detachment. The long hours of the Arctic night might be awaited in perfect security. The stores were of course carefully husbanded. There still remained plenty of spirits, only small quantities having been consumed, and there was a good stock of biscuits, which once gone could not be replaced. Fresh venison and salt meat were to be had in abundance, and with some antiscorbutic vegetables the diet was mostly healthy, and all the members of the little colony were well. A good deal of timber was cut in the woods clothing the eastern slopes of Lake Barnett. Many were the birch trees, pines, and firs which fell beneath the axe of Mac Nab, and were dragged to the house by the tamed reindeer. The carpenter did not spare the little forest, although he cut his wood judiciously, for he never dreamt that timber might fail him, imagining as he did Victoria Island to be a peninsula, and knowing the districts near Cape Michael to be rich in different species of trees. Many a time did the unconscious carpenter congratulate his lieutenant on having chosen a spot so favoured by heaven. Woods, game, furred animals, a lagoon teeming with fish, plenty of herbs for the animals, and, as Corporal Joliffe would have added, double pay for the men. Was not Cape Bathurst a corner of privileged land, the like of which was not to be found in the whole Arctic region? Truly Hobson was a favourite of heaven, and ought to return thanks to Providence every day for the discovery of this unique spot. Ah, Mac Nab, you little knew how you wrung the heart of your master when you talked in that strain. The manufacture of winter garments was not neglected in the factory. Mrs Barnett, Madge, Mrs Mac Nab, Mrs Rae, and Mrs Joliffe, when she could leave her fires, were alike indefatigable. Mrs Barnett knew that they would all have to leave the fort in the depth of winter, and was determined that every one should be warmly clothed. They would have to face the bitterest cold for a good many days during the polar night, if Victoria Island should halt far from the continent. Boots and clothes ought indeed to be strong and well made, for crossing some hundreds of miles under such circumstances, Mrs Barnett and Madge devoted all their energies to the matter in hand, and the furs, which they knew it would be impossible to save, were turned to good account. They were used double, so that the soft hair was both inside and outside of the clothes, and when wearing them the whole party would be as richly attired as the grandest princesses, or the most wealthy ladies. Those not in the secret were rather surprised at the free use made of the Company's property, but Hobson's authority was not to be questioned, and really martens, polecats, muskrats, beavers, and foxes multiplied with such rapidity near the fort that all the furs used could easily be replaced by a few shots, or the setting of a few traps. And when Mrs Mac Nab saw the beautiful ermine coat which had been made for her baby, her delight was unbounded, and she no longer wondered at anything. So passed the days until the middle of the month of August. The weather continued fine, and any mists which were gathered on the horizon were quickly dispersed by the sunbeams. Every day Hobson took the bearings, taking care, however, to go some distance from the fort, that suspicions might not be aroused, and he also visited different parts of the island, and was reassured by finding that no important changes appeared to be taking place. On the 16th August Victoria Island was situated in 167° 27' west longitude, and 70° 49' north latitude. It had therefore drifted slightly to the south, but without getting any nearer to the American coast, which curved considerably. The distance traversed by the island since the fracture of the isthmus, or rather since the last thaw, could not be less than 1100 or 1200 miles to the west. But what was this distance compared to the vast extent of the ocean? Had not boats been known to be drifted several thousands of miles by currents? Was not this the case with the English ship Resolute, or the American brig Advance, and with the Fox, all of which were carried along upon ice fields until the winter arrested their advance? Chapter 6. Of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 6. 10 Days of Tempest. From the 17th to the 20th August the weather continued fine, and the temperature moderate. The mists on the horizon were not resolved into clouds, and altogether the weather was exceptionally beautiful for such an elevated position. It will be readily understood, however, that Hobson could take no pleasure in the fineness of the climate. On the 21st August, however, the barometer gave notice of an approaching change. The column of mercury suddenly fell considerably, the sun was completely hidden at the moment of culmination, and Hobson was unable to take his bearings. The next day the wind changed, and blew strongly from the north-west, torrents of rain falling at intervals. Meanwhile, however, the temperature did not change to any sensible extent, the thermometer remaining at 54° Fahrenheit. Fortunately the proposed works were now all finished, and Mac Nab had completed the carcass of his boat, which was planked and ribbed. Hunting might now be neglected a little, as the stores were complete, which was fortunate, for the weather became very bad. The wind was high, the rain incessant, and thick fogs rendered it impossible to go beyond the enceinte of the fort. "What do you think of this change in the weather, Lieutenant?" inquired Mrs Barnett on the morning of the 27th August. "Might it not be in our favour?" "I should not like to be sure of it, madam," replied Hobson, "but anything is better for us than the magnificent weather we have lately had, during which the sun made the waters warmer and warmer. Then, too, the wind from the north-west is so very strong that it may perhaps drive us nearer to the American continent." "Unfortunately," observed Long, "we can't take our bearings every day now. It's impossible to see either sun, moon, or stars in this fog. Fancy attempting to take an altitude now!"
"We shall see well enough to recognise America if we get anywhere near it," said Mrs Barnett. "Whatever land we approach will be welcome. It will most likely be some part of Russian America, probably western Alaska."
"You are right, madam," said Hobson, "for unfortunately in the whole Arctic Ocean there is not an island, an islet, or even a rock to which we could fasten our vessel."
"Well," rejoined Mrs Barnett, "why should not our conveyance take us straight to the coasts of Asia? Might not the currents carry us past the opening of Behring Strait, and land us on the shores of Siberia?"
"No, madam, no," replied Hobson; "our ice field would soon meet the Kamtchatka Current, and be carried by it to the north west. It is more likely, however, that this wind will drive us towards the shores of Russian America."
"We must keep watch then," said Mrs Barnett, "and ascertain our position as soon as possible."
"We shall indeed keep watch," replied Hobson, "although this fog is very much against us. If we should be driven on to the coast, the shock will be felt even if we cannot see. Let's hope the island will not fall to pieces in this storm. That is at present our principal danger. Well, when it comes we shall see what there is to be done, and meanwhile we must wait patiently."
Of course this conversation was not held in the public room, where the soldiers and women worked together. It was in their own room, with the window looking out on the court, that Mrs Barnett received visitors. It was almost impossible to see indoors even in the daytime, and the wind could be heard rushing by outside like an avalanche. Fortunately Cape Bathurst protected the house from the north east winds, but the sand and earth from its summit were hurled down upon the roof with a noise like the pattering of hail. Mac Nab began to feel fresh uneasiness about his chimneys, which it was absolutely necessary to keep in good order. With the roaring of the wind was mingled that of the sea, as its huge waves broke upon the beach. The storm had become a hurricane. In spite of the fury of the gale, Hobson determined on the morning of the 28th of August to climb to the summit of Cape Bathurst, in order to examine the state of the horizon, the sea, and the sky. He therefore wrapped himself up, taking care to have nothing about him likely to give hold the wind, and set out. He got to the foot of the cape without much difficulty. The sand and earth blinded him, it is true, but protected by the cliff he had not as yet actually faced the wind. The fatigue began when he attempted to climb the almost perpendicular sides of the promontory, but by clutching at the tufts of herbs with which they were covered he managed to get to the top. But there the fury of the gales was such that he could neither remain standing nor seated. He was therefore forced to fling himself upon his face behind the little coppice and cling to some shrubs, only raising his head and shoulders above the ground. The appearance of sea and sky was indeed terrible. The spray dashed over the Lieutenant's head, and half a mile from the cape, water and clouds were confounded together in a thick mist. Low jagged rain clouds were chased along the heavens with giddy rapidity, and heavy masses of vapour were piled upon the zenith. Every now and then an awful stillness fell upon the land, and the only sounds were the breaking of the surf upon the beach and the roaring of the angry billows. But then the tempest recommenced with redoubled fury, and Hobson felt the cape tremble to its foundations. Sometimes the rain poured down with such violence that it resembled grape shot. It was indeed a terrible hurricane from the very worst quarter of the heavens. This north east wind might blow for a long time and cause all manner of havoc. Yet Hobson, who would generally have grieved over the destruction around him, did not complain. On the contrary, he rejoiced, for if, as he hoped, the island held together, it must be driven to the south west by this wind, so much more powerful than the currents. And the south west meant land, hope, safety.
Yes, for his own sake, and for that of all with him, he hoped that the hurricane would last until it had flung them upon the land, no matter where. That which would have been fatal to a ship was the best thing that could happen to the floating island. For a quarter of an hour Hobson remained crouching upon the ground, clutching at the shrubs like a drowning man at a spar, lashed by the wind, drenched by the rain and the spray, struggling to estimate all the chances of safety the storm might afford him. At the end of that time he let himself slide down the cape, and fought his way to Fort Hope. Hobson's first care was to tell his comrades that the hurricane was not yet at its height, and that it would probably last a long time yet. He announced these tidings with the manner of one bringing good news, and every one looked at him in astonishment. Their chief officer really seemed to take a delight in the fury of the elements. On the 30th Hobson again braved the tempest, not this time climbing the cape, but going down to the beach. What was his joy at noticing some long weeds floating on the top of the waves, a kind which did not grow on Victoria Island! Christopher Columbus's delight was not greater when he saw the seaweed which told him of the proximity of land. The Lieutenant hurried back to the fort, and told Mrs Barnett and Sergeant Long of his discovery. He had a good mind to tell every one the whole truth now, but a strange presentiment kept him silent. The occupants of the fort had plenty to amuse them in the long days of compulsory confinement. They went on improving the inside of the various buildings, and dug trenches in the court to carry away the rain water. Mac Nab, a hammer in one hand and a nail in the other, was always busy at a job in some corner or another, and nobody took much note of the tempest outside in the daytime. But at night it was impossible to sleep. The wind beat upon the buildings like a battering ram. Between the house and the cape sometimes whirled a huge waterspout of extraordinary dimensions. The planks cracked, the beams seemed about to separate, and there was the danger of the whole structure tumbling down. Mac Nab and his men lived in a state of perpetual dread, and had to be continually on the watch. Meanwhile Hobson was uneasy about the stability of the island itself, rather than that of the house upon it. The tempest became so violent, and the sea so rough, that there was really a danger of the dislocation of the ice field. It seemed impossible for it to resist much longer, diminished as it was in thickness, and subject to the perpetual action of the waves. It is true that its inhabitants did not feel any motion, on account of its vast extent, but it suffered from it none the less. The point at issue was simple. Would the island last until it was flung upon the coast, or would it fall to pieces before it touched firm ground? There could be no doubt that thus far it had resisted. As the Lieutenant explained to Mrs Barnett, had it already been broken, had the ice field already divided into a number of islets, the occupants of the fort must have noticed it, for the different pieces would have been small enough to be affected by the motion of the sea, and the people on any one of them would have been pitched about like passengers on a boat. This was not the case, and in his daily observations Lieutenant Hobson had noticed no movement whatever, not so much as a trembling of the island, which appeared as firm and motionless as when it was still connected by its isthmus with the mainland. But the breaking up, which had not yet taken place, might happen at any minute. Hobson was most anxious to ascertain whether Victoria Island, driven by the north-west wind out of the current, had approached the continent. Everything, in fact, depended on this, which was their last chance of safety. But without sun, moon, or stars, instruments were of course useless, as no observations could be taken, and the exact position of the island could not be determined. If then they were approaching the land, they would only know it when the land came in sight, and Hobson's only means of ascertaining anything in time to be of any service was to get to the south of his dangerous dominions. The position of Victoria Island with regard to the cardinal points had not sensibly altered all the time. Cape Bathurst still pointed to the north,
as it did when it was the advanced post of North America. It was therefore evident that if Victoria Island should come alongside the continent, it would touch it with its southern side. The communication would, in a word, be re-established by means of the broken isthmus. It was, therefore, imperative to ascertain what was going on in that direction. Hobson determined to go to Cape Michael, however terrible the storm might be, but he meant to keep the real motive of his reconnaissance a secret from his companions. Sergeant Long was to accompany him. About 4 o'clock P.M. on the 31st August, Hobson sent for the Sergeant in his own room, that they might arrange together for all eventualities. "Sergeant Long," he began, "it is necessary that we should, without delay, ascertain the position of Victoria Island, and above all, whether this wind has, as I hope, driven it near to the American continent." "I quite agree with you, sir," replied Long, "and the sooner we find out the better. But it will necessitate our going down to the south of the island." "I am ready, sir." "I know, Sergeant, that you are always ready to do your duty, but you will not go alone. Two of us ought to go, that we may be able to let our comrades know if any land is in sight, and besides I must see for myself. We will go together." "When you like, Lieutenant, just when you think best." "We will start this evening at 9 o'clock, when everybody else has gone to bed." "Yes, they would all want to come with us," said Long, "and they must not know why we go so far from the factory." "No, they must not know," replied Hobson, "and if I can I will keep the knowledge of our awful situation from them until the end." "It is agreed then, sir?" "Yes. You will take a tinder box and some touchwood [Footnote: A fungus used as tinder, Polyporus igniarius] with you, so that we can make a signal if necessary. If land is in sight in the south, for instance." "Yes, sir." "We shall have a rough journey, Sergeant." "What does that matter, sir? But by the way, the lady?" "I don't think I shall tell her. She would want to go with us." "And she could not," said the Sergeant. "A woman could not battle with such a gale. Just see how its fury is increasing at this moment." Indeed the house was rocking to such an extent that it seemed likely to be torn from its foundations. "No," said Hobson, "courageous as she is, she could not. She ought not to accompany us. But on second thought it will be best to tell her of our project. She ought to know, in case any accident should befall us." "Yes," replied Long, "we ought not to keep anything from her. And if we do not come back—" "At 9 o'clock then, Sergeant." "At 9 o'clock." And with a military salute Sergeant Long retired. A few minutes later Hobson was telling Mrs Barnett of his scheme. As he expected, the brave woman insisted on accompanying him, and was quite ready to face the tempest. Hobson did not dissuade her by dwelling on the dangers of the expedition. He merely said that her presence was necessary at the fort during his absence, and that her remaining would set his mind at ease. If any accident should happen to him, it would be a comfort to know that she would take his place. Mrs Barnett understood, and said no more about going, but only urged Hobson not to risk himself unnecessarily, to remember that he was the chief officer, that his life was not his own, but necessary to the safety of all. The Lieutenant promised to be as prudent as possible, but added that the examination of the south of the island must be made at once, and he would make it. The next day Mrs Barnett merely told her companions that the Lieutenant and Sergeant had gone to make a final reconnaissance before the winter set in. Chapter 7 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 7. A Fire and a Cry. The Lieutenant and the Sergeant spent the evening in the large room of the fort, where all were assembled except the astronomer, who still remained shut up in his cabin. The men were busy over their various occupations.
some cleaning their arms, others mending or sharpening their tools. The women were stitching away industriously, and Mrs Paulina Barnett was reading aloud. But she was often interrupted, not only by the noise of the wind, which shook the walls of the house like a battering ram, but by the cries of the baby. Corporal Joliffe, who had undertaken to amuse him, had enough to do. The young gentleman had ridden upon his playmate's knees until they were worn out, and the Corporal at last put the indefatigable little cavalier on the large table, where he rolled about to his heart's content until he fell asleep. At 8 o'clock prayers were read as usual, the lamps were extinguished, and all retired to rest. When every one was asleep, Hobson and Long crept cautiously across the large room and gained the passage, where they found Mrs Barnett, who wished to press their hands once more. "Till to-morrow," she said to the Lieutenant. "Yes," replied Hobson, "to-morrow, madam, without fail." "But if you are delayed?" "You must wait patiently for us," replied the Lieutenant, "for if, in examining the southern horizon, we should see a fire, which is not unlikely this dark night, we should know that we were near the coasts of New Georgia, and then it would be desirable for me to ascertain our position by daylight. In fact, we may be away 48 hours. If, however, we can get to Cape Michael before midnight, we shall be back at the fort to-morrow evening. So wait patiently, madam, and believe that we shall incur no unnecessary risk." "But," added the lady, "suppose you don't get back to-morrow? Suppose you are away more than 2 days?" "Then we shall not return at all," replied Hobson simply. The door was opened. Mrs Barnett closed it behind the Lieutenant and his companion, and went back to her own room, where Madge awaited her, feeling anxious and thoughtful. Hobson and Long made their way across the inner court through a whirlwind which nearly knocked them down, but clinging to each other and leaning on their iron-bound staffs, they reached the postern gates, and set out between the hills and the eastern bank of the lagoon. A faint twilight enabled them to see their way. The moon, which was new the night before, would not appear above the horizon, and there was nothing to lessen the gloom of the darkness, which would, however, last but a few hours longer. The wind and rain were as violent as ever. The Lieutenant and his companions wore impervious boots and waterproof cloaks, well pulled in at the waist, and the hood completely covering their heads. Thus protected, they got along at a rapid pace, for the wind was behind them, and sometimes drove them on faster than they cared to go. Talking was quite out of the question, and they did not attempt it, for they were deafened by the hurricane, and out of breath with the buffeting they received. Hobson did not mean to follow the coast, the windings of which would have taken him a long way round, and have brought him face to face with the wind, which swept over the sea with nothing to break its fury. His idea was to cut in a straight line from Cape Bathurst to Cape Michael, and he was provided with a pocket compass with which to ascertain his bearings. He hoped by this means to cross the 10 or 11 miles between him and his goal, just before the twilight faded and gave place to the 2 hours of real darkness. Bent almost double, with rounded shoulders and stooping heads, the two pressed on. As long as they kept near the lake they did not meet the gale full face. The little hills crowned with trees afforded them some protection. The wind howled fearfully as it bent and distorted the branches, almost tearing the trunks up by the roots. But it partly exhausted its strength, and even the rain when it reached the explorers was converted into impalpable mist, so that about 4 miles they did not suffer half as much as they expected to. But when they reached the southern skirts of the wood, where the hills disappeared, and there were neither trees nor rising ground, the wind swept along with an awful force, and involuntarily they paused for a moment. They were still 6 miles from Cape Michael. "We're going to have a bad time of it," shouted Lieutenant Hobson in the Sergeant's ear. "Yes, the wind and rain will conspire to give us a good beating," answered Long. "I'm afraid that now and then we shall have hail as well," answered Hobson. "It won't be as deadly as grape shot," replied Long coolly, "and we have both been through that, and so forwards. Forwards, my brave comrade." It was then 10 o'clock. The twilight was fading away, dying as if drowned in the mists or quenched by the rain and wind. There was still, however, some light, and the Lieutenant struck his flint, and consulted his compass, passing a piece of burning touchwood over it, and then, drawing his cloak more closely around him, he plunged after the Sergeant across the unprotected plain. At the first step both were flung violently to the ground, but they managed to scramble up, and clinging to each other with their backs bent like two old crippled peasants, they struck into a kind of ambling trot. There was a kind of awful grandeur in this storm to which neither was insensible. Jagged masses of mist and ragged rain clouds swept along the ground. The loose earth and sand were whirled into the air and flung down again like grape shot, and the lips of Hobson and his companions were wet with salt spray, although the sea was 2 or 3 miles distant at least. During the rare brief pauses in the gale they stopped and took breath, whilst the Lieutenant ascertained their position as accurately as possible. The tempest increased as the night advanced. The air and water seemed to be absolutely confounded together, and low down on the horizon was formed one of those fearful waterspouts which can overthrow houses, tear up forests, and which the vessels whose safety they threatened attack with artillery. It really seemed as if the ocean itself was being torn from its bed and flung over the devoted little island. Hobson could not help wondering how it was that the ice field which supported it was not broken in 100 places in this violent convulsion of the sea, the roaring of which could be distinctly heard where he stood. Presently Long, who was a few steps in advance, stopped suddenly, and turning round managed to make the Lieutenant hear the broken words. "Not that way." "Why not?" "The sea." "What, the sea? We cannot possibly have got to the south-east coast. Look, look, Lieutenant!" It was true. A vast sheet of water was indistinctly visible before them, and large waves were rolling up and breaking at the Lieutenant's feet. Hobson again had recourse to his flint, and with the aid of some lighted touchwood consulted the needle of his compass very carefully. "No," he said, "the sea is farther to the left. We have not yet passed the wood between us and Cape Michael." "Then it is—" "It's a fracture of the island," cried Hobson, as both were compelled to fling themselves to the ground before the wind. "Either a large portion of our land has been broken off and drifted away, or a gulf has been made, which we can go around. Forwards!" They struggled to their feet and turned to the right, towards the centre of the island. For about 10 minutes they pressed on in silence, fearing, not without reason, that all communication with the south of the island would be found to be cut off. Presently, however, they no longer heard the noise of the breakers. "It is only a gulf," screamed Hobson in the Sergeant's ear. "Let us turn round." And they resumed their original direction towards the south. But both knew only too well that they had a fearful danger to face, for that portion of the island on which they were was evidently cracked for a long distance, and might at any moment separate entirely. Should it do so under the influence of the waves, they would inevitably be drifted away, whither they knew not. Yet they did not hesitate, but plunged into the mist, not even pausing to wonder if they should ever get back. What anxious forebodings must, however, have passed upon the heart of the Lieutenant! Could he now hope that the island would hold together until the winter? Had not the inevitable breaking up already commenced? If the wind should not drive them on to the coast, were they not doomed to perish very soon, to be swallowed up by the deep, leaving no trace behind them? What a fearful prospect for all the unconscious inhabitants of the fort! But through it all the two men, upheld by the consciousness of a duty to perform, bravely struggled on against the gale, which nearly tore them to pieces, along the new beach, the foam sometimes bathing their feet, and presently gained the large wood which shut in Cape Michael. This they would have to cross to get to the coast by the shortest route, and they entered it in complete darkness, the wind thundering among the branches over their heads. Everything seemed to be breaking to pieces around them. The dislocated branches intercepted their passage, and every moment they ran a risk of being crushed beneath a falling tree, or they stumbled over a stump they had not been able to see in the gloom. The noise of the waves on the other side of the wood was a sufficient guide to their steps, and sometimes the furious breakers shook the weakened ground beneath their feet. Holding each other's hands lest they should lose each other, supporting each other, and the one helping the other up when he fell over some obstacle, they at last reached the point for which they were bound. But the instant they quitted the shelter of the wood, a perfect whirlwind tore them asunder and flung them upon the ground. "Sergeant, Sergeant, where are you?" cried Hobson with all the strength of his lungs. "Here, here!" roared Long in reply, and creeping on the ground they struggled to reach each other, but it seemed as if a powerful hand riveted them to the spot on which they had fallen, and it was only after many futile efforts that they managed to reach each other. Having done so, they tied their belts together to prevent another separation, and crept along the sand to a little rising ground crowned by a small clump of pines. Once there, they were a little more protected, and they proceeded to dig themselves a hole, in which they crouched in a state of absolute exhaustion and prostration. It was half-past 11 o'clock P.M. For some minutes neither spoke. With eyes half closed they lay in a kind of torpor, whilst the trees above them bent beneath the wind, and their branches rattled like the bones of a skeleton. But yet again they roused themselves from this fatal lethargy, and a few mouthfuls of rum from the Sergeant's flask revived them. "Let us hope these trees will hold," at last observed Hobson. "And that our hole will not blow away with them," added the Sergeant, crouching in the soft sand. "Well," said Hobson, "here we are at last, a few feet from Cape Michael, and as we came to make observations, let us make them. I have a presentiment, Sergeant, only a presentiment, remember, that we are not far from firm ground." Had the southern horizon been visible, the two adventurers would have been able to see two-thirds of it from their position, but it was too dark to make out anything, and if the hurricane had indeed driven them within sight of land, they would not be able to see it until daylight, unless a fire should be lighted on the continent. As the Lieutenant had told Mrs Barnett, fishermen often visited that part of North America which is called New Georgia, and there are a good many small native colonies, the members of which collect the teeth of mammoths, these fossil elephants being very numerous in these latitudes. A few degrees further south, on the island of Sitka, rises New Archangel, the principal settlement in Russian America, and the headquarters of the Russian Fur Company, whose jurisdiction once extended over the whole of the Aleutian Islands. The shores of the Arctic Ocean are, however, the favourite resort of hunters, especially since the Hudson's Bay Company took a lease of the districts formerly in the hands of the Russians, and Hobson, although he knew nothing of the country, was well acquainted with the habits of those who were likely to visit it at this time of the year, and was justified in thinking that he might meet fellow countrymen, perhaps even members of his own company, or failing them, some native Indians scouring the coasts. But could the Lieutenant reasonably hope that Victoria Island had been driven towards the coast? "Yes, 100 times yes," he repeated to the Sergeant again and again. "For 7 days a hurricane has been blowing from the north-east, and although I know that the island is very flat, and there is not much for the wind to take hold of, still all these little hills and woods spread out like sails must have felt the influence of the wind to a certain extent. Moreover, the sea which bears us along feels its power, and large waves are certainly running inshore. It is impossible for us to have remained in the current which was dragging us to the west. We must have been driven out of it, and towards the south. Last time we took our bearings we were 200 miles from the coast, and in 7 days." "Your reasonings are very just, Lieutenant," replied the Sergeant, "and I feel that whether the winds help us or not, God will not forsake us. It cannot be His will that so many unfortunate creatures should perish, and I put my trust in him." The two talked on in broken sentences, making each other hear above the roaring of the storm, and struggling to pierce the gloom which closed them in on every side. But they could see nothing; not a ray of light broke the thick darkness. About half past 1 a.m. the hurricane ceased for a few minutes, whilst the fury of the sea seemed to be redoubled, and the large waves, lashed into foam, broke over each other with a roar like thunder. Suddenly Hobson, seizing his companion's arm, shouted— "Sergeant, do you hear?" "What?" "The noise of the sea." "Of course I do, sir," replied Long, listening more attentively. "And the sound of the breakers seems to me not exactly the same, isn't it, Sergeant? Listen, listen! It is like the sound of surf. It seems as if the waves were breaking against rocks." Hobson and the Sergeant now listened intently. The monotonous sounds of the waves dashing against each other in the offing was certainly exchanged for the regular rolling sound produced by the breaking of water against a hard body. They heard the reverberating echoes which told of the neighbourhood of rocks, and they knew that along the whole of the coast of their island there was not a single stone, and nothing more sonorous than the earth and sand of which it was composed. Could they have been deceived? The Sergeant tried to rise to listen better, but he was immediately flung down by the hurricane, which recommenced with renewed violence. The lull was over, and again the noise of the waves was drowned in the shrill whistling of the wind, and the peculiar echo could no longer be made out. The anxiety of the two explorers will readily be imagined. They again crouched down in their hole, doubting whether it would not perhaps be prudent to leave even this shelter, for they felt the sand giving way beneath them, and the pines cracking at their very roots. They persevered, however, in gazing towards the south, every nerve strained to the utmost in the effort to distinguish objects through the darkness. The first grey of twilight of the dawn might soon be expected to appear, and a little before half past 2 a.m. Long suddenly exclaimed— "I see it!" "What?" "A fire!" "A fire?" "Yes, there, over there!" And he pointed to the south west. Was he mistaken? No, for Hobson also made out a faint glimmer in the direction indicated. "Yes," he cried, "yes, Sergeant, a fire! There is land there!" "Unless it is a fire on board ship," replied Long. "A ship at sea in this weather!" exclaimed Hobson. "Impossible! No, no, there is land there, land, I tell you, a few miles from us." "Well, let us make a signal." "Yes, Sergeant, we will reply to the fire on the mainland by a fire on our island." Of course neither Hobson nor Long had a torch, but above their heads rose resinous pines distorted by the hurricane. "Your flint, Sergeant," said Hobson. Long at once struck his flint, lighted the touchwood, and creeping along the sand, climbed to the foot of the thicket of firs, where he was soon joined by the Lieutenant. There was plenty of deadwood about, and they piled it up at the stems of the trees, set fire to it, and soon, the wind helping them, they had the satisfaction of seeing the whole thicket in a blaze. "Ah!" said Hobson, "as we saw their fire, they will see ours." The firs burnt with a lurid glare like a large torch. The dried resin in the old trunks aided the conflagration, and they were rapidly consumed. At last the crackling ceased, the flames died away, and all was darkness. Hobson and Long looked in vain for an answering fire. Nothing was to be seen. For 10 minutes they watched, hoping against hope, and were just beginning to despair, when suddenly a cry was heard, a distinct cry for help. It was a human voice, and it came from the sea. Hobson and Long, wild with eager anxiety, let themselves slide down to the shore. The cry was not, however, repeated. The daylight was now gradually beginning to appear, and the violence of the tempest seemed to be decreasing. Soon it was light enough for the horizon to be examined, but there was no land in sight. Sea and sky were still blended in one unbroken circle. End of chapter 7. Part II, Chapter 8 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne, Chapter 8. Mrs. Paulina Barnett's Excursion. The whole morning Hobson and Sergeant Long wandered about the coast. The weather was much improved. The rain had ceased, and the wind had veered round to the south-east with extraordinary suddenness, without unfortunately decreasing in violence, causing fresh anxiety to the Lieutenant, who could no longer hope to reach the mainland. The south-east wind would drive the wandering island further from the continent, and fling it into the dangerous currents, which must drift it to the north of the Arctic Ocean. How could they even be sure that they had really approached the coast during the awful night just over? Might it not have been merely a fancy of the Lieutenant's? The air was now clear, and they could look round a radius of several miles. Yet there was nothing in the least resembling land within sight. Might they not adopt the Sergeant's suggestion that a ship had passed the island during the night, that the fire and cry were alike signals of sailors in distress? And if it had been a vessel, must it not have foundered in such a storm? Whatever the explanation, there was no sign of a wreck to be seen either in the offing or on the beach, and the waves now driven along by the wind from the land were large enough to have overwhelmed any vessel. "Well, Lieutenant," said Sergeant Long, "what is to be done?" "We must remain upon our island," replied the Lieutenant, pressing his hand to his brow. "We must remain on our island and wait for winter. It alone can save us." It was now midday, and Hobson, anxious to get back to Fort Hope before the evening, at once turned towards Cape Bathurst. The wind being now on their backs, helped them along as it had done before. They could not help feeling very uneasy, as they were naturally afraid that the island might have separated into two parts in the storm. The gulf observed the night before might have spread further, and if so, they would be cut off from their friends. They soon reached the wood they had crossed the night before. Numbers of trees were lying on the ground, with some broken stems, others torn up by the roots from the soft soil, which had not afforded them sufficient support. The few which remained erect were stripped of their leaves. Their naked branches creaked and moaned as the south-east wind swept over them. 2 miles beyond this desolated forest, the wanderers arrived at the edge of the gulf they had seen the night before without being able to judge of its extent. They examined it carefully, and found that it was about 50 feet wide, cutting the coastline straight across near Cape Michael and what was formerly Fort Barnett, forming a kind of estuary running more than 1.5 miles inland. If the sea should again become rough in a fresh storm, this gulf would widen more and more. Just as Hobson approached the beach, he saw a large piece of ice separate from the island and float away. "Ah!" murmured Long, "that is the danger." Both then turned hurriedly to the west, and walked as fast as they could round the huge gulf, making direct for Fort Hope. They noticed no other changes by the way, and towards 4 o'clock they crossed the court, and found all their comrades at their usual occupations. Hobson told his men that he had wished once more before the winter to see if there were any signs of the approach of Captain Craventy's convoy, and that his expedition had been fruitless. "Then, sir," observed Marbre, "I suppose we must give up all idea of seeing our comrades from Fort Reliance for this year at least." "I think you must," replied Hobson simply, re-entering the public room. Mrs Barnett and Madge were told of the two chief events of the exploration, the fire and the cry. Hobson was quite sure that neither he nor the Sergeant were mistaken. The fire had really been seen, the cry had really been heard, and after a long consultation every one came to the conclusion that a ship in distress had passed within sight during the night, and that the island had not approached the American coast. The south-east wind quickly chased away the clouds and mists, so that Hobson hoped to be able to take his bearings the next day. The night was colder, and a fine snow fell, which quickly covered the ground. This first sign of winter was hailed with delight by all who knew of the peril of their situation. On the 2nd September the sky gradually became free from vapours of all kinds, and the sun again appeared. Patiently the Lieutenant awaited its culmination. At noon he took the latitude, and 2 hours later a calculation of hour angles gave him the longitude. The following were the results obtained: latitude 70° 57', longitude 170° 30'. So that, in spite of the violent hurricane, the island had remained in much the same latitude, although it had been drifted somewhat farther west. They were now abreast of Behring Strait, but 400 miles at least north of Capes East and Prince of Wales, which jut out on either side at the narrowest part of the passage. The situation was, therefore, more dangerous than ever, as the island was daily getting nearer to the dangerous Kamtchatka Current, which, if it once seized it in its rapid waters, might carry it far away to the north. Its fate would now soon be decided. It would either stop where the two currents met, and there be shut in by the ice of the approaching winter, or it would be drifted away and lost in the solitudes of the remote Hyperborean regions. Hobson was painfully moved on ascertaining the true state of things, and being anxious to conceal his emotion, he shut himself up in his own room, and did not appear again that day. With his chart before him, he racked his brains to find some way out of the difficulties with which he was beset. The temperature fell some degrees further the same day, and the mists, which had collected above the south-eastern horizon the day before, resolved themselves into snow during the night, so that the next day the white carpet was 2 inches thick. Winter was coming at last. On September 3rd Mrs Barnett resolved to go a few miles along the coast towards Cape Esquimaux. She wished to see for herself the changes lately produced. If she had mentioned her project to the Lieutenant, he would certainly have offered to accompany her, but she did not wish to disturb him, and decided to go without him, taking Madge with her. There was really nothing to fear. The only formidable animals, the bears, seemed to have quite deserted the island after the earthquake, and two women might without danger venture on a walk of a few hours without an escort. Madge agreed at once to Mrs Barnett's proposal, and without a word to any one they set out at 8 o'clock a.m., provided with an ice chisel, a flask of spirits, and a wallet of provisions. After leaving Cape Bathurst they turned to the west. The sun was already dragging its slow course along the horizon, for at this time of year it would only be a few degrees above it at its culmination, but its oblique rays were clear and powerful, and the snow was already melting here and there beneath their influence. The coast was alive with flocks of birds of many kinds. Ptarmigans, guillemots, puffins, wild geese, and ducks of every variety fluttered about, uttering their various cries, skimming the surface of the sea or of the lagoon, according as their tastes led them to prefer salt or fresh water. Mrs Barnett had now a capital opportunity of seeing how many furred animals haunted the neighbourhood of Fort Hope. Martens, ermines, muskrats, and foxes were numerous, and the magazines of the factory might easily have been filled with their skins. But what good would that be now? The inoffensive creatures, knowing that hunting was suspended, went and came fearlessly, venturing close up to the palisade, and becoming tamer every day. Their instinct doubtless told them that they and their old enemies were alike prisoners on the island, and a common danger bound them together. It struck Mrs Barnett as strange that the two enthusiastic hunters, Marbre and Sabine, should obey the Lieutenant's orders to spare the furred animals without remonstrance or complaint, and appeared not even to wish to shoot the valuable game around them. It was true the foxes and others had not yet assumed their winter robes, but this was not enough to explain the strange indifference of the two hunters. Whilst walking at a good pace, and talking over their strange situation, Mrs Barnett and Madge carefully noted the peculiarities of the sandy coast. The ravages recently made by the sea were distinctly visible. Fresh landslips enabled them to see new fractures in the ice distinctly. The strand, fretted away in many places, had sunk to an enormous extent, and the waves washed along a level beach when the perpendicular shores had once checked their advance. It was evident that parts of the island were now only on a level with the ocean. "Oh, Madge!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett, pointing to the long smooth tracks on which the curling waves broke in rapid succession, "our situation has indeed become aggravated by the awful storm. It is evident that the level of the whole island is gradually becoming lower. It is now only a question of time. Will the winter come soon enough to save us? Everything will depend on that." "The winter will come, my dear girl," replied Madge, with her usual unshaken confidence. "We have already had 2 falls of snow. Ice is beginning to accumulate, and God will send it us in time, I feel sure." "You are right, Madge, we must have faith," said Mrs Barnett. "We women, who do not trouble ourselves about the scientific reasons for physical phenomena, can hope, when men who are better informed perhaps despair. This is one of our blessings which our Lieutenant unfortunately does not share. He sees the significance of facts, he reflects, he calculates, he reckons up the time still remaining to us, and I see that he is beginning to lose all hope." "He is a brave and energetic man for all that," replied Madge. "Yes," added Mrs Barnett, "and if it be in the power of man to save us, he will do it." By 9 o'clock the two women had walked 4 miles. They were often obliged to go inland for some little distance, to avoid parts of the coast already invaded by the sea. Here and there the waves had encroached half a mile beyond the former high water line, and the thickness of the ice field had been considerably reduced. There was danger that it would soon yield in many places, and that new bays would be formed all along the coast. As they got further from the fort, Mrs Barnett noticed that the number of furred animals decreased considerably. The poor creatures evidently felt more secure near a human habitation. The only formidable animals which had not been led by instinct to escape in time from the dangerous island were a few wolves, savage beasts which even a common danger did not conciliate. Mrs Barnett and Madge saw several wandering about on the plains, but they did not approach, and soon disappeared behind the hills on the south of the lagoon. "What will become of all these imprisoned animals," said Madge, "when all food fails them, and they are famished with hunger in the winter?" "They will not be famished in a hurry, Madge," replied Mrs Barnett, "and we shall have nothing to fear from them. All the martens, ermines, and polar hares which we spare will fall an easy prey to them. That is not our danger. The brittle ground beneath our feet, which may at any moment give way, is our real peril. Only look how the sea is advancing here. It already covers half the plain, and the waves, still comparatively warm, are eating away our island above and below at the same time. If the cold does not stop it very soon, the sea will shortly join the lake, and we shall lose our lagoon as we lost our river and our port." "Well, if that should happen, it will indeed be an irreparable misfortune," exclaimed Madge. "Why?" asked Mrs Barnett, looking inquiringly at her companion. "Because we shall have no more fresh water," replied Madge. "Oh, we shall not want for fresh water, Madge," said Mrs Barnett. "The rain, the snow, the ice, the icebergs of the ocean, the very ice field on which we float, will supply us with that. No, no, that is not our danger." About 10 o'clock Mrs Barnett and Madge had readied the rising ground above Cape Esquimaux, but at least 2 miles inland, for they had found it impossible to follow the coast, worn away as it was by the sea. Being rather tired with the many detours they had to make, they decided to rest a few minutes before setting off on their return to Fort Hope. A little hill, crowned by a clump of birch trees and a few shrubs, afforded a pleasant shelter, and a bank covered with yellow moss, from which the snow had melted, served them as a seat. The little wallet was opened, and they shared their simple repast like sisters. Half an hour later Mrs Barnett proposed that they should climb along the promontory to the sea, and find out the exact state of Cape Esquimaux. She was anxious to know if the point of it had resisted the storm, and Madge declared herself ready to follow her dear girl wherever she went, but at the same time reminded her that they were 8 or 9 miles from Cape Bathurst already, and that they must not make Lieutenant Hobson uneasy by too long an absence. But some presentiment made Mrs Barnett insist upon doing as she proposed, and she was right, as the event proved. It would only delay them half an hour after all. They had not gone a quarter of a mile before Mrs Barnett stopped suddenly, and pointed to some clear and regular impressions upon the snow. These marks must have been made within the last 9 or 10 hours, or the last fall of snow would have covered them over. "What animal has passed along here, I wonder?" said Madge. "It was not an animal," said Mrs Barnett, bending down to examine the marks more closely. "Not a quadruped, certainly, for its 4 feet would have left impressions very different from these. Look, Madge, they are the footprints of a human person." "But who could have been here?" inquired Madge. "None of the soldiers or women have left the fort, and we are on an island, remember. You must be mistaken, my dear, but we will follow the marks and see where they lead us." They did so, and 50 paces further on both again paused. "Look, Madge, look!" cried Mrs Barnett, seizing her companion's arms, "and then say if I am mistaken." Near the footprints were the marks of a heavy body having been dragged along the snow, and the impression of a hand. "It is the hand of a woman or a child!" cried Madge. "Yes," replied Mrs Barnett, "a woman or a child has fallen here exhausted, and risen again to stumble on. Look at the footprints again, and farther on more falls." "Who could it have been?" exclaimed Madge. "How can I tell?" replied Mrs Barnett. "Some unfortunate creature imprisoned like ourselves for 3 or 4 months perhaps, or some shipwrecked wretch flung upon the coast in a storm. You remember the fire and the cry which Sergeant Long and the Lieutenant Hobson spoke. Come, come, Madge, there must be some one in danger for us to save." And Mrs Barnett, dragging Madge with her, ran along following the traces, and further on found that they were stained with blood. The brave, tender-hearted woman had spoken of saving some one in danger. Had she then forgotten that there was no safety for any upon the island, doomed sooner or later to be swallowed up by the ocean? The impressions on the ground led towards Cape Esquimaux, and the two carefully traced them, but the footprints presently disappeared, whilst the bloodstains increased, making an irregular pathway along the snow. It was evident the poor wretch had been unable to walk further, and had crept along on hands and knees. Here and there fragments of torn clothes were scattered about, bits of sealskin and fur. "Come, come!" cried Mrs Barnett, whose heart beat violently. Madge followed her. They were only a few yards from Cape Esquimaux, which now rose only a few feet above the sea level against the background of the sky, and was quite deserted. The impressions now led them to the right of the cape, and running along they soon climbed to the top, but there was still nothing, absolutely nothing, to be seen. At the foot of the cape, where the slight ascent began, the traces turned to the right, and led straight to the sea. Mrs Barnett was turning to the right also, but just as she was stepping on to the beach, Madge, who had been following her and looking about uneasily, caught hold of her hand and exclaimed— "Stop, stop! No, Madge, no!" cried Mrs Barnett, who was drawn along by a kind of instinct in spite of herself. "Stop, stop, and look!" cried Madge, tightening her hold on her mistress's hand. On the beach, about 50 paces from Cape Esquimaux, a large white mass was moving about and growling angrily. It was an immense polar bear, and the two women watched it with beating hearts. It was pacing round and round a bundle of fur on the ground, which it smelt at every now and then, lifting it up and letting it fall again. The bundle of fur looked like the dead body of a walrus. Mrs Barnett and Madge did not know what to think, whether to advance or to retreat; but presently, as the body was moved about, a kind of hood fell back from the head, and some long locks of brown hair were thrown over the snow. "It's a woman! It's a woman!" cried Mrs Barnett, eager to rush to her assistance and find out if she were dead or alive. "Stop!" repeated Madge, holding her back; "the bear won't harm her." And indeed the formidable creature merely turned the body over, and showed no inclination of tearing it with its dreadful claws. It went away and came back, apparently uncertain what to do. It had not yet perceived the two women who were so anxiously watching it. Suddenly a loud crack was heard. The earth shook, and it seemed as if the whole of Cape Esquimaux was about to be plunged into the sea. A large piece of the island had broken away, and a huge piece of ice, the centre of gravity of which had been displaced by the alteration in its specific weight, drifted away, carrying with it the bear and the body of the woman. Mrs Barnett screamed, and would have flung herself upon the broken ice before it floated away, if Madge had not clutched her hand firmly, saying quietly— "Stop! stop!" At the noise produced by the breaking off of the piece of ice, the bear started back with a fearful growl, and, leaving the body, rushed to the side where the fracture had taken place; but he was already some 40 feet from the coast, and in his terror he ran round and round the islet, tearing up the ground with his claws, and stamping the sand and snow about him. Presently he turned to the motionless body, and to the horror of the two women, seized it by the clothes with his teeth, and carrying it to the edge of the ice, plunged with it into the sea. Being a powerful swimmer, like the whole race of Arctic bears, he soon gained the shores of the island. With a great exertion of strength he managed to climb up the ice, and having reached the surface of the island, he quietly laid down the body he had brought with him. Mrs Barnett could no longer be held back, and shaking off Madge's hold, she rushed to the beach, never thinking of the danger she ran in facing a formidable carnivorous creature. The bear, seeing her approach, reared upon his hind legs and came towards her, but at about 10 paces off he paused, shook his great head, and turning round with a low growl, quietly walked away towards the centre of the island, without once looking behind him. He too was evidently affected by the mysterious fear which had tamed all the wild animals on the island. Mrs Barnett was soon bending over the body stretched about the snow. A cry of astonishment burst from her lips. "Madge, Madge, come!" she exclaimed. Madge approached and looked long and fixedly at the inanimate body. It was the young Esquimaux girl, Kalumah. Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Chapter 9. Kalumah's Adventures. Kalumah, on the floating island 200 miles from the American coast! It was almost incredible. The first thing to be ascertained was whether the poor creature still breathed. Was it possible to restore her to life? Mrs Barnett loosened her clothes, and found that her body was not yet quite cold. Her heart beat feebly, but it did beat. The blood they had seen came from a slight wound in her hand. Madge bound it up with her handkerchief, and the bleeding soon ceased. At the same time Mrs Barnett raised the poor girl's head, and managed to pour a few drops of rum between her parted lips. She then bathed her forehead and temples with cold water, and waited. A few minutes passed by, and neither of the watchers were able to utter a word, so anxious were they lest the faint spark of life remaining to the young Esquimaux should be quenched. But at last Kalumah's breast heaved with a faint sigh, her hands moved feebly, and presently she opened her eyes, and recognising her preserver, she murmured— "Mrs Barnett! Mrs Barnett!" The lady was not a little surprised at hearing her own name. Had Kalumah voluntarily sought the floating island, and did she expect to find her old European friends on it? If so, how had she come to know it, and how had she managed to reach the island, 200 miles from the mainland? How could she have guessed that the ice field as bearing Mrs Barnett and all the occupants of Fort Hope away from the American coast? Really it all seemed quite inexplicable. "She lives! She will recover!" exclaimed Madge, who felt the vital heat and pulsation returning to the poor bruised body. "Poor child! Poor child!" said Mrs Barnett, much affected. "She murmured my name when she was at the point of death." But now Kalumah again half opened her eyes, and looked about her with a dreamy unsatisfied expression. Presently, however, seeing Mrs Barnett, her face brightened, the same name again burst from her lips, and painfully raising her hand, she let it fall on that of her friend. The anxious care of the two women soon revived Kalumah, whose extreme exhaustion arose not only from fatigue but also from hunger. She had eaten nothing for 48 hours. Some pieces of cold venison and a little rum refreshed her, and she soon felt able to accompany her newly found friends to the fort. Before starting, however, Kalumah, seated on the sand between Mrs Barnett and Madge, overwhelmed them with thanks and expressions of attachment. Then she told her story. She had not forgotten the Europeans of Fort Hope, and the thought of Mrs Paulina Barnett had been ever present with her. It was not by chance, as we shall see, that she had come to Victoria Island. The following is a brief summary of what Kalumah related to Mrs Barnett. Our readers will remember the young Esquimaux's promise to come and see her friends at Fort Hope again in the fine season of the next year. The long Polar night being over, and the month of May having come round, Kalumah set out to fulfil her pledge. She left Russian America, where she had wintered, and accompanied by one of her brothers in law, started for the peninsula of Victoria. 6 weeks later, towards the middle of June, she got to that part of British America which is near Cape Bathurst. She at once recognised the volcanic mountains shutting in Liverpool Bay, and 20 miles further east she came to Walruses' Bay, where her people had so often hunted morses and seals. But beyond the bay on the north there was nothing to be seen. The coast suddenly sank to the south east in an almost straight line. Cape Esquimaux and Cape Bathurst alike had disappeared. Kalumah understood what had happened. Either the whole of the peninsula had been swallowed up by the waves, or it was floating away as an island, no one knew whither. Kalumah's tears flowed fast at the loss of those whom she had come so far to see. Her brother in law, however, had not appeared surprised at the catastrophe. A kind of legend or tradition had been handed down amongst the nomad tribes of North America, that Cape Bathurst did not form part of the mainland, but had been joined on to it thousands of years before, and would sooner or later be torn away in some convulsion of nature. Hence the surprise at finding the factory founded by Hobson at the foot of the cape. But with the unfortunate reserve characteristic of the race, and perhaps also under the influence of that enmity which all natives feel for those who settle in their country, they said nothing to the Lieutenant, whose fort was already finished. Kalumah knew nothing of this tradition, which after all rested on no trustworthy evidence, and probably belonged to the many northern legends relating to creation. This was how it was that the colonists of Fort Hope were not warned of the danger they ran in settling on such a spot. Had a word in season been spoken to Hobson, he would certainly have gone further in search of some firmer foundation for his fort than this soil, certain peculiarities of which he had noticed at the first. When Kalumah had made quite sure that all traces of Cape Bathurst was gone, she explored the coast as far as the further side of Washburn Bay, but without finding any sign of those she sought, and at last there was nothing left for her to do but to return to the fisheries of Russian America. She and her brother in law left Walruses' Bay at the end of June, and following the coast got back to New Georgia towards the end of July, after an absolutely fruitless journey. Kalumah now gave up all hope of again seeing Mrs Barnett and the other colonists of Fort Hope. She concluded that they had all been swallowed up by the ocean long ago. At this part of her tale the young Esquimaux looked at Mrs Barnett with eyes full of tears, and pressed her hand affectionately, and then she murmured her thanks to God for her own preservation through the means of her friend. Kalumah, on her return home, resumed her customary occupations, and worked with the rest of her tribe at the fisheries near Icy Cape, a point a little above the 70th parallel, and more than 600 miles from Cape Bathurst. Nothing worthy of note happened during the first half of the month of April, but towards the end the storm began which had caused Hobson so much uneasiness, and which had apparently extended its ravages over the whole of the Arctic Ocean and beyond Behring Strait. It was equally violent at Icy Cape and on Victoria Island, and as the Lieutenant ascertained in his bearings, the latter was then not more than 200 miles from the coast. As Mrs Barnett listened to Kalumah, her previous information enabled her rapidly to find the key to the strange events which had taken place, and to account for the arrival of the young native on the island. During the first days of the storm the Esquimaux of Icy Cape were confined to their huts. They could neither get out nor fish. But during the night of the 31st August a kind of presentiment led Kalumah to venture down to the beach, and braving the wind and rain in all their fury, she peered anxiously through the darkness at the waves rising mountains high. Presently she thought she saw a huge mass driven along by the hurricane parallel with the coast. Gifted with extremely keen sight, as all these wandering tribes accustomed to the long dark Polar nights, she felt sure that she was not mistaken. Something of this vast bulk was passing 2 miles from the coast, and that something could be neither a whale, a boat, nor at this time of the year even an iceberg. But Kalumah did not stop to reason. The truth flashed upon her like a revelation. Before her excited imagination rose the images of her friends. She saw them all once more: Mrs Barnett, Madge, Lieutenant Hobson, the baby she had covered with kisses at Fort Hope. Yes, they were passing, borne along in the storm on a floating ice field. Kalumah did not doubt or hesitate a moment. She felt that she must tell the poor shipwrecked people, which she was sure they were, of the close vicinity of the land. She ran to her hut, seized a torch of tow and resin, such as the Esquimaux use when fishing at night, lit it, and waved it on the beach at the summit of Icy Cape. This was the fire which Hobson and Long had seen when crouching on Cape Michael on the night of the 31st August. Imagine the delight of the young Esquimaux when a signal replied to hers, when she saw the huge fire lit by Lieutenant Hobson, the reflection of which reached the American coast, although he did not dream that he was so near it. But it quickly went out. The lull in the storm only lasted a few minutes, and the fearful gale, veering around to the southeast, swept along with redoubled violence. Kalumah feared that her prey, so she called the floating island, was about to escape her, and that it would not be driven on to the shore. She saw it fading away, and knew that it would soon disappear in the darkness and be lost to her on the boundless ocean. It was indeed a terrible moment for the young native, and she determined at all hazards to let her friends know of their situation. There might yet be time for them to take some steps for their deliverance, although every hour took them further from the continent. She did not hesitate a moment. Her kayak was at hand. The frail bark, in which she had more than once braved the storms of the Arctic Ocean, she pushed it down to the sea, hastily laced on the sealskin jacket fastened to the canoe, and, the long paddle in her hand, she plunged into the darkness. Mrs Barnett here pressed the brave child to her heart, and Madge shed tears of sympathy. When launched upon the roaring ocean, Kalumah found the change of wind in her favour. The wave dashed over her kayak, it is true, but they were powerless to harm the light boat, which floated on their crests like a straw. It was capsized several times, but a stroke of the paddle righted it at once. After about an hour's hard work, Kalumah could see the wandering island more distinctly, and had no longer any doubt of effecting her purpose, as she was but a quarter of a mile from the beach. It was then that she uttered the cry which Hobson and Long had heard. But alas! Kalumah now felt herself being carried away towards the west by a powerful current, which could take firmer hold of her kayak than of the floating island. In vain she struggled to beat back with her paddle. The light boat shot along like an arrow. She uttered scream after scream, but she was unheard, for she was already far away, and when the day broke the coast of Alaska and the island she had wished to reach were but two distant masses on the horizon. Did she despair? Not yet. It was impossible to get back to the American continent in the teeth of the terrible wind which was driving the island before it at a rapid pace, taking it out 200 miles in 36 hours, and assisted by the current from the coast. There was but one thing left to do: to get to the island by keeping in the same current which was drifting it away. But alas! the poor girl's strength was not equal to her courage. She was faint from want of food, and exhausted as she was, she could no longer wield her paddle. For some hours she struggled on, and seemed to be approaching the island, although those on it could not see her, as she was but a speck upon the ocean. She struggled on until her stiffened arms and bleeding hands fell powerless, and, losing consciousness, she was floated along in her frail kayak at the mercy of winds and waves. She did not know how long this lasted. She remembered nothing more, until a sudden shock roused her. Her kayak had struck against something. It opened beneath her, and was plunged into cold water, the freshness of which revived her. A few moments later she was flung upon the sand in a dying state by a large wave. This had taken place the night before, just before dawn, that is to say, about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Kalumah had then been 70 hours at sea since she embarked. The young native had no idea where she had been thrown, whether on the continent or on the floating island, which she had so bravely sought, but she hoped the latter. Yes, hoped that she had reached her friends, although she knew that the wind and current had driven them into the open sea, and not towards the coast. The thought revived her, and shattered as she was, she struggled to her feet and tried to follow the coast. She had, in fact, been providentially thrown on that portion of Victoria Island which was formerly the upper corner of Walruses' Bay, but, worn away as it was by the waves, she did not recognise the land with which she had once been familiar. She tottered on, stopped, and again struggled to advance. The beach before her appeared endless. She had so often to go round where the sea had encroached upon the sand. And so, dragging herself along, stumbling and scrambling up again, she at last approached the little wood where Mrs Barnett and Madge had halted that very morning. We know that the two women found the footprints left by Kalumah in the snow not far from this very spot, and it was at a short distance further on that the poor girl fell for the last time. Exhausted by fatigue and hunger, she still managed to creep along on hands and knees for a few minutes longer. A great hope kept her from despair, for she had at last recognised Cape Esquimaux, at the foot of which she and her people had encamped the year before. She knew now that she was but 8 miles from the factory, and that she had only to follow the path she had so often traversed when she went to visit her friends at Fort Hope. Yes, this hope sustained her, but she had scarcely reached the beach when her forces entirely failed her, and she again lost all consciousness. But for Mrs Barnett she would have died. "But, dear lady," she added, "I knew that you would come to my rescue, and that God would save me by your means." We know the rest.
We know the providential instinct which led Mrs Barnett and Madge to explore this part of the coast on this very day, and the presentiment which made them visit Cape Esquimaux after they had rested, and before returning to Fort Hope. We know too, as Mrs Barnett related to Kalumah, how the piece of ice had floated away, and how the bear had acted under the circumstances. "And after all," added Mrs Barnett with a smile, "it was not I who saved you, but the good creature without whose aid you would never have come back to us; and if ever we see him again, we will treat him with the respect due to your preserver." During this long conversation Kalumah was rested and refreshed, and Mrs Barnett proposed that they should return to the fort at once, as she had already been too long away. The young girl immediately rose ready to start. Mrs Barnett was indeed most anxious to tell the Lieutenant of all that had happened during the night of the storm, when the wandering island had neared the American continent; but she urged Kalumah to keep her adventures secret, and to say nothing about the situation of the island. She would naturally be supposed to have come along the coast in fulfilment of the promise she had made to visit her friends in the fine season. Her arrival would tend only to strengthen the belief of the colonists that no changes had taken place in the country around Cape Bathurst, and to set at rest the doubts any of them might have entertained. It was about 3 o'clock when Madge and Mrs Barnett, with Kalumah hanging on her arm, set out towards the east, and before 5 o'clock in the afternoon they all arrived at the postern of the fort. CHAPTER X. Part II, Chapter 10 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Chapter 10. The Kamtchatka Current. We can readily imagine the reception given to Kalumah by all at the fort. It seemed to them that the communication with the outer world was reopened. Mrs Mac Nab, Mrs Rae, and Mrs Joliffe overwhelmed her with caresses, but Kalumah's first thought was for the little child. She caught sight of him immediately, and running to him, covered him with kisses. The young native was charmed and touched with the hospitality of her European hosts. A positive fête was held in her honour, and every one was delighted that she would have to remain at the fort for the winter, the season being too far advanced for her to get back to the settlements of Russian America before the cold set in. But if all the settlers were agreeably surprised at the appearance of Kalumah, what must Lieutenant Hobson have thought when he saw her leaning on Mrs Barnett's arm? A sudden hope flashed across his mind like lightning, and as quickly died away. Perhaps, in spite of the evidence of his daily observations, Victoria Island had run aground somewhere on the continent unnoticed by any of them. Mrs Barnett read the Lieutenant's thoughts in his face, and shook her head sadly. He saw that no change had taken place in their situation, and waited until Mrs Barnett was able to explain Kalumah's appearance. A few minutes later he was walking along the beach with the lady, listening with great interest to her account of Kalumah's adventures. So he had been right in all his conjectures. The northeast hurricane had driven the island out of the current. The ice field had approached within a mile at least of the American continent. It had not been a fire on board a ship which they had seen, or the cry of a shipwrecked mariner which they had heard. The mainland had been close at hand, and had the northeast wind blown hard for another hour, Victoria Island would have struck against the coast of Russian America. And then, at this crucial moment, a fatal, a terrible wind had driven the island away from the mainland back to the open sea, and it was again in the grasp of the irresistible current, and was being carried along with a speed which nothing could check, the mighty southeast wind aiding its headlong course, to that terribly dangerous spot where it would be exposed to contrary attractions, either of which might lead to its destruction and that of all the unfortunate people dragged along with it. For the 100th time the Lieutenant and Mrs Barnett discussed all the bearings of the case, and then Hobson inquired if any important changes had taken place in the appearance of the districts between Cape Bathurst and Walrus Bay. Mrs Barnett replied that in some places the level of the coast appeared to be lowered, and that the waves now covered tracts of sand which were formerly out of their reach. She related what had happened at Cape Esquimaux, and the important fracture which had taken place at that part of the coast. Nothing could have been less satisfactory. It was evident that the ice field forming the foundation of the island was breaking up. What had happened at Cape Esquimaux might at any moment be reproduced at Cape Bathurst. At any hour of the day or night the houses of the factory might be swallowed up by the deep, and the only thing which could save them was the winter, the bitter winter which was fortunately rapidly approaching. The next day, September 4th, when Hobson took his bearings, he found that the position of Victoria Island had not sensibly changed since the day before. It had remained motionless between the two contrary currents, which was on the whole the very best thing that could have happened. "If only the cold would fix us where we are, if the ice wall would shut us in, and the sea become petrified around us," exclaimed Hobson, "I should feel that our safety was assured. But we are 200 miles from the coast at this moment, and by venturing across the frozen ice fields we might perhaps reach either Russian America or Kamtchatka. Winter, winter at any price! Let the winter set in, no matter how rapidly!" Meanwhile, according to the Lieutenant's orders, the preparations for the winter were completed. Enough forage to last the dogs the whole of the Polar night was stored up. They were all in good health, but getting rather fat with having nothing to do. They could not be taken too much care of, as they would have to work terribly hard in the journey across the ice after the abandonment of Fort Hope. It was most important to keep up their strength, and they were fed on raw reindeer venison, plenty of which was easily attainable. The tame reindeer also prospered. Their stable was comfortable, and a good supply of moss was laid by for them in the magazines of the fort. The females provided Mrs Joliffe with plenty of milk for her daily culinary needs. The Corporal and his little wife had also sown fresh seeds, encouraged by the success of the last in the warm season. The ground had been prepared beforehand for the planting of scurvy grass and Labrador tea. It was important that there should be no lack of these valuable antiscorbutics. The sheds were filled with wood up to the very roof. Winter might come as soon as it liked now, and freeze the mercury in the cistern of the thermometer. There was no fear that they would again be reduced to burn their furniture as they had the year before. Mac Nab and his men had become wise by experience, and the chips left from the boat building added considerably to their stock of fuel. About this time a few animals were taken which had already assumed their winter furs, such as martens, polecats, blue foxes, and ermines. Marbre and Sabine had obtained leave from the Lieutenant to set some traps outside the enceinte. He did not like to refuse them this permission, lest they should become discontented, as he had really no reason to assign for putting a stop to the collection of furs, although he knew full well that the destination of these harmless creatures could do nobody any good. Their flesh was, however, useful for feeding the dogs, and enabled them to economise the reindeer venison. All was now prepared for the winter, and the soldiers worked with an energy which they would certainly not have shown if they had been told the secret of their situation. During the next few days the bearings were taken with the greatest care, but no change was noticeable in the situation of Victoria Island, and Hobson, finding that it was motionless, began to have fresh hope, although there was as yet no symptoms of winter in inorganic nature, the temperature maintaining a mean height of 49° Fahrenheit. Some swans flying to the south in search of a warmer climate was a good omen. Other birds, capable of a long sustained flight over vast tracts of the ocean, began to desert the island. They knew full well that the continent of America and Asia with their less severe climates and their plentiful resources of every kind, were not far off, and that their wings were strong enough to carry them there. A good many of these birds were caught, and by Mrs Barnett's advice the Lieutenant tied round their necks a stiff cloth ticket, on which was inscribed the position of the wandering island, and the names of its inhabitants. The birds were then set free, and their captors watched them wing their way to the south with envious eyes. Of course none were in the secret of the sending forth of these messengers, except Mrs Barnett, Madge, Kalumah, Hobson, and Long. The poor quadrupeds were unable to seek their usual winter refuges in the south. Under ordinary circumstances the reindeer, polar hares, and even the wolves would have left early in September for the shores of the Great Bear and Slave Lakes, a good many degrees further south. But now the sea was an insurmountable barrier, and they too would have to wait until the winter should render it passable. Led by instinct they had doubtless tried to leave the island, but, turned back by the water, the instinct of self-preservation had brought them to the neighbourhood of Fort Hope, to be near the men who were once their hunters and most formidable enemies, but they were now, like themselves, rendered comparatively inoffensive by their imprisonment. The observations of the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th September revealed no alteration in the position of Victoria Island. The large eddy between the two currents kept it stationary another 15 days. Another 3 weeks of this state of things, and Hobson felt that they might be saved. But they were not yet out of danger, and many terrible, almost supernatural trials still awaited the inhabitants of Fort Hope. On the 10th of September observations showed a displacement of Victoria Island, only a slight displacement, but in a northerly direction. Hobson was in dismay. The island was finally in the grasp of the Kamtchatka Current, and was drifting towards the unknown latitudes where the large icebergs came into being. It was on its way to the vast solitudes of the Arctic Ocean, interdicted to the human race, from which there is no return. Hobson did not hide this new danger from those who were in the secret of the situation. Mrs Barnett, Madge, Kalumah, and Sergeant Long received this fresh blow with courage and resignation. "Perhaps," said Mrs Barnett, "the island may stop even yet. Perhaps it will move slowly. Let us hope on and wait. The winter is not far off, and we are going to meet it. In any case God's will be done." "My friends," said Hobson earnestly, "do you not think I ought now to tell our comrades? You see in what a terrible position we are, and all that may await us. Is it not taking too great a responsibility to keep them in ignorance of the peril they are in?" "I should wait a little longer," replied Mrs Barnett without hesitation. "I would not give them all over to despair until the last chance is gone." "That is my opinion also," said Long. Hobson had thought the same, and was glad to find that his companions agreed with him in the matter. On the 11th and 12th September the motion towards the north was more noticeable. Victoria Island was drifting at a rate of from 12 to 13 miles a day, so that each day took them the same distance further from the land and nearer to the north. They were, in short, following the decided course made by the Kamtchatka Current, and would quickly pass that 70th degree which once cut across the extremity of Cape Bathurst, and beyond which no land of any kind was to be met with in this part of the Arctic Ocean. Every day Hobson looked out their position on the map, and saw only too clearly to what awful solitudes the wandering island was drifting. The only hope left consisted, as Mrs Barnett had said, in the fact that they were going to meet the winter. In thus drifting towards the north they would soon encounter those ice-cold waters, which would consolidate and strengthen the foundations of the island. But if the danger of being swallowed up by the waves was decreased, would not the unfortunate colonists have an immense distance to traverse to get back from these remote northern regions, had the boat been finished,
Lieutenant Hobson would not have hesitated to embark the whole party in it, but in spite of the zealous efforts of the carpenter, it was not nearly ready, and indeed it taxed Mac Nab's powers to the uttermost to construct a vessel on which to trust the lives of 20 persons in such a dangerous sea. By the 16th September Victoria Island was between 73 and 80 miles north of the spot where its course had been arrested for a few days between the Behring and Kamtchatka Currents. There were now, however, many signs of the approach of winter. Snow fell frequently and in large flakes. The column of mercury fell gradually. The mean temperature was still 44° Fahrenheit during the day, but at night it fell to 32°. The sun described an extremely lengthened curve above the horizon, not rising more than a few degrees even at noon, and disappearing for 11 hours out of every 24. At last, on the night of the 16th September, the first signs of ice appeared upon the sea in the shape of small isolated crystals like snow, which stained the clear surface of the water, as was noticed by the famous explorer Scoresby. These crystals immediately calmed the waves, like the oil which sailors pour upon the sea to produce a momentary cessation of its agitation. These crystals showed a tendency to weld themselves together, but they were broken and separated by the motion of the water as soon as they had combined to any extent. Hobson watched the appearance of the young ice with extreme attention. He knew that 24 hours would suffice to make the ice crust 2 or 3 inches thick, strong enough in fact to bear the weight of a man. He therefore expected that Victoria Island would shortly be arrested in its course to the north. But the day ended the work of the night, and if the speed of the island slackened during the darkness in consequence of the obstacles in its path, they were removed in the next 12 hours, and the island was carried rapidly along again by the powerful current. The distance from the northern regions became daily less, and nothing could be done to lessen the evil. At the autumnal equinox of the 21st of September, the day and night were of equal length, and from that date the night gradually became longer and longer. The winter was coming at last, but it did not set in rapidly or with any vigour. Victoria Island was now nearly a degree further north than the 70th parallel, and on this 21st September a rotating motion was the first time noticed, a motion estimated by Hobson at about a quarter of the circumference. Imagine the anxiety of the unfortunate Lieutenant. The secret he had so long carefully kept was now about to be betrayed by nature to the least clear-sighted. Of course the rotation altered the cardinal points of the island. Cape Bathurst no longer pointed to the north but to the east. The sun, moon, and stars rose and set on a different horizon, and it was impossible that men like Mac Nab, Rae, Marbre, and others, accustomed to note the signs of the heavens, could fail to be struck by the change, and understand its meaning. To Hobson's great satisfaction, however, the brave soldiers appeared to notice nothing. The displacement with regard to the cardinal points was not, it was true, very considerable, and it was often too foggy for the rising and setting of the heavenly bodies to be accurately observed. Unfortunately, the rotation appeared to be accompanied by an increase of speed. From that date Victoria Island drifted at a rate of a mile an hour. It advanced further and further north, further and further away from all land. Hobson did not even yet despair, for it was not in his nature to do so, but he felt confused and astray, and longed for the winter with all his heart. At last the temperature began to fall still lower. Snow fell plentifully on the 23rd and 24th September, and increased the thickness of the coating of ice on the sea. Gradually the vast ice field was formed on every side. The island in its advance continually broke it up, but each day it became firmer and better able to resist. The sea succumbed to the petrifying hand of winter, and became frozen as far as the eye could reach,
and on September 27th, when the bearings were taken, it was found that Victoria Island had not moved since the day before. It was imprisoned in a vast ice field. It was motionless in longitude 177° 22', and latitude 77° 57', more than 600 miles from any continent. End of chapter 10. Part II, Chapter 11 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne, Chapter 11. A communication from Lieutenant Hobson. Such was the situation. To use Sergeant Long's expression, the island had cast anchor, and was as stationary as when the isthmus connected it with the mainland. But 600 miles now separated it from inhabited countries, 600 miles which would have to be traversed in sledges across the solidified surface of the sea, amongst the icebergs which the cold would build up in the bitterest months of the Arctic winter. It would be a fearful undertaking, but hesitation was impossible. The winter for which Lieutenant Hobson had so ardently longed had come at last, and arrested the fatal march of the island to the north. It would throw a bridge 600 miles long from their desolate home to the continents on the south, and the new chances of safety must not be neglected. Every effort must be made to restore the colonists, so long lost in the Hyperborean regions, to their friends. As Hobson explained to his companions, it would be madness to linger till the spring should again thaw the ice, which would be to abandon themselves once more to the capricious Behring Currents. They must wait until the sea was quite firmly frozen over, which at the moment would be in another 3 or 4 weeks. Meanwhile the Lieutenant proposed making frequent excursions on the ice field encircling the island, in order to ascertain its thickness, its suitability for the passage of sledges, and the best route to take across it so as to reach the shores of Asia or America. "Of course," observed Hobson to Mrs Barnett and Sergeant Long, "we would all rather make for Russian America than Asia, if a choice is open to us." "Kalumah will be very useful to us," said Mrs Barnett, "for as a native she will be thoroughly acquainted with the whole of Alaska." "Yes, indeed," replied Hobson; "her arrival was most fortunate for us. Thanks to her, we shall be easily able to get to the settlement of Fort Michael on Norton Sound, perhaps even to New Archangel, a good deal further south, where we can pass the rest of the winter." "Poor Fort Hope!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett. "It goes to my heart to think of abandoning it on this island. It has been built at the cost of so much trouble and fatigue. Everything about it has been so admirably arranged by you, Lieutenant. I feel as if my heart would break when we leave it finally." "You will not suffer more than I shall, madam," replied Hobson, "and perhaps not so much. It is the chief work of my life. I have devoted all my powers to the foundation of Fort Hope, so unfortunately named, and I shall never cease to regret having to leave it. And what will the Company say which confided this task to me? For after all I am but its humble agent." "It will say," cried Mrs Barnett with enthusiasm, "it will say that you have done your duty, that you are not responsible for the caprices of nature, which is ever more powerful than man. It will understand that you could not foresee what has happened, for it was beyond the penetration of the most far-sighted man, and it will know that it owes the preservation of the whole party to your prudence and moral courage." "Thank you, madam," replied the Lieutenant, pressing Mrs Barnett's hand. "Thank you for your warm-hearted words. But I have had some experience of men, and I know that success is always admired and failure condemned. But the will of Heaven be done." Sergeant Long, anxious to turn the Lieutenant from his melancholy thoughts, now began to talk about the preparations for the approaching departure, and asked if it was not time to tell his comrades the truth. "Let us wait a little longer," replied Hobson. We have saved the poor fellows much anxiety and worry already. Let us keep silent until the day is fixed for the start, and then we will reveal the whole truth." This point being decided, the ordinary occupations of the factory went on for a few weeks longer. How different was the situation of the colonists a year ago, when they were all looking forward to the future in happy unconsciousness! A year ago the first symptoms of the cold season were appearing, even as they are now. The young ice was gradually forming along the coast. The lagoon, its waters being quieter than those of the sea, was the first to freeze over. The temperature remained about 1 or 2 degrees above freezing point in the day, and fell to 3 or 4 degrees below in the night. Hobson again made his men assume their winter garments, the linen vests and furs before described. The condensers were again set up inside the house. The air vessel and air pumps were cleaned, the traps were set around the palisades on different parts of Cape Bathurst, and Marbre and Sabine got plenty of game, and finally the last touches were given to the inner rooms of the principal house. Although Fort Hope was now about 2 degrees further north than at the same time the year before, there was no sensible difference in the state of the temperature. The fact is, the distance between the 70th and 72nd parallels is not great enough to affect the mean height of the thermometer. On the contrary, it really seemed to be less cold than at the beginning of the winter before. Perhaps, however, that was because the colonists were now, to a certain extent, acclimatized. Certainly the winter did not set in so abruptly as last time. The weather was very damp, and the atmosphere was always charged with vapour, which now fell as rain, now as snow. In Lieutenant Hobson's opinion, at least, it was not nearly cold enough. The sea froze all round the island, it is true, but not in a regular or continuous sheet of ice. Large blackish patches here and there showed that the icicles were not thoroughly cemented together. Loud resonant noises were constantly heard, produced by the breaking of the ice field when the rain melted the imperfectly welded edges of the blocks composing it. There was no rapid accumulation of lump upon lump, such as is generally seen in intense cold. Icebergs and hummocks were few and scattered, and no ice wall as yet shut in the horizon. "This season would have been just the thing for the explorers of the North West Passage, or the seekers of the North Pole," repeated Sergeant Long again and again; "but it is most unfavourable for us, and very much against our ever getting back to our own land." This went on throughout October, and Hobson announced that the mean temperature was no lower than 32° Fahrenheit, and it is well known that several days of cold 7° or 8° below zero are required for the sea to freeze hard. Had proof been needed that the ice field was impassable, a fact noticed by Mrs Barnett and Hobson would have sufficed. The animals imprisoned on the island, the furred animals, reindeers, wolves, etc., would have left the island had it been possible to cross the sea, but they continued to gather in large numbers round the factory, and to seek the vicinity of man. The wolves came actually within musket range of the enceinte to devour the martens and polar hares, which were their only food. The famished reindeer, having neither moss nor herbs on which to browse, roved about Cape Bathurst in herds. A solitary bear, no doubt the one to which Mrs Barnett and Kalumah felt they owed a debt of gratitude, often passed to and fro amongst the trees of the woods, on the banks of the lagoon, and in the presence of all these animals, especially of the ruminants, which require an exclusively vegetable diet, proved that flight was impossible. We have said that the thermometer remained at freezing point, and Hobson found on consulting his journal that at the same time the year before it had already marked 20° Fahrenheit below zero, proving how unequally cold is distributed in the capricious Polar regions. The colonists, therefore, did not suffer much, and were not confined to the house at all. It was, however, very damp indeed. Rain mixed with snow fell constantly, and the falling of the barometer proved that the atmosphere was charged with vapour. Throughout October the Lieutenant and Long made many excursions to ascertain the state of the ice field in the offing. One day they went to Cape Michael, another to the edge of the former Walruses' Bay, anxious to see if it would be possible to cross to the continent of America or Asia, or if the start would have to be put off. But the surface of the ice field was covered with puddles of water, and in some parts riddled with holes, which would certainly have been impassable for sledges. It seemed as if it would be scarcely safe for a single traveller to venture across the half liquid, half solid masses. It was easy to see that the cold had been neither severe nor equally maintained, for the ice consisted of an accumulation of sharp points, crystals, prisms, polyhedrons, and figures of every variety, like an aggregation of stalactites. It was more like a glacier than a field, and even if it had been practicable, walking on it would have been very tiring. Hobson and Long managed with great difficulty to scramble over a mile or two towards the south, but at the expense of a vast amount of time, so that they were compelled to admit that they must wait some time yet, and they returned to Fort Hope disappointed and disheartened. The first day of November came, and the temperature fell a little, but only a very few degrees, which was not nearly enough. Victoria Island was wrapped in damp fogs, and the lamps had to be lit during the day. It was necessary, however, to economise the oil as much as possible, as the supply was running short. No fresh stores had been brought by Captain Craventy's promised convoy, and there were no more walruses to be hunted. Should the dark winter be prolonged, the colonists would be compelled to have recourse to the fat of animals, perhaps even to the resin of the firs, to get a little light. The days were already very short, and the pale disc of the sun, yielding no warmth, and deprived of all its brightness, only appeared above the horizon for a few hours at a time. Yes, winter had come, with its mists, its rain, and its snow, but without the long desired cold. On the 11th November something of a fête was held at Fort Hope. Mrs Joliffe served up a few extras at dinner, for it was the anniversary of the birth of little Michael Mac Nab. He was now a year old, and was the delight of everybody. He had large blue eyes and fair curly hair like his father, the head carpenter, who was very proud of the resemblance. At dessert the baby was solemnly weighed. It was worth something to see him struggling in the scales, and to hear his astonished cries. He actually weighed 34 pounds. The announcement of this wonderful weight was greeted with loud cheers, and Mrs Mac Nab was congratulated by everybody on her fine boy. Why Corporal Joliffe felt that he ought to share the compliments it is difficult to imagine, unless it was as a kind of foster father or nurse to the baby. He had carried the child about, dandled and rocked him so often, that he felt he had something to do with his specific weight. The next day, November 12th, the sun did not appear above the horizon. The long polar night was beginning 9 days sooner than it had done the year before, in consequence of the difference in latitude of Victoria Island then and now. The disappearance of the sun did not, however, produce any change in the state of the atmosphere. The temperature was as changeable as ever. The thermometer fell one day and rose the next. Rain and snow succeeded each other. The wind was soft and did not settle in any quarter, but often veered round to every point of the compass in the course of a single day. The constant damp was very unhealthy, and likely to lead to scorbutic affections amongst the colonists. But fortunately, although the lime juice and lime lozenges were running short, and had no fresh stock to be obtained, the scurvy grass and sorrel had yielded a very good crop, and, by the advice of Lieutenant Hobson, a portion of them was eaten daily. Every effort must, however, be made to get away from Fort Hope. Under the circumstances, 3 months would scarcely be long enough for them all to get to the nearest continent. It was impossible to risk being overtaken by the thaw on the ice field, and therefore If they started at all, it must be at the end of November. The journey would have been difficult enough, even if the ice had been rendered solid everywhere by a severe winter, and in this uncertain weather it was a most serious matter. On the 13th November, Hobson, Mrs Barnett, and the Sergeant met to decide on the day of departure. The Sergeant was of opinion that they ought to leave the island as soon as possible. "For," he said, "we must make allowances for all the possible delays during a march of 600 miles. We ought to reach the continent before March, or we may be surprised by the thaw, and then we shall be in a worse predicament than we are on our island." "But," said Mrs Barnett, "is the sea firm enough for us to cross it?" "I think it is," said Long, "and the ice gets thicker every day. The barometer, too, is gradually rising, and by the time our preparations are completed, which will be in about another week, I think, I hope that the really cold weather will have set in." "The winter has begun very badly," said Hobson. "In fact, everything seems to combine against us. Strange seasons have often been experienced on these seas. I have heard of whalers being able to navigate in places where, even in the summer, at another time they would not have had an inch of water beneath their keels. In my opinion there is not a day to be lost, and I cannot sufficiently regret that the ordinary temperature of these regions does not assist us." "It will later," said Mrs Barnett, "and we must be ready to take advantage of every chance in our favour. When do you propose starting, Lieutenant?" "At the end of November at the latest," replied Hobson; "but if in a week hence our preparations are finished and the route appears practicable, we will start then." "Very well," said Long, "we will get ready without losing an instant." "Then," said Mrs Barnett, "you will now tell our companions of the situation in which they are placed?" "Yes, madam, the moment to speak and the time for action have alike arrived." "And when do you propose enlightening them?" "At once, Sergeant Long," he added, turning to his subordinate, who at once drew himself up in a military attitude. "Call all your men together in the large room to receive a communication." Sergeant Long touched his cap, and turning on his heels left the room without a word. For some minutes Mrs Barnett and Hobson were left alone, but neither of them spoke. The Sergeant quickly returned, and told Hobson that his orders were executed. The Lieutenant and the lady at once went into the large room. All the members of the colony, men and women, were assembled in the dimly lighted room. Hobson came forward, and standing in the centre of the group, said very gravely— "My friends, until to-day I have felt it my duty, in order to spare you useless anxiety, to conceal from you the situation of our fort. An earthquake separated us from the continent. Cape Bathurst has broken away from the mainland. Our peninsula is but an island of ice, a wandering island." At this moment Marbre stepped forward and said quietly— "We knew it, sir." Chapter 12. Of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part II, Chapter 12. A chance to be tried. The brave fellows knew it then, and that they might not add to the cares of their chief, had pretended to know nothing, and had worked away at the preparations for the winter with the same zeal as the year before. Tears of emotion stood in Hobson's eyes, and he made no attempt to conceal them, but seizing Marbre's outstretched hand, he pressed it in his own. Yes, the soldiers all knew it, for Marbre had guessed it long ago. The filling of the reindeer trap with salt water, the non-arrival of the detachment from Fort Reliance, the observations of latitude and longitude taken every day, which would have been useless on firm ground, the precautions observed by Hobson to prevent any one seeing him take the bearings, the fact of the animals remaining on the island after winter had set in,
and the change in the position of the cardinal points during the last few days, which they had noticed at once, had all been tokens easily interpreted by the inhabitants of Fort Hope. The arrival of Kalumah had puzzled them, but they had concluded that she had been thrown upon the island in the storm, and they were right, as we are aware. Marbre, upon whom the truth had first dawned, confided his suspicions to Mac Nab the carpenter and Rae the blacksmith. All three faced the situation calmly enough, and agreed that they ought to tell their comrades and wives, but decided to let the Lieutenant think they knew nothing, and to obey him without question as before.
"You are indeed brave fellows, my friends!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett, who was much touched by this delicate feeling. "You are true soldiers."
"Our Lieutenant may depend on us," said Mac Nab. "He has done his duty, and we will do ours." "I know you will, dear comrades," said Hobson; "and if only Heaven will help and not forsake us, we will help ourselves." The Lieutenant then related all that had happened since the time when the earthquake broke the isthmus, and converted the districts round Cape Bathurst into an island. He told how, when the sea became free from ice in the spring, the new island had been drifted more than 200 miles away from the coast by an unknown current; how the hurricane had driven it back within sight of land; how it had again been carried away in the night of the 31st August; and lastly, how Kalumah had bravely risked her life to come to the aid of her European friends. Then he enumerated the changes the island had undergone, explaining how the warmer waters had worn it away, and his fear that it might be carried to the Pacific, or seized by the Kamtchatka Current, concluding his narrative by stating that the wandering island had fully stopped on the 27th of last September. The chart of the Arctic seas was then brought, and Hobson pointed out the position occupied by the island, 600 miles from all land. He ended by saying that the situation was extremely dangerous, that the island would inevitably be crushed when the ice broke up, and that, before having recourse to the boat, which could not be used until the next summer, they must try to get back to the American continent by crossing the ice field. "We shall have 600 miles to go in the cold and darkness of the Polar night. It will be hard work, my friends, but you know as well as I do that there can be no shrinking from the task." "When you give the signal to start, Lieutenant, we will follow you," said Mac Nab. All being of one mind, the preparations for departure were from that date rapidly pushed forward. The men bravely faced the fact that they would have 600 miles to travel under very trying circumstances. Sergeant Long superintended the works, whilst Hobson, the two hunters, and Mrs Barnett often went to test the firmness of the ice field. Kalumah frequently accompanied them, and her remarks, founded on experience, might possibly be of great use to the Lieutenant. Unless they were prevented, they were to start on the 20th November, and there was not a moment to lose. As Hobson had foreseen, the wind having risen, the temperature fell slightly, and the column of mercury marked 24° Fahrenheit. Snow, which soon became hardened, replaced the rain of the preceding days. A few more days of such cold, and sledges could be used. The little bay hollowed out of the cliffs of Cape Michael was partly filled with ice and snow, but it must not be forgotten that its calmer waters froze more quickly than those of the open sea, which were not yet in a satisfactory condition. The wind continued to blow almost incessantly, and with considerable violence, but the motion of the waves interfered with the regular formation and consolidation of the ice. Large pools of water occurred here and there between the pieces of ice, and it was impossible to attempt to cross it. "The weather is certainly getting colder," observed Mrs Barnett to Lieutenant Hobson, as they were exploring the south of the island together on the 10th November. "The temperature is becoming lower and lower, and these liquid spaces will soon freeze over." "I think you are right, madam," replied Hobson, "but the way in which they will freeze over will not be very favourable to our plans. The pieces of ice are small, and their jagged edges will stick up all over the surface, making it very rough, and if our sledges get over it at all, it will only be with very great difficulty."
"But," resumed Mrs Barnett, "if I am not mistaken, a heavy fall of snow, lasting a few days or even a few hours, would suffice to level the entire surface."
"Yes, yes," replied Hobson, "but if snow should fall, it will be because the temperature has risen, and if it rises, the ice field will break up again, so that either contingency will be against us."
"It really would be a strange freak of fortune if we should experience a temperate instead of an Arctic winter in the midst of the Polar Sea," observed Mrs Barnett.
"It has happened before, madam, it has happened before. Let me remind you of the great severity of last cold season. Now it has been noticed that two long bitter winters seldom succeed each other, and the whalers of the northern seas know it well. A bitter winter when we should have been glad of a mild one, and a mild one when we so sorely need the reverse. It must be owned we have been strangely unfortunate thus far, and when I think of 600 miles to cross with women and a child—" and Hobson pointed to the vast white plain, with strange irregular markings like guipure work, stretching away into the infinite distance. Sad and desolate enough it looked, the imperfectly frozen surface cracking every now and then with an ominous sound. A pale moon, its light half quenched in the damp mists, rose but a few degrees above the gloomy horizon, and shot a few faint beams upon the melancholy scene. The half darkness and the refraction combined doubled the size of every object. Icebergs of moderate height assumed gigantic proportions, and were in some cases distorted into the forms of fabulous monsters. Birds passed overhead with loud flapping of wings, and in consequence of this optical illusion the smallest of them appeared as large as a condor or a vulture. In the midst of the icebergs yawned apparently huge black tunnels, into which the boldest man would scarcely dare to venture, and now and then sudden convulsions took place, as the icebergs, worn away at the base, heeled over with a crash, the sonorous echoes taking up the sounds and carrying them along. The rapid changes resembled the transformation scenes of fairyland, and terrible indeed must all those phenomena have appeared to the luckless colonists who were about to venture across the ice field. In spite of her moral and physical courage, Mrs Barnett could not control an involuntary shudder. Soul and body alike shrunk from the awful prospect, and she was tempted to shut her eyes and stop her ears that she might see and hear no more. When the moon was for a moment veiled behind a heavy cloud, the gloom of the Polar landscape became still more awe-inspiring, and before her mind's eye rose a vision of the caravan of men and women struggling across these vast solitudes in the midst of hurricanes, snowstorms, avalanches, and in the thick darkness of the Arctic night. Mrs Barnett, however, forced herself to look. She wished to accustom her eyes to these scenes, and to teach herself not to shrink from facing their terrors. But as she gazed a cry suddenly burst from her lips, and seizing Hobson's hand, she pointed to a huge object of ill-defined dimensions, moving about in the uncertain light, scarcely 100 paces from where they stood. It was a white monster of immense size, more than 100 feet high. It was pacing slowly along over the broken ice, bounding from one piece to another, and beating the air with its huge feet, between which it could have held 10 large dogs at least. It too seemed to be seeking a practicable path across the ice. It too seemed anxious to fly from the doomed island. The ice gave way beneath its weight, and it had often considerable difficulty in regaining its feet. The monster made its way thus for about a quarter of a mile across the ice, and then, its further progress being barred, it turned round and advanced towards the spot where Mrs Barnett and the Lieutenant stood. Hobson seized the gun, which was slung over his shoulder, and presented it at the animal, but almost immediately lowering the weapon, he said to Mrs Barnett— "A bear, madam, only a bear, the size of which has been greatly magnified by refraction." It was in fact a Polar bear, and Mrs Barnett drew a long breath of relief as she understood the optical illusion of which she had been the victim. Then an idea struck her. "It is my bear!" she exclaimed, "the bear with the devotion of a Newfoundland dog! Probably the only one still on the island. But what is he doing here?" "He is trying to get away," replied Hobson, shaking his head. "He is trying to escape from this doomed island, and he cannot do so. He is proving to us that we cannot pass where he has had to turn back." Hobson was right. The imprisoned animal had tried to leave the island, and to get to the continent, and having failed, it was returning to the coast, shaking its head and growling. It passed some 20 paces from the two watchers, and either not seeing them, or disdaining to take any notice of them, it walked heavily on towards Cape Michael, and soon disappeared behind the rising ground. Lieutenant Hobson and Mrs Barnett returned sadly and silently to the fort. The preparations for departure went on as rapidly, however, as if it were possible to leave the island. Nothing was neglected to promote the success of the undertaking. Every possible danger had to be foreseen, and not only had the ordinary difficulties and dangers of a journey across the ice to be allowed for, but also the sudden changes of weather peculiar to the Polar regions, which so obstinately resist every attempt to explore them. The teams of dogs required special attention. They were allowed to run about near the fort, that they might regain the activity of which too long a rest had, to some extent, deprived them, and they were soon in a condition to make a long march. The sledges were carefully examined and repaired. The rough surface of the ice field would give them many violent shocks, and they were therefore thoroughly overhauled by Mac Nab and his men, the inner framework and the curved fronts being carefully repaired and strengthened. Two large waggon sledges were built, one for the transport of provisions, the other for the peltries. These were to be drawn by the tame reindeer, which had been well trained for the service. The peltries, or furs, were articles of luxury with which it was not perhaps quite prudent to burden the travellers, but Hobson was anxious to consider the interests of the Company as much as possible, although he was resolved to abandon them en route if they harassed or impeded his march. No fresh risk was run of injury of the furs, for of course they would have been lost if left at the factory. It was of course quite another matter with the provisions, of which a good and plentiful supply was absolutely necessary. It was of no use to count on the product of the chase this time. As soon as the passage of the ice field became practicable, all the edible game would get on ahead and reach the mainland before the caravan. One waggon sledge was therefore packed with salt meat, corned beef, hare pâtés, dried fish, biscuits, the stock of which was unfortunately getting low, and an ample reserve of sorrel, scurvy grass, rum, spirits of wine for making warm drinks, etc., etc. Hobson would have been glad to take some fuel with him, as he would not meet with a tree, a shrub, or a bit of moss throughout the march of 600 miles, nor could he hope for pieces of wreck or timber cast up by the sea, but he did not dare to overload his sledges with wood. Fortunately there was no lack of warm, comfortable garments, and in case of need they could draw upon the reserve of the peltries in the waggon. Thomas Black, who since his misfortune had altogether retired from the world, shunning his companions, taking part in none of the consultations, and remaining shut up in his own room, reappeared as soon as the day of departure was definitely fixed. But even then he attended to nothing but the sledge which was to carry his person, his instruments, and his registers. Always very silent, it was now impossible to get a word out of him. He had forgotten everything, even that he was a scientific man, and since he had been deceived about the eclipse, since the solution of the problem of the red prominences of the moon had escaped him, he had taken no notice of any of the peculiar phenomena of the high latitudes, such as the aurora borealis, halos, perihelia, etc. During the last few days every one worked so hard that all was ready for the start on the morning of the 18th November. But alas, the ice field was still impassable. Although the thermometer had fallen slightly, the cold had not been severe enough to freeze the surface of the sea with any uniformity, and the snow which fell was fine and intermittent. Hobson, Marbre, and Sabine went along the coast every day from Cape Michael to what was once the corner of the old Walruses' Bay. They even ventured out about a mile and a half upon the ice field, but were compelled to admit that it was broken by rents, crevasses, and fissures in every direction. Not only would it be impossible for sledges to cross it, it was dangerous for unencumbered pedestrians. Hobson and his two men underwent the greatest fatigue in these short excursions, and more than once they ran a risk of being unable to get back to Victoria Island across the ever changing, ever moving blocks of ice. Really, all nature seemed to be in league against the luckless colonists. On the 18th and 19th November the thermometer rose, whilst the barometer fell. Fatal results were to be feared from this change in the state of the atmosphere. Whilst the cold decreased, the sky became covered with clouds, which presently resolved themselves into heavy rain instead of the sadly needed snow. The column of mercury was standing at 34° Fahrenheit. These showers of comparatively warm water melted the snow and ice in many places, and the result can easily be imagined. It really seemed as if a thaw were setting in, and there were symptoms of a general breaking up of the ice field. In spite of the dreadful weather, however, Hobson went to the south of the island every day, and every day returned more disheartened than before. On the 20th a tempest resembling in violence that of the month before broke upon the gloomy Arctic solitudes, compelling the colonists to give up going out, and to remain shut up in Fort Hope for 2 days. CHAPTER 13. Of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Chapter 13. Across the Ice Field. At last, on the 22nd of November, the weather moderated. In a few hours the storm suddenly ceased. The wind veered round to the north, and the thermometer fell several degrees. A few birds capable of a long sustained flight took wing and disappeared. There really seemed to be a likelihood that the temperature was at last going to become what it ought to be at this time of the year in such an elevated latitude. The colonists might well regret that it was not now what it had been during the last cold season, when the column of mercury fell to 72° Fahrenheit below zero. Hobson determined no longer to delay leaving Victoria Island, and on the morning of the 22nd the whole of the little colony was ready to leave the island, which was now firmly welded to the ice field, and by its means connected with the American continent 600 miles away. At 11:30 a.m. Hobson gave the signal of departure. The sky was grey but clear, and lighted up from the horizon to the zenith by a magnificent aurora borealis. The dogs were harnessed to the sledges, and 3 couple of reindeers to the wagon sledges. Silently they wended their way towards Cape Michael, where they would quit the island, properly so called for the ice field. The caravan at first skirted along the wooded hill on the east of Lake Barnett, but as they were rounding the corner all paused to look round for the last time at Cape Bathurst, which they were leaving never to return. A few snow-encrusted rafters stood out in the light of the aurora borealis. A few white lines marked the boundaries of the enceinte of the factory. A white mass here and there, a few blue wreaths of smoke from the expiring fire, never to be rekindled. This was all that could be seen of Fort Hope, now useless and deserted, but erected at the cost of so much labour and so much anxiety. "Farewell, farewell to our poor Arctic home!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett, waving her hand for the last time, and all sadly and silently resumed their journey. At 1 o'clock the detachment arrived at Cape Michael, after having rounded the gulf, which the cold had imperfectly frozen over. Thus far the difficulties of the journey had not been very great, for the ground of the island was smooth compared to the ice field, which was strewn with icebergs, hummocks, and packs, between which practicable passes had to be found at the cost of an immense amount of fatigue. Towards the evening of the same day the party had advanced several miles on the ice field, and a halt for the night was ordered. The encampment was to be formed by hollowing out snow houses in the Esquimaux style. The work was quickly accomplished with the ice chisels, and at 8 o'clock, after a salt meat supper, every one had crept into the holes, which are much warmer than anybody would imagine. Before retiring, however, Mrs Barnett asked the Lieutenant how far he thought they had come. "Not more than 10 miles, I think," replied Hobson. "10 from 600!" exclaimed Mrs Barnett. "At this rate it will take us 3 months to get to the American continent." "Perhaps more, madam," replied Hobson, "for we shall not be able to get on faster than this. We are not travelling, as we were last year, over the frozen plains between Fort Reliance and Cape Bathurst, but on a distorted ice field, crushed by the pressure of the icebergs, across which there is no easy route. I expect to meet with almost insurmountable difficulties on the way. May we be able to conquer them! It is not of so much importance, however, to march quickly as to preserve our health, and I shall indeed think myself fortunate if all my comrades answer to their names in the roll call on our arrival at Fort Reliance. Heaven grant we may have all landed at some point, no matter where, of the American continent in 3 months' time. If so, we shall never be able to return thanks enough." The night passed without incident, but during the long vigil which he kept, Hobson fancied he noticed certain ill-omened tremblings on the spot he had chosen for his encampment, and could not but fear that the vast ice field was insufficiently cemented, and that there would be numerous rents in the surface which would greatly impede his progress, and render communication with firm ground very uncertain. Moreover, before he started, he had observed that none of the animals had left the vicinity of the fort, and they would certainly have sought a warmer climate had not their instinct warned them of obstacles in their way. Yet the Lieutenant felt that he had only done his duty in making this attempt to restore his little colony to an inhabited land, before the setting in of the thaw, and whether he succeeded or had to turn back, he would have no reason to reproach himself. The next day, November 23rd, the detachment could not even advance 10 miles towards the east, so great were the difficulties met with. The ice field was fearfully distorted, and here and there many layers of ice were piled one upon another, doubtless driven along by the irresistible force of the ice wall into the vast funnel of the Arctic Ocean. Hence a confusion of masses of ice, which looked as if they had been suddenly dropped by a hand incapable of holding them, and strewn about in every direction. It was clear that a caravan of sledges, drawn by dogs and reindeer, could not possibly get over these blocks, and it was equally clear that a path could not be cut through them with the hatchet or ice chisel. Some of the icebergs assumed extraordinary forms, and there were groups which looked like towns falling into ruins. Some towered 300 or 400 feet above the level of the ice field, and were capped with tottering masses of debris, which the slightest shake or shock or gust of wind would bring down in avalanches. The greatest precautions were, therefore, necessary in rounding these ice mountains, and orders were given not to speak above a whisper, and not to excite the dogs by cracking the whips in these dangerous passes. But an immense amount of time was lost in looking for practicable passages, and the travellers, worn out with fatigue, often going 10 miles round before they could advance one in the direction towards the east. The only comfort was that the ground still remained firm beneath their feet. On the 24th November, however, fresh obstacles arose, which Hobson really feared, with considerable reason, would be insurmountable. After getting over one wall of ice, which rose some 20 miles from Victoria Island, the party found themselves on a much less undulating ice field, the different portions of which had evidently not been subjected to any great pressure. It was clear that in consequence of the direction of the currents, the influence of the masses of permanent ice in the north had not here been felt, and Hobson and his comrades soon found that this ice field was intersected with wide and deep crevices not yet frozen over. The temperature here was comparatively warm, and the thermometer maintained a mean height of more than 34° Fahrenheit. Salt water, as is well known, does not freeze so readily as fresh, but requires several degrees of cold below freezing point before it becomes solidified, and the sea was therefore still liquid. All the icebergs and floes here had come from latitudes further north, and, if we may so express it, lived upon the cold they had brought with them. The whole of the southern portion of the Arctic Ocean was most imperfectly frozen, and a warm rain was falling, which hastened the dissolution of what ice there was. On the 24th November the advance of the travellers was absolutely arrested by a crevasse full of rough water strewn with small icicles, a crevasse not more than 100 feet wide, it is true, but probably many miles long. For 2 whole hours the party skirted along the western edge of this gap, in the hope of coming to the end of it and getting to the other side, so as to resume their march to the east. But it was all in vain. They were obliged to give it up and encamp on the wrong side. Hobson and Long, however, proceeded for another quarter of a mile along the interminable crevasse, mentally cursing the mildness of the winter which had brought them into such a strait. "We must pass somehow," said Long, "for we can't stay where we are." "Yes, yes," replied the Lieutenant, "and we shall pass it, either by going up to the north or down to the south. It must end somewhere. But after we have got round this we shall come to others, and so it will go on, perhaps for hundreds of miles, as long as this uncertain and most unfortunate weather continues." "Well, Lieutenant, we must ascertain the truth once for all before we resume our journey," said the Sergeant. "We must indeed, Sergeant," replied Hobson firmly, "or we shall run a risk of not having crossed half the distance between us and America after travelling 500 or 600 miles out of our way. Yes, before going further I must make quite sure of the state of the ice field, and that is what I am about to do." And without another word Hobson stripped himself, plunged into the half frozen water, and being a powerful swimmer, a few strokes soon brought him to the other side of the crevasse, when he disappeared amongst the icebergs. A few hours later the Lieutenant reached the encampment, to which Long had already returned, in an exhausted condition. He took Mrs Barnett and the Sergeant aside, and told them that the ice field was impracticable, adding, "Perhaps one man on foot, without a sledge or any encumbrances, might get across, but for a caravan it is impossible. The crevasses increase towards the east, and a boat would really be of more use than a sledge if we wished to reach the American coast." "Well," said Long, "if one man could cross, ought not one of us to attempt it, and go and seek assistance for the rest?" "I thought of trying it myself," replied Hobson. "You, Lieutenant?" "You, sir?" cried Mrs Barnett and Long in one breath. These two exclamations showed Hobson how unexpected and inopportune his proposal appeared. How could he, the chief of the expedition, think of deserting those confided to him, even although it was in their interests and at a great risk to himself? It was quite impossible, and the Lieutenant did not insist upon it. "Yes," he said, "I understand how it appears to you, my friends, and I will not abandon you. It would, indeed, be quite useless for any one to attempt the passage. He would not succeed, he would fall by the way, and find a watery grave when the thaw sets in. And even suppose he reached New Archangel, how could he come to our rescue? Would he charter a vessel to seek for us? Suppose he did, it could not start until after the thaw, and who could tell where the currents will then have taken Victoria Island, either further north or to the Behring Sea?" "Yes, Lieutenant, you are right," replied Long. "Let us remain together, and if we are to be saved in a boat, there is Mac Nab's on Victoria Island, and for it at least we shall not have to wait." Mrs Barnett had listened without saying a word, but she understood that the ice field being impassable, they had now nothing to depend on but the carpenter's boat, and that they would have to wait bravely for the thaw. "What are you going to do, then?" she inquired at last. "Return to Victoria Island." "Let us return, then, and God be with us." The rest of the travellers had now gathered round the Lieutenant, and he laid his plans before them. At first all were disposed to rebel. The poor creatures had been counting on getting back to their homes, and felt absolutely crushed at the disappointment, but they soon recovered their dejection, and declared themselves ready to obey. Hobson then told them the results of the examination he had just made. They learnt that the obstacles in their way on the east were so numerous that it would be absolutely impossible to pass with the sledges and their contents, and as the journey would last several months, the provisions, etc., could not be dispensed with. "We are now," added the Lieutenant, "cut off from all communication with the mainland, and by going further towards the east we run a risk, after enduring great fatigues, of finding it impossible to get back to the island, now our only refuge. If the thaw should overtake us on the ice field, we are lost. I have not disguised nor have I exaggerated the truth, and I know, my friends, that I am speaking to men who have found that I am not a man to turn back from difficulties. But I repeat, the task we have set ourselves is impossible." The men trusted their chief implicitly. They knew his courage and energy, and felt as they listened to his words that it was indeed impossible to cross the ice. It was decided to start on the return journey to Fort Hope the next day, and it was accomplished under most distressing circumstances. The weather was dreadful. Squalls swept down upon the ice field, and rain fell in torrents. The difficulty of finding the way in the darkness through the labyrinth of icebergs can well be imagined. It took no less than 4 days and 4 nights to get back to the island. Several teams of dogs with their sledges fell into the crevices, but thanks to Hobson's skill, prudence, and devotion, he lost not one of his party. But what terrible dangers and fatigues they had to go through, and how awful was the prospect of another winter on the wandering island to the unfortunate colonists. Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 14 of the Fur Country. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fur Country by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 14. The Winter Months. The party did not arrive at Fort Hope until the 28th, after a most arduous journey. They had now nothing to depend on but the boat, and that they could not use until the sea was open, which would not be for 6 months. Preparations for another winter were therefore made. The sledges were unloaded, the provisions put back in the pantry, and the clothes, arms, furs, etc., in the magazines. The dogs returned to their dog house, and the reindeer to their stable. Great was the despair of Thomas Black at this return to seclusion. The poor astronomer carried his instruments, his books, and his manuscripts back to his room, and more angry than ever with the evil fate which pursued him, he held himself aloof from everything which went on in the factory. All were again settled at their usual winter avocations the day after their arrival, and the monotonous winter life once more commenced.
needlework, mending the clothes, taking care of the furs, some of which might yet be saved, the observation of the weather, the examination of the ice field, and reading aloud were the daily occupations. Mrs Barnett was, as before, the leader in everything, and her influence was everywhere felt. If, as sometimes happened, now that all were uneasy about the future, a slight disagreement occurred between any of the soldiers, a few words from Mrs Barnett soon set matters straight, for she had acquired wonderful power over the little world in which she moved, and she always used it for the good of the community. Kalumah had become a great favourite with everybody, for she was always pleasant and obliging. Mrs Barnett had undertaken her education, and she got on quickly, for she was both intelligent and eager to learn. She improved her English speaking, and also taught her to read and write in that language. There were, however, 12 masters for Kalumah, all eager to assist in this branch of her education, as the soldiers had all been taught reading, writing, and arithmetic, either in England or in English colonies. The building of the boat proceeded rapidly, and it was to be planked and decked before the end of the month. Mac Nab and some of his men worked hard in the darkness outside, with no light but the flames of burning resin, whilst others were busy making the rigging in the magazines of the factory. Although the season was now far advanced, the weather still remained very undecided. The cold was sometimes intense, but owing to the prevalence of west winds it never lasted long. Thus passed the whole of December. Rain and intermittent falls of snow succeeded each other, the temperature meanwhile varying from 26 to 34° Fahrenheit. The consumption of fuel was moderate, although there was no need to economise it, the reserves being considerable. It was otherwise with the oil, upon which they depended for light, for the stock was getting so low that the Lieutenant could at last only allow the lamps to be lit for a few hours every day. He tried using reindeer fat for lighting the house, but the smell of it was so unbearable that every one preferred being in the dark. All work had of course to be given up for the time, and very tedious did the long dark hours appear. Some aurora borealis and 2 or 3 lunar halos appeared at full moon, and Thomas Black might now have minutely observed all these phenomena, and have made precise calculations on their intensity, their coloration, connection with the electric state of the atmosphere, and their influence upon the magnetic needle, etc. But the astronomer did not even leave his room. His spirit was completely crushed. On the 30th December the light of the moon revealed a long circular line of icebergs shutting in the horizon on the north and east of Victoria Island. This was the ice wall, the frozen masses of which were piled up to a height of some 300 or 400 feet. 2/3 of the island were hemmed in by this mighty barrier, and it seemed probable that the blockade would become yet more complete. The sky was clear for the first week of January. The new year, 1861, opened with very cold weather, and the column of mercury fell to 8° Fahrenheit. It was the lowest temperature that had been experienced in this singular winter, although it was anything but low for such a high latitude. The Lieutenant felt it his duty once more to take the latitude and longitude of the island by means of stellar observations, and found that its position had not changed at all. About this time, in spite of all their economy, the oil seemed likely to fail altogether. The sun would not appear above the horizon before early in February, so that there was a month to wait, during which there was a danger of the colonists having to remain in complete darkness. Thanks to the young Esquimaux, however, a fresh supply of oil for the lamps was obtained. On the 3rd January Kalumah walked to Cape Bathurst to examine the state of the ice. All along the south of the island the ice field was very compact, the icicles of which it was composed more firmly welded together. There were no liquid spaces between them, and the surface of the floe, though rough, was perfectly firm everywhere. This was no doubt caused by the pressure of the chain of icebergs on the horizon, which drove the ice towards the north and squeezed it against the island. Although she saw no crevices or rents, the young native noticed many circular holes neatly cut in the ice, the use of which she knew perfectly well. They were the holes kept open by seals imprisoned beneath the solid crust of ice, and by which they came to the surface to breathe and look for mosses under the snow on the coast. Kalumah knew that in the winter bears will crouch patiently near these holes, and watching for the moment when the seal comes out of the water, they rush upon it, hug it to death in their paws, and carry it off. She knew too that the Esquimaux, not less patient than the bear, also watches for the appearance of these animals, and throwing a running noose over their heads, when they push them up, drag them to the surface. What bears and Esquimaux could do might certainly also be done by skilful hunters, and Kalumah hastened back to the fort to tell the Lieutenant of what she had seen, feeling sure that where these holes were, seals were not far off. Hobson sent for the hunters, and the young native described to them the way in which the Esquimaux capture these animals in the winter, and begged them to try. She had not finished speaking before Sabine had a strong rope with a running noose ready in his hand, and accompanied by Hobson, Mrs Barnett, Kalumah, and 2 or 3 soldiers, the hunters returned to Cape Bathurst, and whilst the women remained on the beach, the men made their way to the holes pointed out by Kalumah. Each one was provided with a rope, and stationed himself at a different hole. A long time of waiting ensued. No sign of the seals, but at last the water in the hole Marbre had chosen began to bubble, and a head with long tusks appeared. It was that of a walrus. Marbre flung his running noose skilfully over its neck, and pulled it tightly. His comrades rushed to his assistance, and with some difficulty the huge beast was dragged upon the ice, and despatched with hatchets. It was a great success, and the colonists were delighted with this novel fishing. Other walruses were taken in the same way, and furnished plenty of oil, which, though not strictly of the right sort, did very well for the lamps, and there was no longer any lack of light in any of the rooms of Fort Hope. The cold was even now not very severe, and had the colonists been on the American mainland, they could only have rejoiced in the mildness of the winter. They were sheltered by the chain of icebergs from the north and west winds, and the month of January passed on with the thermometer never many degrees below freezing point, so that the sea round Victoria Island was never frozen hard. Fissures of more or less extent broke the regularity of the surface in the offing, as was proved by the continued presence of the ruminants and furred animals near the factory, all of which had become strangely tame, forming in fact part of the menagerie of the colony. According to Hobson's orders, all these creatures were unmolested. It would have been useless to kill them, and a reindeer was only occasionally slaughtered to obtain a fresh supply of venison. Some of the furred animals even ventured into the enceinte, and they were not driven away. The martens and foxes were in all the splendour of their winter clothing, and under ordinary circumstances would have been of immense value. These rodents found plenty of moss under the snow, thanks to the mildness of the season, and did not therefore live upon the reserves of the factory. It was with some apprehensions for the future that the end of the winter was awaited, but Mrs Barnett did all in her power to brighten the monotonous existence of her companions in exile. Only one incident occurred in the month of January, and that one was distressing enough. On the 7th Michael Mac Nab was taken ill. Severe headache, great thirst, and alternations of shivering and fever, soon reduced the poor fellow to a sad state. His mother and father, and indeed all his friends, were in great trouble. No one knew what to do, as it was impossible to say what his illness was. But Madge, who retained her senses about her, advised cooling drinks and poultices. Kalumah was indefatigable, remaining day and night by her favourite's bedside, and refusing to take any rest. About the 3rd day there was no longer any doubt as to the nature of the malady. A rash came out all over the child's body, and it was evident that he had malignant scarlatina, which would certainly produce internal inflammation.
Children of a year old are rarely attacked with this terrible disease, but cases do occasionally occur. The medicine chest of the factory was necessarily insufficiently stocked, but Madge, who had nursed several patients through scarlet fever, remembered that tincture of belladonna was recommended, and administered 1 or 2 drops to the little invalid every day. The greatest care was taken lest he should catch cold. He was at once removed to his parents' room, and the rash soon came out freely. Tiny red points appeared on his tongue, his lips, and even the globes of his eyes. 2 days later his skin assumed a violet hue, then it became white and fell off in scales. It was now that double care was required to combat the great internal inflammation, which proved the severity of the attack. Nothing was neglected. The boy was in fact admirably nursed, and on the 20th January, 12 days after he was taken ill, he was pronounced out of danger. Great was the joy in the factory. The baby was the child of the fort, of the regiment. He was born in the terrible northern latitudes, in the colony itself. He had been named Michael Hope, and he had come to be regarded as a kind of talisman in the dangers and difficulties around, and all felt sure that God would not take him from them. Poor Kalumah would certainly not have survived him had he died, but he gradually recovered, and fresh hope seemed to come back when he was restored to the little circle. The 23rd of January was now reached. After all these distressing alternations of hope and fear, the situation of Victoria Island had not changed in the least, and it was still wrapped in the gloom of the apparently interminable polar night. Snow fell abundantly for some days, and was piled on the ground to the height of 2 feet. On the 27th a somewhat alarming visit was received at the fort. The soldiers Belcher and Pond, when on guard in front of the enceinte in the morning, saw a huge bear quietly advancing towards the fort. They hurried into the large room, and told Mrs Barnett of the approach of the formidable carnivorous beast. "Perhaps it is our bear again," observed Mrs Barnett to Hobson, and accompanied by him, and followed by the Sergeant, Sabine, and some soldiers provided with guns, he fearlessly walked to the postern. The bear was now about 200 paces off, and was walking along without hesitation, as if he had some settled plan in view. "I know him!" cried Mrs Barnett. "It is your bear, Kalumah, your preserver." "Oh, don't kill my bear!" exclaimed the young Esquimaux. "He shall not be killed," said the Lieutenant. "Don't injure him, my good fellows," he added to the men. "He will probably return as he came." "But suppose he intends coming into the enceinte?" said Long, who had his doubts as to the friendly propensities of Polar bears. "Let him come, Sergeant," said Mrs Barnett. "He is a prisoner like ourselves, and you know prisoners—" "Don't eat each other," added Hobson. "True, but only when they belong to the same species. For your sake, however, we will spare this fellow sufferer, and only defend ourselves if he attacks us. I think, however, it will be prudent to go back to the house. We must not put too strong a temptation in the way of our carnivorous friend." This was certainly good advice, and all returned to the large room. The windows were closed, but not the shutters. Through the panes the movements of the visitor were watched. The bear, finding the postern unfastened, quietly pushed open the door, looked in, carefully examined the premises, and finally entered the enceinte. Having reached the centre, he examined the buildings round him, and went towards the reindeer stable and dog house, listened for a moment to the howlings of the dogs, and the uneasy noises made by the reindeer, then continued his walk round the palisade, and at last came and leant his great head against one of the windows of the large room. To own the truth, everybody started back, several of the soldiers seized their guns, and Sergeant Long began to fear he had let the joke go too far. But Kalumah came forward, and looked through the thin partition with her sweet eyes. The bear seemed to recognise her, at least so she thought, and doubtless satisfied with his inspection, he gave a hearty growl, and turning away left the enceinte, as Hobson had prophesied as he entered it.
This was the bear's first and last visit to the fort, and on his departure everything went on as quietly as before. The little boy's recovery progressed favourably, and at the end of the month he was as rosy and as bright as ever. At noon on the 3rd of February the northern horizon was touched with a faint glimmer of light, which did not fade away for an hour, and the yellow disc of the sun appeared for an instant for the first time since the commencement of the long Polar night. CHAPTER 15.